The main character began to talk about himself. From childhood, he was an orphan and made a living, fighting monsters for reward. He later learned that in the kingdom he was called the best adventurer who has the rank of A. The protagonist, along with several other people, was traveling on the platform. In front of them, the head of a tooth monster was cut. There were joyful people around the platform who celebrated victory. A large arch stood behind. The main character waved his hand and smiled warmly. People of all ages welcomed him and sounded his name. The hero was called Aldred. Aldred had already dropped his hand and thought that there was no difficulty in his life, and he no longer starves. Aldred was in the spacious hall and smiled inadvertently to people around. There were several round tables around. After a while, Aldred stopped smiling, breathing heavily, and lowered his eyes. A group of people stood near him, and they looked in his direction. Aldred walked the street and thought that he had been 27 years old. How long will he be able to be an adventurer? Recently, he lived in the capital, and strange people began to turn to him. In the imagination, Aldred saw the face of women and husband. Aldred was on the field, sitting on the ground and looking up. A large estate stood behind him. Flowers grew around Aldred, and the passing wind picked up their petals and lifted into the air. It was already dark on the street. The lamps in the estate went out, and there was silence. And in urban homes, on the contrary, lights, one by one. Aldred sat at a round table in a room where a candle was burning on the table, and wooden mugs with a drink stood. In addition to Aldrida, there were 3 more people at the table. One of the men suddenly said that Aldred actually wants to dissolve their team. The black man closed his eyes and said quietly that he envisaged such development. Blondin was very surprised to hear these words. The girl blushed and quietly confessed that it could really be true. A man with dark hair leaned on the table and said that the leader himself made this decision. The guys may still be young, but he is almost 30. Aldred looked and added that perhaps the boys had already decided what they would do next. Blondin said with a smile that he was invited to join the Royal Knights. The boys were surprised to hear it. A dark-haired guy told that he was going on a journey. The girl was slaughtered and confessed that she was invited to study at the Royal School of Magic. She wanted to study there. The boys asked what Aldred wanted to do next. Aldred smiled and replied that he was dreaming of a peaceful life in New Orleans. Friends looked at their leader in surprise. The boys continued to discuss Aldrich's plans. Aldrich regretted that he shared his intentions with them. Blondin actively supported Aldrich. Aldred closed his eyes and said quietly that he has long dreamed of seeing the same flower field again. Friends were surprised because they had not noticed such a feature in Aldred before. Aldred made a sip out of the mug. A man with dark hair again asked about his plans. Aldred put a mug on the table, lowered his head, and said he was no longer hungry. Now he wanted to live carelessly. The boys looked at Aldrida and supported his decision. They raised wooden mugs and collected them together. Aldred was driving in a cart. He looked out the window and thought he dismissed the team to avoid unnecessary noise. Aldred was sure he did the right thing. He still had to go a long way. The moon passed. Aldred sat on the roof of the cart. The cart stopped, and someone said they were already in place. Aldred opened his eyes, stood up, and began to look around. Aldred looked at a small settlement. Large plantations were stretched around him near the iron rods. Hearing the name of this place, Aldred recognized it. It was a news. Stunned, he touched the grape, not believing his eyes. Aldrida was approached by a girl in a hat. The boys were just discussing where he came from. The girl was named Aisha. The boys went through a rural settlement, and many flowering plants grew around on the street. Aldred looked around with a smile. On the way, the boys met the locals who harvested the crop. Aisha told that they were already in the house of the elder. Aldvard, meanwhile, smiled, looking at the flowers in front of the house. Aldred mentioned with a smile that he had been here 9 years ago, but the flowers still remained as beautiful. Aisha began to go to the house, and in the middle they were met by the girl. The blonde, meeting the boys, noted that Aisha really brought someone with her. Aisha confidently put her hands on his belt, said that this guy came from Avalon and wanted to settle here. The woman raised her hand and said that boys could turn to her husband. Aisha dressed her hat and gave up to go. Aldred thanked her for her help. The woman began to warn her head that they had a guest of Avalon. The men held a book in their hands and began to say that he was an elder. Albus wondered why Aldred came to them. Aldred was scratching and confessing that the last time he had been here, fell in love with the beauty of these places. Albus smiled and added that other people came to the village for the same reason. Meanwhile, a blonde woman had a conversation with someone. Aldred slightly read, feeling the aroma of tea. There was a cup of apple mint tea on the table. Aldred made a sip of mug and noted that this drink is very soothing. The man and the woman smiled, noting that Aldred finally relaxed a little because he was too gloomy before. Aldred was red. Albus cheered him up, saying that now he should not be ashamed and need to stay himself. Aldred happily raised his hand, and the man and woman laughed, looking at each other. Albus explained that Aladred could stay with them now, but they will find him another place. Aldred sat on a chair when he suddenly lowered his head. The woman laughed again. Albus put his hands on the table and noted that he was still far from lunch, so it is interesting that Aldred plans to do further. Aldred was red and thought about it. Aldred was on the street, looked forward, and said with relief that he finally again here. Around the Alrita in the air circled flower petals. He stood and looked at the endless flower fields that spread before him. Tears appeared in the eyes of Aldred. Aldred was very surprised and excitedly began to wipe tears with a sleeve. The petals were circulated around him, and the plants blossomed. The face of Aldred was blushed. He looked at his hand. It was a flower petal on it. Aldred traveled the field and remembered how he was once told that local flowers were changing color depending on the season. He could no longer remember who exactly shared it. Suddenly, Aldred looked surprised and saw the girl ahead. The girl had long blonde hair, and on her head, a decoration in the form of a braided flower. Feeling someone's presence behind, she turned and saw that there was Aldred there. The girl sat in the middle of the flowers, holding a small bouquet. Aldrin wondered who she is, this girl among all this flower sea. At the head of Aldred, a drop of sweat appeared, and he looked at the girl in confusion, opening his mouth. And the girl's face was burning with shame. Aldred did not take her eyes off the girl. He greeted her timidly. The girl was even harder, shyly looked at the Aldred and clamped a bouquet of flowers in her hands. Then she began to fuss and make strange sounds. The girl suddenly leaned, quickly greeted the Aldred, and fled quickly. Aldred said in surprise that apparently it really looks very scary. The evening has come. The stars shone on the street. Aldred returned to Albus's house and reported that he had already come. Aldred was scared because it stood a blonde with a warm smile. He thought it was fine when you were waiting for you at home. Meanwhile, Albus laid out plates on the table, and they started talking about the beauty of the flower field with Aldred. Alfred sat down at the table and scratched. When Albus said it was a really charming place, and how beautifully lying on the cool grass, Alfred admitted that, along with other residents, he often came to relax there. Albus was red when his wife reminded that it was under that tree that they first met, and there he made her a proposal. Albus asked Fiona not to put him in an uncomfortable position. He then spoke to Aldred that they should meet their daughter. When Alfred saw a girl with blonde hair near Albus, he blushed. Albus told him that her name is Flora, and that Alfred would now live in their village. The girl was holding a nose in her hands, and her face burned with shame. Flora looked at herself and said the name of Aldred loudly. Albus noted that the boys are already familiar with each other. Aldred added that they had already seen a tree in the field with Flora, and Fiona, meanwhile, stood away and laughed. Aldred looked around. Albus told him that the Auled would remain in them at night, and the Flora would have to take care of him. The Flora thought for a moment, and then immediately rushed. Albus apologized for the behavior of his daughter. Aldred scratched his neck and thought that the Flora was probably very shy. He became a little awkward when she fled so suddenly. Everyone was sitting at a table that had a lot of different foods. Alba said they have a feast today. Fiona replied that a new guest appeared in the village, so this is a good reason for the holiday. Albus smiled, holding a bottle in his hands, and said he had taken a drink of 10 years of exposure, and the grapes grew up for him in the garden of Aisha. Then he began to pour the drink into the glasses. Flora looked at how a glass was filled. The boys raised the glasses and drank for a new village inhabitant. Aldrin made a sip and noted that the drink was really delicious. The Albus was happy, and in the meantime lay a piece of cheese. Flora began to eat a dish with a fork. She lifted her eyes and looked at Aldred. Aldred opened his mouth, and his face seemed to shine. He thought that cheese and bread taste incredibly. On the table in front of Aldred stood plates with food. He took a plate and began to eat. The food on the plate was getting smaller. The girls looked at the Aldred when he said the food was really wonderful. He added that with such dishes they could make money. Fiona immediately began to praise the Flora for her culinary abilities. Flora was discontinuing, blushing, and thanked everyone for good words. Aldred continued to eat with a spoon. Suddenly, a strange, incomprehensible sound came, and everyone suddenly turned the surprised views on the Flora. Tears from embarrassment appeared in the eyes of the Flora, and she suggested that Eldred may be still. Eldred took a plate and handed it Flora. The Flora was scattered, closing her eyes and saying she was going to take the supplement. Then she stretched Aldrin a full plate of food. Alfred looked at the Flora and thought that over time she stopped ashamed, and they became friends. He hoped that during the next meeting they would no longer want to run. The first stars appeared on the street. The next day, the boys visited Aldred. They were standing near him, and the girls were holding baskets. Alba said Aldred could come to them at any time. Aldred thanked the hospitality. Albus looked at Aldrida and wondered, Albeit may have some abilities, or he wants to work somewhere. And Aldred himself looked at the flowers and dreamed of performing interesting tasks. Aldred replied that he would like to become a hunter. Albus said it was very good because there are few hunters in their village, and such help will be useful. Flora approached Aldred and reported that she had prepared dinner for him. Aldred thanked her for such kindness. Flora lowered her eyes on her hands, but said nothing about her gratitude. Aldred thought that the Flora was really very sweet. Aldred and Albus strolled through the village and talked about a new house Aldred. They decided that it should be built in the west, closer to the flower field. The sun shines brightly on the grapes. Alba said Aldrich that he could choose one of the free homes in the west. The boys finally were near the river. Ben stood near one of the houses offered. However, Aldrich Shilley categorically rejected every house they were looking at. The boys were near the next house. The house was surrounded by trees from everywhere. Aldred thoughtfully scratching his chin, and then everyone moved on. The boys walked a wooden bridge. Alfred smiled, looking at the fish in the river. Albus, meanwhile, headed to the extreme hut. The boys went into a house where for girls everything seemed gloomy and very dusty. Aldred put his things at the entrance. His gaze fell on the box, and he smiled. The boys were on the street in front of the house. They sat on the ground and ate their sandwiches. Alfred confessed that he would like to live in this house if there was a person who made furniture in the village. Albus replied that such a master was just living across the road from Alfred. Albus pointed his finger on the house. Then he looked at the Aldred and said that the owner is called Toka, and tomorrow it would be possible to come to him. Aldred thanked for the help, and the men said goodbye. Aldred took a scoop and a broom in order to tidy up in the house. He was washed thoroughly and rolled the floor. When the work was completed, Aldred himself became all in dust and dirt. Aldred examined the room. Everything shone clean. He mentioned that Tox should go to Tokes tomorrow, and now he was about to take a bath. Aldred took a bucket and poured water into a wooden trough. Aldred put on 2 bracelets in his hand, stretched it forward, and began to witch. Water began to appear from the magic sign. Fire began to break out of the magic icon, heating water, steamed from the water slowly. Aldred looked around and said that everything had to go well. Aldred himself was in the water. Aldred left the bath and threw a towel on his shoulders. Then he started looking for his clothes. Suddenly, he heard someone from the street entering the house. It was a Flora. She said she brought dinner. Aldred dropped his towel and suddenly found himself bare in front of Flora. She raised her hands and tears flowed along her cheeks. The Flora ran out of the house of Aldrich. It seemed to him that the distance between them decreased slightly, but every step forward seemed to throw them back 3 more steps. The small village was surrounded on all sides by vineyards, followed by the forest. The sun was already rising high in the sky. Aldred lay on the floor. It was the ray of the sun. He stood up and, looking back, said that he was really mourning. The Olderda's house was small and had only 1 floor, and the chimney protruded from the roof. The sunlight was gently touched the tile. Olderd happily said that he now has his own home. Alfred dressed and decided to go to Tyke. On the way, he mentioned yesterday's situation with Flora. He sincerely wanted to make friends with her, but it seems everything happened at all. Aldred was near Tawaki's house. He went out to the veranda and began to climb the stairs. There were a table and several chairs on the veranda. Aldred sat on a chair and exclaimed enthusiastically, admiring his beauty. Toke, looking out the window, was surprised that he was unclear how a simple chair could so impress an adult man. Toka smiled and thanked Aldred for his kind words. Aldred looked at him in surprise. Toke was invited to go to the house. Tawaka was holding the vegetables that Aldred had to bear and wanted to join breakfast. Aldred joined the house and agreed to the invitation. Aldred approached the table, anticipating a delicious breakfast. He carefully lay on the surface and noted that the table to the touch is pleasant and smooth. There were food plates on the table. The boys started a meal. Aldred gladly tasted the dish. Tawak, meanwhile, began to tell their breakfast recipe. Aldred did not break away, enjoying every piece. The room stood a sink and a stove. Tuck began to worry about Aldrida because he ate nothing in the evening. Aldred soothed Tukach. On the table stood plates and shuttles. Alfred wanted to talk about the adventures with Flora yesterday, but changed his mind. Suddenly, the DAA began to persuade Alfred. Toke insisted to tell the story that happened yesterday. Aldred thought that Toke had tilts to hooliganism. Then he exclaimed that Aldred was spinning a novel with Flora. Aldred began to talk about yesterday's events. Toke put his hands together and then laughed and said that Flora really saw him naked. Aldred blushed and clenched his lips. Tawaku could not resist laughter. In response, Aldrich asked him to stop because he was very embarrassed with Flora. Now, he thought, they with Flora would become even more distant from each other. Tavak added that they with Flora and almost did not communicate. Aldred thoughtfully said that the point is not that the face of Tavak was too scary. Tavak frowned and wrinkled his forehead even more. That guy stopped at Tuak at home, and they came to the workshop together. Aldred explained that he needed all the most necessary things for the home. The wooden boards lay near Aldred. Tokak corrected his hair and smiled. They say there will be no furniture yet because he has many orders, but he will definitely do a Aldred bed. Toke showed on the sofa and said Aldred could buy it. Aldred decided to sit on a chair nearby. Toke shouted that he had not finished repairing the sofa. Aldred still sat on a chair and, smiling, said that this chair was good for him for the bedroom, now to solve the toku. Toke showed sideways and said that he would bring another chair from the warehouse. Suddenly Aldred will be guests. Aldred wondered if he was too accustomed to loneliness. The guys came to the house of Aldred. He sat on the sofa and confessed that he was very tired, although he still had to measure a place under the bed. Aldred handed over the drink. Tavak took a glass to his hands and remembered for a moment yesterday's conversation with Flora. Aldred then said that the Tavak behaves like a baby, but Tavaka just laughed and continued to joke. Aldred took glasses and put them on a wooden table. Smiling, he noted that the furniture in the house became more comfortable. The room suddenly appeared in the room, table, and several chairs. The guy began to discuss how to make it more convenient, and at this time, Tavok was already sitting on the couch. Toke smiled and promised to show places where you can find cozy things for the home. Aldred thanked Toke for help. The next day, Aldred and Aisha met on the street. Aldred said he lives next to Toke. Aisha wiped her face with a towel. The boys have already started discussing the move. Suddenly, someone began to approach them. Flora was standing behind Aisha. She and Aldred looked after, frightened. Aldred wondered why Flora was here. The Aldred squeezed and lowered his head, silently standing still. The Flora hid behind Aisha. Aisha sighed and closed her eyes. Aisha pushed the Flora. Flora clumsily retreated, and the boys greeted with each other with awkwardness. Aldred and Flora stood opposite each other, looking silently. Aldred turned her gaze on Aisha. Her face was very gloomy. He closed his eyes, thinking that Aisha was behaving as if she knew everything. Suddenly, Aldred bowed sharply before the Flora. Alfred began to apologize for what happened yesterday. Flora replied that he was not guilty. After that, the Flora herself tilted her head, asking for forgiveness. The Flora touched her hand to the ignited face. Alder decided that she was not angry at him at all, but may even feel guilty and apologize. Aisha coughed, attracted the attention of the boys, and said she needed to go to work, and they could return home together. Alfred and Flora were blushing with shame, looking at Aisha. The boys were surprised by her suggestions. The boys were walking a large plantation when a man was going to meet them. Behind him was a small horse loaded with things. Flora wondered what Aldred intended to do today. Aldred went forward and said he wanted to meet the hunter from the village. The Flora replied that Aldred was in the village for only 4 days and asked if he was in no hurry. Aldred and Flora caught up with each other, and the guy confessed that he wanted to be useful for the villagers. Aldred laughed and assured that they would soon have enough meat. In the meantime, the boys were approaching the girls, laughing fun and talking with each other. The girls walked past the boys, and Alfred turned to look at them. Then he thoughtfully said why everyone is so brightly dressed here. Flora presented flowers and said with a smile that the plants here bloom all year long, so people also try to respond to such beauty. The boys came to the Flora house. On the street, they met her father. Alfred noted that his home became more comfortable when the furniture appeared, and he would also like to meet the hunter from the village. Aldred looked at the Flora and smiled. He said he could no longer wait when he started working. Flora's father, in response, suggested to introduce him to a local hunter. Aldred dressed in another suit. Gloves appeared on his hands, and a bow and arrow behind his back. It seemed to him that this time the sword would not be needed. It was time to go. A man and a low girl stood in front of Aldred. The man introduced himself to Lorenz and said that he was a hunter from the village. Aldred wondered if they were father and daughter. The man and the girl with annoyance turned away from each other. The girl said indignantly that Aldred was wrong, and such words are simply unacceptable. Lorenz replied that the girl is near Karin, and she was his student. Then Karina herself introduced herself, saying that she was 12 years old. She was very indignant that Aldred did not even mention that she was a thinker. Aldred smiled and said that there was no difference. A woman or a man is the main thing that you hunt well, and the rest does not matter. Karina also smiled, agreeing with him, and said she wanted to help the village. Lorenz looked at Karin and said that she still needs to learn a lot, and she would only become a thinker with time. Karina promised to do everything as soon as possible. 2 girls appeared near them. Karina showed her finger up the mountain. They needed to go there. Lorenz thanked Aldred for his support. Aldred smiled and said that Lorenz was like her father. Lorenz blushed and jokingly roked Aldred on his shoulder. The boys walked the narrow path between the trees, and mushrooms grew at the roots. On the way, They talked about how a successful location has this village. Aldred stopped and wondered what fruits could be grown in these parts. Karina thought a little and began to list different types of fruits. Lorenz asked Aldred if he had heard of such fruits before. In the forest, it was heard how the boys were talking. Aldred said he had already heard of such fruits. Loren got up and showed the fruit that was previously discussed. Aldred put his hand to his mouth with surprise and began to look carefully at the fruit. Loren began to eat fruit and treat them Aldred. He chewed and remembered how he often ate everything in a row, which made a lot of trouble. Karina seemed to be on a tree, richly covered with fruits. She broke one of them and stretched him Eldred. Karina explained that this fruit is called Ella. It has a strong skin, but inside a very tasty pulp. Karina raised her hand and noted that the taste of this fruit is very bitter. Loren laughed and said that this part was the most delicious. The boys continued to go forest until they were among the mountains. In the end, they stopped near the bush because they noticed the traces of some animal on earth. Loren sat near the traces of the animal and said that these were the deer traces and they are quite fresh. Other boys were near and listened carefully to Loren. The boys discussed that they should hunt this deer, but do not forget to be careful. Karina and Aldred approached the bushes and examined them carefully. Aldred stepped on a dry branch she crushed under his leg. Lorraine was behind him and watched Aldred. Suddenly, an unusual light began to emerge. The boys stood quietly in the bushes. Suddenly, they noticed near the deer, who calmly grazed on the grass. Then the boys began to consult how best to sneak up to him and attack him. Aldred took a bow and an arrow, aimed at a deer. Lorenz and Chris stood side by side, watching everything. After a moment, Aldred released the arrow directly. The arrow hit the deer's head. He issued a pity cry and saliva flowed from his mouth. The loud sound has spread around. The boys approached the deer lying on the ground. Lorenz noted that Aldred fired perfectly, perhaps even better than himself. Aldred smiled awkwardly. Karina added that Aldred really shoots better than her mentor. Lorenz, with tears in his eyes, looked at Karina and shouted that she did not talk about him. Karina replied that he would then become a student of Aldred. Lorenz grabbed Karen by his head and began to shake it. The boys got to the village, bringing a deer carcass with them. The locals were delighted with what great deer they got. Lorenz noted that thanks to the skills of all the drafts, the peasants will have plenty of Velena. Aldred smiled and introduced himself to other residents standing nearby. The peasants sincerely congratulated him, and Aldred thanked them for the warm reception. Aldred, along with other residents of the village, began to disassemble the meat. He thought some of this meat would be divided between residents and the other would be put for sale. All that will remain in the farm is also needed. With these thoughts, Aldred came to the Flora house, and she opened the door to him. Flora's face was poisoned when she congratulated Aldred. Aldred was awkwardly scratching his head and passing the Flora of Flora. He said it was a gift for their kindness. Flora thanked Aldred and invited him to stay a little. Flora invited Aldred for dinner this evening. Aldred was red and asked if everything would be fine. Flora confidently said that everything would be fine. Aldred was near Taux's wooden house. There were several barrels next to the house. Going to the door, Aldred said they had to open them because he brought some meat. Aldred began to open the door. Aisha stood right in front of him, jumped and met Aldred with a dissatisfied look. Aisha put her hands and said that she gave Tietz a chair for repair. Aldred kept nuts in his palm and treated their children. Toke was in his hands a stool. Hearing the girl complaining about his uncomfortable chair and says that a mess had almost happened through him, he looked at her with a reproach. Squeezing the stool stronger, Toke replied that it is always necessary to do everything properly, not to behave like Aisha. Aldred closed his eyes and decided that only Aisha was guilty of everything. Tavak showed a warehouse and said that she would no longer make any discounts. The door to the workshop closed loudly, and the Tavak continued to grumble, because of which the Aldred did not resist and laughed. Aldred unfolded a piece of meat and said that it returned the debt to Taux. After that, The man began to tell you how delicious the meat can be. At this point, Aish appeared in the room. She flew to a piece of meat and said that the meat tasted perfectly with the grape drink. The boys looked at her in surprise. There was a wooden stool next to the boys. They were passionate about discussing what a new ashi chair would look like. Suddenly, Aisha thought and said that he may have prepared a reward for her. She put her hand to her face, thinking about it. A thick forest grew around the house of Tok. Aisha offered to visit all the surrounding homes and eat Elena. A girl in a dress with loose hair appeared in the door. Aldred was red and asked who the girl was. Aisha handed Aldrida with food and explained that she did not always go in the same outfit. Aldred was very surprised because he did not even recognize Aisha. Tok began to laugh at it and joke it, but Aisha ordered him to silence. Aisha was holding a talk behind her ear, and a Flora with a basket appeared in front of the boys. The boys greeted Flora, and Tawak, smiling ominously, introduced to her. When the boys began to justify his terrible appearance, Tawaka shot himself and blushed. Flora, a little ashamed and laughing, greeted the boys and called her name. The boys put food on the table. They began to discuss what stew they would be prepared and who of them will be done by each of the cooking stages. There were 2 pieces of meat on the table. Tawaka kept a box with spices. He said he was well prepared for cooking. The boys supported one by one. He has distributed responsibilities in the kitchen. Aldred had to fry food. Aisha took the meat. Flora had to harness the sake with a wine drink, and he decided to do vegetables. There was a basket on one table, and on the other lay a few long weaving machines. Aldred kept vegetables in his hands and said with delight that the soup of the Tivak was simply incredible. In response, he just smiled and said that he had some little secrets. Aldred with Aishesh cut meat. At this time, Aisha started joking to threaten a Tok that was holding mushrooms. Then Aldred began to cut the vegetables and immediately began to fry them. Others, in the meantime, were doing their business. Aisha closed her eyes, drowning from her mouth, and she said that some smells are very pleasant. At this time, Akka held cabbage cobs and asked Aisha to gather and cut the meat. Aldred, meanwhile, stirred vegetables in a frying pan, and the Flora stood side by side and smiled. Flora noted that Aldred was satisfied. Aldred agreed with her words. Tok wondered who the Aldred was before. The girls looked at the Aldred as he began to tell them about his past. Aldred took the meat with forceps, and the girls at this time joked that they were not threatened with them because he was able to fight the monsters. Hearing this, Aldred smiled awkwardly. Aldrich put the meat on a frying pan and said that he was no longer in business, so the guy should not count on it too much, and the guy himself plunged into cooking. Aldred and Flora spread over and smiled. Tok looked at the thoughtful Aish. In the meantime, the boys roasted the meat, then cut it into pieces, and the vegetables were cooked in pots and pans. Aldred and Aisha began to place plates on the table. The Flora, along with Tok, stood near the kitchen tables. Aisha stabbed a piece of meat on the fork and carefully lifted it to the mouth of Aldred. Aisha lifted her finger, and Aldred tasted the meat and said it was delicious. Aiku looked at Aldred and suggested that something had happened between them. Aldred assured that everything is fine. Aisha kept a plate with meat and turned away from the boys. Flora approached them, put a dish on the table, smiled cunningly, and said that Aldrida had a sauce on her lips. Aldred was confused. Aisha started calling him without even turning to Aldred. Aldred looked at her in surprise. Smoke was already rising from the chimney on the roof of the house. The guys just finished cooking. The boys sat at a table that had many different meat dishes. They looked at each dish with interest and did not hide their admiration. The boys began to discuss the meat left more, but Flora with Aldred was eaten all the time during cooking. Then the girls began to argue with each other, and the Aldred watched with fear. The boys took the fork, and Aldred reported that it was time to taste the dish. He hoped that everyone would like the cooked food. The boys caught the meat with forks and started eating. Aldred closed his eyes and began to tremble with pleasure. Then she began to praise the boys for their culinary abilities. The Flora also closed her eyes, and then covered her mouth with her hand. Then she said that Alardred did very well. Aisha blushed and raised her finger, agreeing with the boy's words. Toko looked at a piece of meat and said she tried as she could. Tuaka looked away and muttered that the steak, which was prepared by Aisha, was slightly fried. Aisha just smiled and said she liked everything. Aldred stood to Aisha's side. Flora also suggested supplement the wine with bread and salad. Toke ate a fork, and Aisha prepared a sandwich. Aldred imitated her and said it was really delicious. Flora smiled. Aisha tried the soup and also praised that he was very tasty. The boys ate and discussed different recipes. Flora took the berry and carefully put her Alfred in her mouth. He ate a little awkward. Aldred's eyes were shown. He realized that these picassenes were added to a special taste. Aldred looked at the Flora and thanked her. The Flora held a spoon in her hand and showed a tongue Aldred. The boys were already milking, and a tea service appeared on the table. Aldred praised the Flora for delicious tea, and she thanked him. Aisha and Tavaka enjoyed tea with her eyes closed. Aisha returned to Tomak and asked if she looked like a princess. After that, the guy began to talk about who and how he drinks tea, and they also discussed plans for the day. There were several empty cups on the table. The boys went outside. The girls were running fun one by one, and the boys discussed the future fishing, which they were going together. The boys were near the river. Flora stood behind everyone and tried to relax a little. They began to discuss Aisha's endurance. After that, the boys took off their shoes and left it on the shore. The boys plunged their heads into the river to cool. Aldred smiled and pulled his head out of the water. Then he shook his hair and looked at Toke. Tuaka looked at Aldred embarrassed when he noted that he had a strange hairstyle through wet hair. Meanwhile, the girls sat on the shore, dipping their feet into the water, and Aisha began to imitate Toke. Takuo looked at the Flora. She also told him that his hairstyle was strange. Takuo was offended and sat on a stone. Then the Flora decided to cheer him up. Aisha laughed loudly, imitating a tavak. Suddenly, a stream of water splashed in her direction. It was a tavak. Aisha was all wet and could not understand why he did so. Aisha began to spray the flow with water, and some water got on Aldred. The boys were angry, began to water each other even harder and argue. Oldard stood all the wet and stared forward where he saw the Flora. Her face blushed, and she extended her hands to the water. Flora clothing is all soaking. She, along with Aldred, splashed in the water, and Toke and Aisha poured each other. The hair and clothing of the Flora were moist, and the cheeks were burning from a blush. She had fun with water in Aldred, and laughed loudly. Aldred lowered his hands into the water and said he would start to spray now, but immediately stopped in place and blushed. Flora spread her hands away from surprise and looked at her wet things. Then she screamed loudly and awkwardly, and the boys' shoes are left on the shore. Tavak was twisting his clothes and grunting that Aisha was doing too much, although they were not even a couple. The Adreda brought changing clothes and smiling. Toke took a towel and began to wipe his head. Aldred was slightly red and looked at the girls sitting on the deck. Aisha looked at the Flora and scratched her head. The Flora covered her wet clothes with her hands, as if hiding herself. Aldred approached the girls and extended each towel. Aisha covered her head with towels and turned away, thanking Aldred for help. Aisha looked at the Flora and praised her beautiful legs. At this point, Aldred handed Flora a towel. The Flora quickly covered and began to assure that in fact, Aisha's legs are much more beautiful. Aldred blushed and awkward his gaze forward. The Aldred blushed even more and shouted quietly as Flory stretched out a towel. It seemed to him that he looked at her feet too long. Flora shyly lowered her eyes and thanked the Aldred for his help. Taka took a fishing rod and said he was going fishing. Aisha replied that they would join the boys a little later. Aldred was very worried about Aisha's condition because she was wet, but Aisha smiled and assured that everything was fine with her, so Aldred should not worry. There were many stones along the shore. Subsequently, the fish began to peck. The boys stood on the stone bank of the river. Aldred shouted happily that he had caught another fish, and it was 6 a day. Toke was dissatisfied and said that he was lucky to catch only 3, and it was completely unfair. In the meantime, another fish floated in the water. In the water, whole fish jams floated, and the guy stood on the shore and caught them. The river was wide, and on both sides it was a thick forest. Aldred started gnawing again. Toke was angry. Aldred looked into the bucket where the fish floated and said they caught enough to feed the whole village. Aldred kept a bucket and gladly said that he caught many fish. Toke was angry and did not want to answer anything. In the meantime, the girls came to the boys, hoping that they had already finished fishing. The girls approached Aldred and began to discuss his successful catch joyfully. Toback stood separately and was upset, and suddenly his fishing rods shook, and he hurried to pull the hairline. Aldred and girls went away. They looked at the brand and supported it as soon as they could. Tavak began to drag the fishing rod sharply and shout loudly. A large fish jumped out of the river, but when Tuak raised it, it turned out that she was really small. The boys began to praise the abilities of the Tuka. Aisha looked at Toke and said that the fish would slip into his hands and fall back into the river. Toke glanced angrily at Aisha and began to threaten her. The boys gathered together and started discussing what dish you can cook from this fish. Aisha mentioned the unsuccessful fishing of Toke. After that, everyone crashed into couples and spoke interested. Toka looked at Aldred in surprise, not understanding why this fish. Aldred began to explain to him how to cook fish properly. The boys looked at Aldred in surprise. He did not expect such attention and was a little lost. Everyone was burning the bonfire and starting to cook fish. Suddenly, someone called Aisha from behind. The girl in the apron pointed to Aisha with her finger and said she was looking for a job again. After that, the girl began to speak. The stranger looked at the Aldred in surprise, then leaned in front of him and called it. Her name was Ain, and she turned out to be a sister of Aisha. Aldred also introduced Aini. Toke said Aisha that she was time to get back to work. Aisha looked at the frying fish and replied that as soon as she was eating, she would immediately take up the business. Then she started asking the boys. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Avalon, in a large building with a luxurious architecture, a loud cry suddenly came. The outraged blonde shouted. He was angry that Aldrich disappeared. The dark-haired man heard the cries of the king and remembered how once friends of the Ald told him where he could be. He continued to discuss where Aldred was. The king crossed his legs and threateningly said that the rest of the Ald had ended. He should immediately return to the kingdom. The dark-haired man bowed and replied that he understood everything. Aldred, Flora, and Toke were taken on a roast with fried fish and started eating. Together, they were passionate about saying that the fish is delicious. Both sisters tasted the fish silently. Aina noted that this time the dish is not bitter, but on the contrary, very tasty. Aisha began to repeat Aldred's words about how to cook delicious fish. Tavak was very surprised by Aisha's cunning. The boys were sitting by the campfire, and Tavak suggested that Aldrin start selling fish. Then he treated all the fruit. Flora tasted the fruit and scattered. Toke squeezed the juice from the fetus directly to the fried fish. The sisters tasted the fish, enjoying every piece. Aldred kept fish in his hands and looked at the joy of the boys. At that time, he thought that today was special, and he would like all days to be. The boys sat on the logs and eaten the rest of the fish. Next to them lay backpacks and empty wooden buckets. Behind the boys opened a wonderful panorama of the river and a thick forest. A large bird was flying in the sky. Suddenly, she hit an arrow. The bird screamed loudly and dissolved its wide wings in different directions. The arrow-shot bird fell to the ground. Karina quickly ran to the bird, lifted him, and admired that Aldred was a real shooting master. Aldred only raised his finger and modestly replied that he just felt well where the wind was blowing. Aldred wondered that he had a lot of life experience, unlike Karina, which he probably lacks. He noted that only experience and hard work can help. Karina said she would go on the fruit. At this time, Aldred hung carcasses on a tree. The guy stopped near the bushes. Then Karina said that a good hunter always attracts women's attention, and she was right. Aldred Zinnikov. Alfred smiled shyly. The boys collected berries and between this made a conversation about love. Then they returned to the village where they were met by local children. The children asked who Karin caught in curiosity this time. It turned out that she caught the rabbit. Aldred noted that the rabbits are very fast. Karina turned and said in response that he would finally say the one who could knock the bird on the fly. All the boys were delighted. The children were fascinated by the fruits that just collected. Aldred turned and quietly went to his side, leaving the boys behind. On the way, he met a girl and gave her herbs collected. The girl sincerely thanked Aldred for help. The children departed from the boys and began to wave them goodbye. Karina turned to Aldrida, noted that he was already accustomed to babies. Aldred also waved the boys in response. The sun rays flooded the village. Aldred opened the wooden windows and looked at the beautiful landscape that opened before him. In the Aldred room stood a large bed, a wardrobe, a bedside table, and a small chair. Meanwhile, Aldred himself, along with other residents of the village, went to the well to collect water. Aldred was home. On the table stood plates with different foods. He ate the dish and looked pleased with them. Ben Aldred went outside, where he accidentally met Flora. They greeted each other. Then the friends began to collect vegetables and talk about them, and then decided to try them. Aldred stood in front of Flora, and they began to discuss what they would do today. Aldred said he wanted to develop land near his home. Flora listened carefully to his thoughts. Suddenly, her cheeks were filled with bright blush. The girl lifted his cams up and said she wanted to help Aldred to cultivate the earth near his home. Aldrich thoughtfully agreed to the Flora. The eyes of the Flora streamed with joy. She said she would ask her father's instruments and soon return. The Flora ran home. Aldrich thought that Flora was really extraordinary. The boys were near the house of Aldrich. Tools were lying on the ground. They began to discuss what to start work. The boys began to wear gloves and armed with garden tools. They discussed that they could first plant a radish and then perhaps carrots among cabbage. The Flora, meanwhile, smiled. The Flora sat down and began to cut the grass. Aldred was side by side and did the same. He looked thoughtfully at his garden tool and then looked at the Flora. Watching her, Aldred began to repeat all her movements. Flora looked at Aldred and said that he was doing well with this tool. Aldred felt shame and looked away because he learned to use it, watching the Flora itself. The boys collected the grass and wore baskets from the vine. After that, they began to discuss the past of Aldred. Aldred smiled, then with fear whispering under his nose about different monsters. Aldred thought with excitement that he almost had a fight, and he became even more restless from this thought. Flora stood behind and something whispered under her nose. Aldred turned to her and asked if she was fine. The Flora suddenly got up and took another tool. She confessed that if she saw the monster, she would have fled immediately in a panic. The boys at this time also got up and prepared to start cultivating the ground. Aldred swarmed and began to dwell on the ground, and the boys treated the soil next. Aldred wiped sweat from the face. Aldred rubbed his face with his hand and looked at the plowed field. Next to him was a Flora, holding a small vessel in her hands, and with a smile praised him for a well-done work. Aldrich screwed out of the Flora's mug. She began to explain to me how Aldrich should use the plow properly. The girl was a little bitter, and then her face was illuminated by a wide smile. Aldred looked at her and thought that it would be great to have such a girl next to her. He may still be able to live with her pure conscience with her. Aldred hunted and worked in the field every day, and later the first sprouts appeared on the plants. Together with the boys, he continued to work on the ground and nourish the crop. Aldred looked carefully at the sprouts. Flora explained that you needed to wait with the crop as a must. In her hands, she had a basket with harvested plants. Alfred sat in the field, caring for the plants. It seemed to him that most of his time he was spending here, working on the ground. Flora helped him process the field. They worked fun together. Subsequently, they carried a basket of grass together. Finally, they harvested the first radish harvest. Aldred worked in the field. A Flora with a basket in her hands approached him and greeted. They began to discuss the harvest and how they can help each other. The Flora was embarrassed, looked away, and gave a basket of Aldred. Then she offended him to lunch together. Aldred gladly agreed to the Flora's invitation. The boys decided to go to the flower field and have lunch there. They became among the flowers and talked about what kind of field it was. The boys looked at the flowers and discussed them. Flora turned away and sat down quietly by the bush. Aldred looked at her, not realizing that she thought. Flora held several flowers in her hand and said that some of them can be eaten and others are used in medicine. Aldred watched the flowers carefully, listening to Flora talking about each of them. After that, he raised his hand to his chin and thought about something. Aldred clearly remembered the girl's legs and her dress. After that, he confessed that he was already told about it 9 years ago. Suddenly, Aldred was scared because he heard a loud roar. The Flora fell to the ground and reached for its basket. Aldred lifted the basket and looked at the cried Flora. Aldred took a handkerchief and began to wipe tears from the Flora's face carefully. He reassured the girl, saying she had to suffer a little. Around the boys in the air circled the petals of flowers. Aldred looked at the Flora's face and was surprised. She looked at him with her eyes full of tears. Aldrin looked at the Flora's face carefully. The Flora blushed even more. She opened her mouth trying to say something. The boys stood opposite each other and looked in the eyes silently. The flower petals circled around them. Suddenly, Eldrida was loudly in his stomach. Flora put her hand to her face and laughed. Aldred read and thoughtfully scratched the nape. Then he apologized for the misunderstanding. The Flora smiled and moved forward. She said that there was already lunch, so it's time to go. The flower petals were circulated around her. Aldred followed her. He looked at the petal and felt his stomach suddenly stuck from hunger. At that moment, Flora wanted to say something, but Aldred interrupted her. She may say later when the right moment comes. Flora blushed, her lips trembled. She barely restrained so as not to cry. Aisha looked at her with suspicion and said that Flora did not tell him today. The girls sat at the table on which there was a tea service. The Flora lowered her hands to her feet, and all squeezed. Aisha sat opposite, folded her hands, and looked dissatisfied with the Flora. Flora looked at the set of tea and answered Aisha consent. Aisha decided that her best Flora girlfriend came to her for advice. Aisha introduced Eldrida to Flora and noticed how carefully he was looking at her school pants. Then Aisha thought that Eldridu likes Flora, but because of his shyness, he could not confess to her. Aisha looked at the puzzled Flora face and thought that the Flora was always kind and attentive to others. She is very pretty, but it is probably difficult for her because of her own character, because she cannot dare to admit Aldrin of her feelings. The Flora was red and worried when Aisha confessed that she liked Aldred 9 years ago. Aisha leaned on the table and sighed heavily. She realized that she did not know all the details of the past, but the boys had already met with each other 9 years ago. Aisha imagined the boys talking to each other. At that time, she remembered that at the time, Flora was 9 years old and Aldred was 18. It was then that the Flora first fell in love with him. Aisha looked at the Flora and said that Aldred himself mentioned her from that meeting. Flora lowered her eyes and, smiling, began to dream on her chair. Flora said Aldred mentioned something of the events of 9 years ago. Aisha was amazed and exclaimed, surprised how Flora could understand it. Flora said she had already shared the news about flowers with Aldrich, but he replied that he had already informed him. Aisha clenched his fists and exclaimed that everything was going right. Flora raised her hands to her face and admired that she was very happy when she realized Aldred remembered her. She even cried with joy. Aisha scattered and put her hand on her face, and then said that Flora really thought about the Aldred all these 9 years. Aisha decided that the Flora was very cunning. Flora raised her hands to her face and began to turn her head. Then she said she was feeling great happiness, so strong that she couldn't even think. Flora looked at Aisha on a boat and said, then Aldred wiped her tears with her handkerchief. They were quite close to each other. It was very exciting. Aisha's face was skewed. Aisha hid her face in her palms and thought that you did not wait anything good from the Flora. The Flora was scared that otherwise she could not do. The Flora folded together, and the girls further discussed everything that happened to Aldred. The pot on the table was already empty. The drinks have long been over. Flora raised her finger and said that they and Aldred often occur in this place. After a short pause, she thought and looked to the side. Flora lowered her eyes and confessed that they accidentally touched each other while working. Aisha stared at the Flora with surprise, and saliva flowed from her mouth. Aisha hit the table with force and shouted that the Flora was still a baby. Flora, a little lost in a joke, asked timidly if she could do something else. Aisha took her hand for her chin, thought for a moment. Then she lightly shook the Flora with her finger to the side and advised her to approach Aldred, hug him, and confess her in her feelings. The Flora covered with hands and blushed with shame, exclaiming that he could do nothing so shameful. Aisha asked, if so, what can the Flora offer instead? Flora touched the face, surprised by the words of Aisha. If she does not take a step now, another girl will take an Aldred. Aisha took the cup, and the girls continued to discuss which Aldred the envied bridegroom. Holding the cup, Aisha said Flora should confess Aldred in her feelings. Tears appeared in the eyes of the Flora. She confessed to a trembling voice. She was even afraid to lose what is now between them. Aisha looked thoughtfully at the flowers and thought, there should be a way that the Flora herself could express her feelings. Then the idea was sleeping. It is possible to convey emotions with the help of flowers, just as the Flora's father once did. Flora put her hand to her face and exclaimed that it was a great idea. Aisha started cheering on the Flora and reminded her that other girls could pick up Aldred. Flora's face turned even harder, but she assured that she understood everything. She intended to collect those flowers for Aldred, give him, and open her feelings. Aisha looked carefully at the Flora and smiled. Meanwhile, Alfred and Karina went the forest. On the one hand, thick bushes were hanging on them, and on the other, tables and stumps were visible. The boys suddenly heard a strange sound and stopped immediately. Aldred looked forward with fatigue, and Karina stood behind him. Aldred scratched his face and noted that the forest was so strange today. Karina replied that the animals behaved too quietly. Suddenly, they heard the stupid hoof, and Aldred immediately alerted. Aldred got his bow and arrows, and Karina did the same. The guy aimed and quietly said that 2 deer came from the west. Deer with spreading horns suddenly ran out of the bushes. Aldred and Karina immediately noticed them and released their arrows. The boys' arrows hit the heads of the animals, and they immediately fell to the ground. The boys lowered the bows down and looked focused on the overthrown bodies. The boys came to the animal mascara. They discussed that they were well lucky today. Now it's time to return to the village. Suddenly, because of the bushes, someone jumped. It was Karina's teacher. He smiled widely. Karina did not expect to see him at all and was very scared. Karina clenched her hand into his fist and said with excitement that it seemed as if the bear was approaching her. The man scratched his head and noted that her fears were not unfounded. The man showed the boys a bundle of wool. They began to discuss that they found traces of a bear nearby, so they decided to gather other hunters and tell them about it. Karina looked at the boys who tried to reassure her with excitement. The men were looking at, and the teacher explained that the bears did not always go to the villages, but may well get to the flower garden. The teacher gently ran his hand on the Karinin head. Aldred wondered that in order to solve problems in the village, he might need to call assistance. However, the guild was too far away, so Aldred decided that he should be even more careful. The teacher stroked Karen on her head and laughed. Aldred imagined the flower field and turned his gaze, but then he mentioned that he should protect the peasants from the bear at any cost. Aldred looked with fatigue into the forest. He became clear that he would have to take his sword again. Friends decided to return to the village. Karina's teacher loudly said that he would talk to his senior. Karina had to inform people in the south, and Aldred, to warn those who were on the flower field. Everyone immediately ran in different directions to fulfill their tasks faster. Aldred quickly ran past the garden, heading to the village. The children were harvesting. Seeing Aldrida, they greeted him joyfully and asked how his hunt went. Aldred asked, and walked past the children, lifting a cloud of dust with his fast running. He addressed the man and reported that a monster appeared in the mountains, so he came to warn the residents of the flower garden of danger. Blondin shouted. Then he, together with Aldred, began to discuss the monster and the danger that it could bring to people in the village. Aldred ran to look for other residents to warn them about the threat. Blondin told the inhabitants about the monster, and the teacher, Karina, said the same. The peasants were scared. Aldred was on the field. He noticed a woman with his children and told them about danger. After that, Aldred began to shout and call people who could be in the garden with flowers. There was no one in the flower garden. A little time passed, and the boys were at the Toke house. Toke was in his hands onion and go to the target. Friends discussed the red bear. Aldred with a smile watched how the Toke was training. Tavaka shaking from excitement. Toka said he could make bows, but it is not very good to shoot them. Toki pulled the bowstring and released the arrow in the target. The arrow, which was released by Top K, hit the tree trunk. The top of the kick froze in place without even moving. For a while, the boys just looked at the stuck arrow. Tawaka closed his eyes firmly and exhaled heavily, and then said he was feeling better than before. Aldred stood sideways. Sweat flowed from him. The boys looked at the target and discussed their skills in the archery. Aldred talked to a girl and an elderly woman when the albus suddenly ran to them and shouted that he could not find a Flora. There were no person on the streets of the village. Albus and Alder discussed that they had not seen the Flora for a long time. Maybe she is now in vineyards. Albus disappointedly lowered his gaze and admitted that he hopes very much to find a plant in vineyards. His face became even sad. Albus lowered his gaze and said he hoped that this time everything would not happen like 9 years ago. Aldrin wanted to say something, but suddenly noticed that someone was watching him. Aisha ran to the boys, tears flowed on her cheeks. She grabbed Aldrina by her hands, breathing hard, and tried to say something. Alfred noticed that something had happened to Flora. Aisha kept firmly for him, and he tried to understand that she was scared. Aisha could not calm down. Her face was blushing, and tears flowed from her eyes. She only uttered the names of Aldred and Flora. Aldred looked at the girl, holding his breath away from fear. Aldred began to tremble with fear and raised his eyes with anxiety. He was holding a weeping Aish. Alba stood nearby and tried to reassure her. Panorama of the high mountains opened behind the thick crowns of the trees. Somewhere far away, a deaf knock on the hoof. Several deer, one of them was without a horn, escaped from someone, jumping from stone to stone. From the mouth of the deer, saliva flowed. One day, a deer with one horn fell from a high rock right to the ground. From the impact of the stones, it was shaken and then crumbled into small debris. From the rocks, a huge monster with an open mouth and sharp fangs suddenly jumped. He chased after Helen, who had only one horn. The monster lifted his paw with sharp claws and hit. The jaws of the predatory creature are terrified. The deer moved on the side, loops between the thick trunks of trees. A loud explosion came to the whole district, and a cloud of dust was risen into the sky. The deer collapsed to the ground, and trimmings of trees and fragments of stones flew around it in the air. Everything around was covered with rubble and hot debris. The deer lay on the ground, and the tree trunks were cut around it, and the stones were scattered. The monster drained from the mouth, and it slowly began to open its mouth. Someone stepped in the forest. The monster was alert and strained his hearing. He stood up and began to look carefully at the surrounding. Saliva and blood flowed from his mouth. The black monster appeared on a large visor, firmly clutching her claws, and carefully inspected the outskirts. He noticed someone nearby. The monster looked down and saw a flora that sat at the foot of the rock where he stood. The girl was on her knees and collecting herbs. A small basket lay next to her. Aldred was in his house. He was wary. Aldred opened the door and looked at the sword wrapped in bandages. Then he confessed to himself that he could not think that he would have to take the sword again. Aldred remembered how he saw Aisha in tears. She shouted that the flora could be where the red bear appeared. Squeezing his teeth, Aldred began to slowly unleash the tape that was wrapped in his saber. Aldred running forest and flower field, with a sword behind his back. He felt that his body became difficult, though he had repeatedly overcome the mountain on hunting. But it was not at all like the grueling training of his past when he was a traveler. He needs to hurry. Aldrich rushed through the flower field, not noticing how fragile flowers were breaking under his feet. His face was swollen, and his jaws were firmly compressed while he ran. Around Aldrida began to darken, and light petals of flowers circled in the air. He ran and thought he wanted to avoid fights with the monster. After all, he came here to live his days quietly. Aldred stood with his sword in his hands. His cloak was spreading in the wind. He thought he had dreamed of a happy and carefree life before, and when he received everything he wanted, he lost his meaning to continue the struggle. Aldred was still running while holding his sword behind his back. Suddenly, the light flashed before him, and it seemed to him that he was holding his sword again, as before. But what does he do here? In the fora, right now. Aldred remembered how Flora looked at him with a smile. He thought he was fighting for a priceless place among friends. He also had a strong desire to protect a loved one. Aldred wants to protect the Flora. Aldred remembered how many different emotions were on the Flora's face, and realized that he fell in love with her from the first meeting. He felt that he should protect her at any cost. Suddenly, Aldred stopped sharply and began to breathe hard. Aldred stopped and looked at the dark thicket of the forest. On his back hung a sword in the vagina. After resting, Aldred moved through the thick thickets, trying to breathe calmly. Sweat drops made on the face of the Aldred, and he began to look anxiously. Thick thickets of shrubs grew around him. Aldred heard a desperate cry and imagined the frightened Flora frozen in place, holding several flowers in his hands. From the fear of the Aldred blushed. Flora chased a monster with his ladies and a broken pasture. She waved his paw in her direction. The girl fell to the ground and closed her hand. Suddenly, Aldrin appeared nearby. He rushed to the monster and shouted Flora to bend. Flora obeyed Eldrida. She fell to the ground and closed her head with her hands. Eldred became between Flora and the monster and struck the creature of a powerful blow. Aldred hit the monster just in the neck. He was immediately confused and began to grow saliva from his mouth. The Flora lay on the ground, and Aldred with the sword and the monster were distance from the girl. Flora held her hands on her head, then climbed and looked at Aldred. He stood right in front of her. The monster began to smile and looked angry. Aldred asked how the girl feels. Flora scared the name Aldred, staying on the ground. The monster was even more angry. He opened his mouth and looked angry at the armed Aldred. Flora's face was in tears, and she looked with fear of Aldred. Aldred looked at her and said that it is very dangerous, and Flora should be gone immediately. Alfred read and froze in place. Seeing a Flora with a face, tears, he remembered a little girl with the same tears that looked like a Flora. Aldred remembered how a girl's fair-haired girl stopped before him and thanked him with a smile. He carried her in her hands through the field, remembering her story about flowers. Aldred looked at the Flora that was sitting on the ground and wondered if this girl was the same he saved 9 years ago. Meanwhile, the monster has widely opened his mouth, preparing for a new attack. Flora, frightened, looked away. Flora screamed, calling for help to Aldred, and Paw the monster with sharp claws hung over him. Aldred managed to evade and raised his sword to defend himself. The monster hit the sword and grabbed it with his paw. The monster stood on the hind legs and grabbed the Aldred sword firmly. Aldred tried to restrain the monster. He was tension, and he began to tremble. Then he told Flora that she needed to run. He would handle himself. But Flora did not want to agree with Aldred. Aldred smiled at the Flora and said he was not losing the red bear because she still remembers the event that happened 9 years ago. The Flora, as if fascinated, just looked at herself. When Flora heard the words spoken by Aldred, her face changed immediately. She turned red, and tears of joy shone in her eyes. Flora held flowers in her hands and suddenly rushed. Aldred and the monster detained each other without eyeing. Aldred clenched his teeth and said he finally felt his saber. He waved his sword, and the monster retreated back. The monster began to walk in circles, scraping sharp fangs. Aldred raised his hand with the sword sideways, and suddenly a bright light shone from the blade. Aldred stood alert, holding a sword that glowed brighter every minute. Flora watched with interest, hiding behind a tree. Suddenly, the monster rushed to Aldred, and he immediately rushed into the battle. The monster clasped his teeth and rushed to Aldred, waving his paw with sharp claws. Aldred quickly swung his sword, and after his impact, his paw monster crumbled into pieces. The monster looked at his paw in surprise. Its parts began to fall off and fall to the ground. Alfred stood in a battle rack, holding a sword in his hands. The Flora opened her eyes wide. Her mouth was involuntarily opened. Aldred occupied a battle rack and rushed to the monster. Bright lights flashed around and loud roars came from the monster's mouth. After a while, the monster fell to the ground, and near his body fell trunks of trees and leaves. Aldred stood in front of the monster, holding a sword in his hands. Aldred's sword gradually lost its glow. He then slowly put him on his back. Aldred wondered that if you fill the sword with mana, its strength and sharpness will increase significantly. Such a sword would be able to break through even a dragon or solid scales. The Aldred was shyly blushed, and Flora rushed into his arms. Her face was blurred, and tears stood in her eyes. The boys stood opposite each other. Aldred asked if everything was fine with her. Flora replied that she was a little scared, but Aldred saved her. The boys went silently through the flower field. They were confused. Aldred looked at the Flora and thought that he had saved it 9 years ago. He was surprised that he was still in his memory that day. The face of the Aldred turned blushed. He felt that he liked the Flora more than just a girlfriend, but did not know how to tell her. The Flora stood side by side and looked in front of him. The Flora stopped near the tree in the middle of the flower field and looked fascinated at it. Leaves and petals circled around the gurus in the air. The guy stopped on the flower field near the tree. The Flora remembered the event that happened 9 years ago. Aldred confessed that he just mentioned it and apologized to her. Flora closed her eyes and began to tell how she tried to forget that event, but she failed. Aldred wanted to say something, but Flora interrupted him. Flora was scattered, smiling sincerely, and thanked Aldred for saving her. Aldred laughed and rubbed his nose. Suddenly, he looked at the Flora in surprise. She stood in front of him, holding a flower. Tears appeared on her face, and the wind spread out the hair of the Flora. She smiled and confessed that Aldrida has been in love for 9 years. Aldred's face blushed. He was surprised to open his mouth. The Flora just closed her eyes and smiled quietly. Aldred began to wipe their eyes and wondered whether the words of Flora could be true. Aldred took the flower from the hands of the Flora, and she said that if you give this flower to the one who you like, you will certainly be together. Alfred smiled and looked at the Flora. Then he confessed that he also loves her. The Flora was scattered, and tears appeared in her eyes. Aldred kept a flower in his hand, which Flora gave him, and suddenly hugged it. The Flora looked in surprise, and then also hugged Aldred. The boys stood, hugging each other. Tears rolled across the Flora's face. The flowers of flowers were circling around them in the air. Flora lightly touched the smiling face of Aldred. In response, Aldred touched the Flora ruddy cheeks. They carefully stretched towards each other. The boys kissed. At this point, they were in the middle of the flower field near a large tree. In the air, the petals of flowers and leaves were circling. The boys got to the village. Flowers grew near the low houses. The residents gladly met Flora and Aldrina, glad that everything was fine with them. Flora and Aldrin walked, holding hands. Hearing the voice of one of the locals, the Albus turned, frightened. They said that the boys returned. Together with his wife and Aisha Albus, he rushed to meet them. But Aisha was faster and came first. Aisha rushed to embrace the Flora. Her face was in tears. She did not stop shouting the name of the Flora. Albus watched the girls with surprise. Aldred looked at the fallen girls. Flora and Aisha sat on the ground. Aisha, with anxiety, was interested in the state of Flora and apologized for her act. After that, the girls went hands and rose together from the ground. Flora stood next to her parents. Albus said it seems to be all right with her and she was not injured. Flora agreed with him. Meanwhile, other villagers began to approach the boys. Everyone was glad to return. Flora hugged her mother, and Albus smiled, looking at the girls. Aisha stood away and wiped tears from his face. Aldred watched this from the outside, without hiding his smile. The inhabitants of antiquity approached Aldred and began to clap him together on his back. Everyone said that only Aldred could dare to go to a dangerous area for the sake of Flora. Aldred thought to himself that these people did not know anything about his past. Toakuch folded his palms and said with a smile that everything remained unharmed thanks to Aldred. Aldred thanked Toakuch for his kind words. A girl stood nearby and told about the monster that attacked the Flora. When the peasants realized that a red bear really attacked the Flora, everyone suddenly froze, and a deep silence reigned around. Flora remembered the Aldred fought with the monster, holding a shining sword. She began to tell how the bear attacked her, and how Aldred defended her from this monster. The peasants began to mention the past, Flora frightened. Then Flora reassured everyone, saying that they were afraid of nothing, because Aldrin had already dealt with the monster. Tavak and Aisha looked at the boys in surprise. Aldred closed his eyes and began to felt the back pocket of his pants. After all, he was really a former adventure seeker. Then Aldred pulled out and showed the local residents of the fang and the claws of the defeated monster. Karina's teacher took a monster's claw and considered it carefully. He then asked if Aldred himself did with such a strong monster. No one suspected that Aldred was so powerful. Aldred wondered if he was really so invisible that no one knew about his strength. The peasants were silent. They looked at the Flora and Phretis, who waved her hands and told how Aldred fought with a monster. Aldred stood aside, turning back. Tavak and Aisha were near Flora. Karina lifted her finger and said that Aldred was truly amazing. Her teacher confirmed Karina's words. Aldred scratched his head nervously, and Karina began to scold the boy. Then Karina's teacher said they needed to pick up the body of a red bear. Aldred added that he would go with them, too. Karina's teacher winked and said that the Aldred had to rest. They will take care of everything. Aldred only needs to be near the Flora. Karina stood beside me and smiled cute. Aldred looked at the Flora that was red. The teacher and Karina decided to leave the house. The rest of the residents decided to help them with this. The Aldred and Flora family bowed a little in front of the house as a sign of gratitude. Aishi was invited to return. Flora cheered Aisha. Toke turned away and began to smile at Aisha. Aisha looked at him ominously and advised to hide. The girls took their hands and began to encourage each other. The Flora was scattered, but then smiled and confessed that if it weren't for Aisha, she would hold everything in herself. Aisha and Toakuch smiled at Aldred and said Flora would later tell the boys of the story in more detail. After that, Aisha and Toakuch said goodbye and left. Flora's parents remained with Flora and Aldred for a moment, and then they decided to go. Flora looked closely at the Aldred. A light blush appeared on his cheeks. He thought that this day was not easy. Flora is probably worth spending time with your family. Flora Mom put her hand on her shoulder, smiled warmly, and said Aldred to take good care of their daughter. Albus also smiled and agreed with his wife. Hearing the words of the parents, Flora's face was instantly angry. Aldred looked at the Flora with surprise and smiled involuntarily. Flora returned to her parents, spread her hands wide to the sides and shouted loudly, which she did not understand what they were talking about. Aldrin stood aside. Flora's parents, laughing, looked and said that Aisha told them, "Flora went to the forest for that flower, and also for this one that looks out of Aldrin." Aldred and Flora shuddered at the surprise when they heard the words of Flora's parents that confessions were successful, and now they are a couple. The Flora was red and could not say words. Aldred looked at the flower behind his back. Flora's mother, smiling, lay her hands and said that the boys had a hard day, so they could stay at Aldrich at home. The boys were surprised and looked at their parents, Flora. Aldred asked Albus in surprise what their words mean. Albus appeared tears of joy in his eyes, and he said that his daughter had grown up and would soon become a bride. Aldred retreated sideways, confusing and blushing even more. Flora's parents approached Aldred and said they would not mind if they called his test. Flora tried to reassure her parents, and Aldred began to thaw. Flora and Aldred blushed with shame and met a look. At this point, Flora's mother slightly pushed her daughter forward and said that the Aldred cared for her daughter well. Flora was in the arms of Aldred. The children were standing nearby, looking at their parents in surprise, who waved their hands and gently held their hands. Aldred and Flora froze in place, hugging each other. Their faces blushed with awkwardness. There were low homes and shrubs behind the children. Flora and Aldred looked at each other nervously. The silence was interrupted by Aldred, offering to return home. Flora supported his idea. Above the village is the sky, which floated fluffy clouds. The boys went to Aldred's house. It was quiet around. Aldred, with a smile, opened the Flora door. She stood silently and looked at herself. Before entering the houses, Aldred looked at the Flora and said that now his home was always open to her. She can come to him at any time without hesitation. The Flora was a little bitter and looked at Aldrida. The Flora was a little bit, smiled and said that she understood everything. They went into the house with Aldred. Aldred kept behind the door handle. The girl said that very soon this house would become their common. Flora smiled at Aldred and offered to brew tea, and he advised him to relax a little. She took off street shoes and spread in home slippers. The Flora entered the kitchen, where pots and pans stood on the shelves. She took a transparent jar with dried leaves. Then she approached the kettle, with a few more cans with different foods. The Flora closed her eyes and with a smile on her face continued to brew tea. Aldred sat on a chair opposite the Flora and looked at it, also smiling. The kettle is boiling on the stove, and the Flora still mixed the ingredients for tea. The girl took the dried fruits and gently broke them into a glass kettle to brew a fragrant drink. The Flora took the kettle with boiling water and began to brew tea. She then threw a few mint leaves into the water. The aroma of tea flew to Aldred. He closed his eyes and enjoyed this smell. Flora smiled and said she almost finished. She got out of a package of sweets and put them on a plate. Then she strained the tea and poured it into cups. Flora put a handling on a tray and carried it to the table behind which he was sitting. She said she made apples and mint tea. Aldred thanked Flora for the drink, took the cup, and carefully made the first sip. Aldred's face broke out with joy. He glowed with happiness and said that the tea came out very tasty. Flora sat in front of Aldred, smiling shyly and holding a cup in her hands. The Flora closed her eyes and gently lifted the cup to her lips. She began to enjoy the taste of tea. The hot drink was still steaming, lifting a light cloud of steam. Flora took a cup of tea and suggested that Aldred still pour. He reached out his cup and agreed to the supplement. Aldred kept the cup in his hands and smiled at the Flora. Flora quietly said that he may be doing something wrong. Aldred blushed and smiled, said the Flora was doing everything right. Just now, He is extremely happy. The Flora smiled gently and looked at Aldred, and his ears became red with shame. There were some tea left in the cups. The boys continued to cook together in the same kitchen. There were several plates with different dishes on the table. All the time they spent fun and good mood. The boys talked to the sunset. Flora laughed with Eldred, holding a fork in her hands. Then they began to wash dishes. On the street, it was quite dark, and in the night sky bright stars lit up one by one. Aldred and Flora sat at an empty table. They lowered their eyes and remained silent. The Flora on the head had a ribbon decorated with flowers. Aldred looked up and looked at the Flora. The girl answered him. They were silent for a while. Then Aldred is hard, but smiled sincerely. After a while, Aldred called the Flora, and she was scared. Aldred began to say that he would like to swim with Flora. Hearing this, Flora jumped sharply from the chair and exclaimed that she was already clear, and now she would sleep in the bedroom. On the cold floor of Flora put her hands on the table and repeated Aldred's words about the bath. Aldred replied that he has sweated very sweat today and wanted to wash, because we need to take care of the purity of the body. Hearing this, Flora said she would go into the bath after him. Aldrich reached out to the Flora and said they would go to the bathroom together. Flora's face became even more blush. The boys went into the bathroom. The Flora screamed that the bath was not ready at all. Aldred held a basket and reassured it, saying that everything would be fast with his magic. The Flora grabbed a face that was shaking. Aldred touched his cheek and confessed that he was a little embarrassed, but if everyone was washed separately, it would take much more time. Flora looked at him in surprise. The Flora pressed her hands to her chest, and Aldred approached her. She silently lowered her eyes down and turned away from him. Flora looked at Aldred and said she agreed with him. Her face still remained red. The Flora stood with his back to Aldred. Aldred reached out to her corset and pulled the lace. The Flora's cheeks had a blush even more. She returned to Aldred and shouted loudly. Flora held her hands on her chest and looked down. She closed her eyes and slowly began to unbutton the button on her dress. The Flora was very lost. She unbuttoned her corset and only remained in the shirt. Her face was bright red, and her hair was almost completely hidden by her cheeks. Aldred was without clothes and turned to the Flora. Flora held her hands on her machete, and one strap slid from her shoulder. Aldred approached her, and both blushed. Aldred smiled and asked if everything was well with the Flora. She did not look at him, but nodded back. Alder reached out to the shoulder of the Flora. He easily pushed another brooder of her shoulder shirt. The Flora closed her eyes firmly. Then she lowered her arms down. The Flora's shirt slid from her shoulders and fell to the floor. She quickly covered herself with her hands. Turning, Flora said that Aldred should not look at her. Flora stood, covering herself with her hands. Her loose hair fell on her shoulders. Thinking a little, she looked up at Aldrina. The Flora was surprised when she learned that magical things were truly impressive. She admires that it could be filled with hot water very quickly thanks to them. The guy and the girl sit together in the bathroom, fully immersed in the water, and look at each other in confusion, not understanding how they were so close. The protagonist notes that it is quite convenient and does not require much expense, and he has many such things. At this point, Flora smiles and says that he does not mind taking a bath at least every day. Nobody answered these words. The young man continues to sit in the bathroom. It turns not only from hot water, but also from shame. His cheeks are burning, and the look is directed at the girl who is nearby. The Flora stared in the water as if thinking. Thin strands of hair fall on her face. The girl's cheeks blushed, and drops of water flow from her face and hands. She feels embarrassed because she sits so close to the main character, so she is silent and does not say a word. Both are very worried sitting nearby. The guy looks at his companion with a confused look, slightly opens his mouth, as if he wants to say something. The guy returns to the Flora and asks whether she wants to sit with him. The girl immediately begins to tremble markedly, shyness appears on her face, and she becomes even more intense. As she did not hear his proposal, the Flora pretends to be nothing. The protagonist decides to act himself and is planted closer to the girl. She is involuntarily trying to get away, and Aldred at this time smiles. His smile talks about one thing: he is not going to release the Flora. The guy grabs the girl by his right shoulder and dramatically attracts to herself, saying that she is not so shy. Flora screams, but still obeys and huddles to the guy, though he shouts that she is too close to Aldred. She is still inconvenient and confused. The main character carefully takes the girl by the hand, gently holds her, and asks with a smile if it is time to wash away all the foam and soap. The girl does not resist, calmly trusts her palm with her husband. The girl, lost because of what is happening, compresses his fists, closes her eyes, and her cheeks become even more blushing. Flora, in a trembling voice, says that then massages the boy's back. Aldrin does not resist, just raises his eyebrows with questions on the face. After bathing, the guy and the girl sat side by side. The guy sat on the stool and turned to look over his shoulder on the Flora. The girl takes a towel and begins to wipe the boy's back. The guy flexes his back forward. Flora, without noticing it, the third back of the young man. His cheeks become even red, but the girl does not see it. She smiles happy and carefully soaps the back of the main character. The girl's eyes were happily shown. She carefully examines the boy as if a small kitten touches his shoulders and admires that Aldo-san is so strong and pumped. The Flora suddenly goes closer to the guy and quietly touches his soft skin. She is gently pressed against him, saying nothing. The guy was surprisingly clouded through his teeth. His eyes were even more rounded by surprise. Aldred felt awkward from what was happening, because the Flora was even closer to him. She is increasingly third of her back without even noticing it. She may not just be aware of how the hero responds to it. The guy stifles his eyes, trying to make himself not look at the body of the Flora. My own thoughts make me feel awkward. The girl notices the body of Aldo shuddered and smiles, looking at his foam back. She asks if the protagonist is so nice. Aldo confirms, trying to hide not only a blush on his cheeks, but also his face. The girl lifts the bowl standing nearby and pours from her the water to the boy on his back, washing away all the foam and soap. When she finishes with his back, he asks the hero to get up and return to her face. The young man gets out of the chair, allowing the girl to rub his body. Flora carefully draws a towel on his chest, and the hero again finds himself in foam. The girl lightly leads a towel on her body with her thin hands. Foam gets more and more. Bubbles appear. At this point, the guy catches himself thinking that he really likes the feeling of a soft towel. The guy is embarrassed. Sweat is acting on his face, and he already guesses what will be right now. The girl removes the towel from the place where there was a soft footprint and is surprised to lower her gaze. The guy is immediately embarrassed and asks her to stop. The Flora widely opens the eyes from surprise. It starts to shake her. She screams with fright, and the cheeks are covered with a blush. And it is at this moment that everything comes to her. The girl bounces sharply from the boy and, scared, apologizes to him. Her cheeks are burning because she had nothing wrong with her mind. The guy explains that it is just a natural reaction, and this can happen to everyone. The girl squeezes her lips slightly, gradually calms down, and replies that her mother told her. She is still a little confused, but already understands what he should do next. From such words, the protagonist becomes awkward, and he looks at the girl in confusion. Everything goes too far. He imagines that the Flora will do further, but does not stop it. The main character's companion is on his knees and looks confused. She feels discomfort and uncertainty, but does not stop because she has gone too far. The guy calls a girl named, apparently trying to stop her, but she replies that it will be difficult for her to wash further if she does not help him cope with this new problem. The girl with both hands holds and presses firmly, and at the same moment the guy begins to tremble with the whole body. The protagonist closed his eyes, and sweat flows from his cheeks. His forehead was red. The flora is a little closer. The guy squeezes his fists, and the girl in front of him is on his knees. The protagonist quietly asks for silence, squeezing his lips and bringing his eyebrows to the nose. It is difficult for him to withstand this moment. San notes that this girl's touches are felt quite differently than when she touches herself. The hands are still moving, performing their gestures from beginning to end. The hero sighs from embarrassment, opens his eyes, and looks at a young girl. He asks the flora to squeeze the fact that she now holds in her hands, stronger, and move a little faster. The heroine stops and lifts his gaze on the boy. A light blush appears on her cheeks. She nods and says she has already understood how to proceed. The girl squeezes the long part of her body in her hands and moves vigorously with her hands. I no longer have the strength to restrain myself. While all this happens around, the guy thinks that he must try the idea that he just slept. The main character compresses his previously relaxed hand into a strong fist and returns to the flora. He wants the girl to take this part to his mouth. She is surprised to open her lips, like duck beak, and looks at him with shining eyes. Flora opened her mouth a little, heated even more breath, and looked closely. After that, the girl slightly opens her loose lips. In the head of the protagonist's girlfriend suddenly appears the image of the boy. He looks at her as embarrassed as before. However, the girl feels that she likes Aldo's son. Flora has a picture before the eyes. The protagonist laughs with little things, looks funny with wet, tangled hair, and smiles sincerely, giving her flowers. The girl tries to understand why she loved him, and he also remembers how he first met a little girl named Flora. She smiled brightly and warmly at him, whispering in her beautiful dress. He remembers that then the girl immediately felt sympathy for him. The hero remembers how he saved the Flora when he sees it in front of him and imagines her older. She stood with a basket and wiped his sweat from his forehead. He also remembers how she cried with happiness, receiving flowers, and realizes that she was in love with her. The young man finally realizes his feelings for Flora. The bathroom comes with strange sounds, as if someone there brown and snot. The main character's companion breathes hard, trying to stay on his feet and supporting himself with his hands. Her body trembles from sensations, because after the praise of the boy, pleasure became even stronger. He says the Flora is just incredible. The young heroine copes well with her business. Upon learning that the guy is already approaching, she is even more accelerated and preparing to get a well-deserved award for his efforts. The girl muttering something and moving her head faster. You don't even have to order her. She knows what to do. At some point, the Flora stops. Tears appear in her eyes. She is quietly buzzing, as if she asking for something, and feels warm in her mouth, but does not retreat and swallows a wave behind a wave. The girl feels like her mouth flows in the corners of a liquid mixed with saliva. She immerses her face in a soft place, and the man does not try to remove it. The heroine's hands are noticeably trembling, and if she did not hold on, leaning on the floor, then she would have already fallen. Tears roll from her eyelashes. She quietly says something, and muddy, punching her eyebrows to the bridge. When everything ends, the girl no longer speaks a single word. The guy looks at his girlfriend. In his eyes there is still surprise and a moment of confusion after unforgettable closeness. At this point, Flora watches the main character closely, and he gently touches her cheeks with his palm. They are silently found in views, and in this silence everything is said without words. The silence violates the calm voice of the guy. He thanks the girl for her help. It brings a young girl a true joy. A smile appears on her face because she managed to make a pleasant one who she loves. The main character takes the man by the hand and presses her to her swinging cheek. She closes her eyes, and her smile becomes even wider. At that moment, Aldo is aware that this night will be truly passionate. The guy and the girl come out of the bathroom and go to the bedroom. The hero gently presses Florida to the bed and kisses her passionately. Their fingers are intertwined, and there is no free space between the bodies. The room is heard a soft murmur. Having removed, the main character easily touches the tip of his nose to another and then exhales simply into the half, open the girl's lips. The Flora interrupts them at the most responsible moment. The man sighs and closes his eyes. Flora instantly shouts that the main character and his two free touches is guilty of everything. Suddenly, the protagonist grabs the girl for the inside of the thigh and turns her back on her back with one decisive movement so that she is facing her face. Flora chokes and blushes harder, meeting with a young man. Aldred soothes her and says it is normal and nothing to be ashamed. After that, the body of the girl is lightly trembling. She shakes gently and closes her eyes. The girl opens her eyes, feeling that almost on the verge. She tells the guy that if he continues to move in the same way, she will soon finish her business. The heroine firmly squeezes the sheets with her fingers. Her hands and the whole body tremble. From the walls of the room echoes screams and heavy breathing. The girl slightly lips her lips, trying to look after the wave of pleasure that has passed all over the body. She folds the fingers of the left hand and looks away. Her eyes shine with humidity. The protagonist asks if everything is fine in Flora. She replies that yes, and says she is ready to go on. The girl reaches out to the boy to touch him. But suddenly Aldo-san states that he will enter. The young man slightly opens his mouth and fades for a moment. The girl screams and tries to get up. She complains that she is hurting and muddy. She did not expect such a sharp pain at all. Her mouth opens in a silent moan. The guy stops for a moment and looks at the Flora because he does not want to harm his girlfriend, but the Flora gently takes his palm into his own and intertwines their fingers. Tears shine in her eyes, but despite the pain, she asks Aldo-san. The heroine hugs her husband by her neck, holding it firmly with both hands and pressing her even stronger. The Flora squirms the eyes, moaning quietly, and raising the eyebrows to the bridge. The girl slowly opens her eyes, opens her mouth slightly, and looks at the young man in a confusion. They have already gone too far and stop late. Both seek to enjoy. The man squeezes the girl's hand firmly, wearing their fingers, and presses her to the bed. The room is filled with excited sounds and groans that envelop them with their heads. Flora wants to turn to the protagonist by name, but instead of a clear word, only incomprehensible syllables break out of her mouth. Her hair fell on her face, completely closing it. Aldred lends to the Flora. Her cheeks are burning. He exhales gently on her lips and meets her pure look. He does not say a word, because they are already superfluous. Both know. Their feelings are strong, and they love each other. Flora and Aldo fasten their feelings as a gentle, gentle kiss. Their cheeks blush even more. The guy and the girl shyly cover her eyes and whisper something just during the kiss. The protagonist's girlfriend raises his leg and, moving away, notices how the man accelerates again. The girl squeezes the crumpled sheet with her left hand and screams frantically. Flora, though she is very ashamed, confesses that she feels something big and strong inside. She really likes these feelings. She looks directly to the boy in the eye. Her cheeks are burning, and her hair falls into her eyes. Aldo reports Flory that there is a little left, and he is almost ready to complete. He compresses his teeth, exhales nervously, and moves on, seeking to reach the end as soon as possible. With a trembling voice, the protagonist's companion agrees that the young man can finish and assures that everything will be fine. The man swirls and growls, saying that he is almost ready. After Flora and Aldo exchanged emotions, they look at each other enthusiastically and laugh together. They are a little awkward, their cheeks are shaken, sweat drops protrude on their faces, but they manage to do it. The Flora tilts the head sideways and kisses the man, playfully biting his lower lip. The man rests with his strong hands on the bed and also closes his eyes, gently touching other people's lips. The next morning, when the first sun rays made their way through the glass windows of the house among the fields, The main character slowly wakes up, hugging his companion firmly. At night, they covered with a blanket together and fell asleep on a soft bed. The guy notices how sunlight pours the room and slowly opens his eyes. The Flora is still sleeping on his chest, tired after a heavy and restless night. The protagonist turns her head to a sleeping girl and looks at her eyes, not yet used to the morning light after the night. Flora eyelashes tremble slightly, it softly squeezes. The girl does not open her eyes yet, but just lies, leaning against the warm breast of the main character. Aldo-san extends her hand to the heroine and gently touches the tips of her face. He carefully removes the strand of hair that has fallen on her eyes until she sleeps sweetly and does not feel it at all. Meanwhile, the Flora sings quietly. The young man opens his eyes and looks impressed. Finally, he understands how to wake up his sleepy and not very eagerly friend. The protagonist gently touches the bony fingers of the sleepy girl, gently strokes her until she dumps something in her dream and feels nothing. Her lips are clenched in a thin line. The guy decides to act even more decisively. He repeatedly touches his or her cheek with a pointing finger, repeating this action once after. Aldo barely restrains laughter and further strokes his friend's hair. It doesn't help. The girl just hides her face in the pillow, trying to get rid of the boy like an annoying fly, and when there is no other options, he leans to the ear of the Flora and bites it, but wide open his eyes and screams with surprise. The guy laughs quietly and says that the girl finally woke up. Flora immediately asks whether the hero saw everything. The man moved such a reaction, he smiles at her with a sincere smile, and she feels even more excitement. Feeling embarrassed, the girl quickly climbs under the blanket and pulls her down to her nose, mutilating that she looks awful in the morning. But the man carefully touches her sharp chin with her hand and gently attracts the girl to herself. The young man says he only saw her sweet face when she slept. After that, he gently, sleepily and leisurely kisses the Flora into his lips, trying to be gentle and careful. Both cover their eyes, and despite the overnight night, they have been ashamed of each other. At the same time, two owls that are pleasantly burned watch the in love with a couple in the window. They smile and squat carefully to look at the main character and his companion. In the Flora, they leaned with their foreheads, closing their eyes and relaxing. The young man said it was incredible to wake up next to his beloved person. The girl reaches out her hand and touches the boy's cheeks. He opens his eyes, looks at her in surprise, and as if asking. The Flora draws the fingertips on his skin. Smiling even more wider, Flora looks at the hero and offers to prepare dinner together, have fun and meet guests. But most importantly, now they are together, so no one will remain alone. The protagonist presses a stranger's palm to himself, and at that moment he remembers what he was once, a knight in a dark cloak with a sword in his hands. After a short pause, the guy nods in agreement. The guy agrees that from now on, they will do everything together and proposes to start with breakfast. The girl, satisfied with such an answer, smiles and closes her eyes. Getting out of the pillows and dropping the blanket, Flora agrees and asks whether she prepares from Aldo's breakfast from the radish he has grown. The girl squeezes the blanket with her fingers and looks at the boy closely. When the girl got out of bed, her figure became visible much better. The young man opened his eyes wide, blushed, and shouted loudly. The events are transferred to the vineyard. Two people in hats stand with baskets and carefully break large bunches of grapes that have hidden among the leaves. Above them is a clean, cloudless sky that hints at future rain. From the morning, Evan has listened to the passionate stories of her sister and her friends about how Aldo Sand has won Red Bar on his own. From surprise, it widely opens her eyes and squeezes her hand firmly into his fist. Aisha nods her head and asks whether Iana was waiting for something like this young man. The blonde guy confesses that, "I am glad to see the main character from New Ortland." Yana believes that Aldo is very cool. All three sit at the table on the lawn and share interesting news. Toke laughs quietly and tells how much Aisha was agitated when Flora was in danger. The girl nearby crossed her arms on her chest and leaned her lips from dissatisfaction. She looks thoughtfully in front of herself. At the same moment, not letting him agree, Aisha beats the boy with a pick on a bare foot. He screams with pain, but no longer pronounces a word so that he is not disgraced. Toka clapped face into the table, trying to hold back the moans with pain. The girl turns her eyes, pretends to have happened, and says he was saved by Aldo. She adds that it is difficult to imagine what it would end if they relied on a fool who could not even use the bow. On the face of Tulling Ox, irritation and anger appear. Asia asks if she is wrong, but the guy does not answer. It rises from the table, turns, and silently goes, leaving Athens alone. The girl silently looks at the traveling boy, and then with a dissatisfied expression of the face, translates her eyes to her sister. Aisha turns away and says quietly that everything was not quite as it seems. Vina tries to deny because Togak said something else, but Aisha immediately gets out of the table, closes his eyes, and says that everything is as is. After that, she comes out and stretches lazily, as if she had just woken up from sleep. The sister does not have time to say anything. Aina laughs embarrassed and says that with such behavior, her sister will never become a true sister. But these words no longer reach her. The events are transferred to the village. Local residents watch their children play between flowering bushes in a beautiful garden. At the same time, the protagonist, along with the partner, stand on the hill and look at the village from height. They see wooden houses and treated fields. The guy puts his hand on the floor, as if on a shoulder, and a girl one hand hugs him behind his back, and the other touches his chest. She smiles gently and looks somewhere in the distance. Aldo admires that the landscape is truly wonderful. The young man remembers that he is a native of New Orleans. He remembers those times and now rejoices that he should no longer live in the royal capital. The protagonist in his memoirs recalls how he returned to the capital, how he was met with honors, greeted with applause, and rejoiced for him. But at that moment, he did not feel a drop of happiness. The young man returns to his girlfriend, turns to Flora in his name, and again confesses to her in love. His eyes are burning with joy filled with tenderness and love. Standing in the middle of the lawn, the hero confesses that he has never felt anything like this before and thanks Flory for the chance to feel new emotions. The girl whispers quietly that it is something unknown to her. Tears appear in the eyes of the heroine. They run on her cheeks, but it is not because of sadness, but happiness. Flora confesses that Aldo-san too loves. She looks at him happily. The guy attracts the girl to himself, hugs her firmly, hiding her face in the palms behind her back, and she plunges her face in his shoulder and cries with happiness. The hero calmly strokes his beloved on his head, soothes her, and, smiling happily, closes her eyes. The Flora grabs over the young man's shoulder and begins to cry, clinging to him. She can no longer restrain her feelings. Both understand that the legend of the flower pair turned out to be true. The action is transferred to a heroine with long hair named Karun. She is an adventurer of the Class A and the former participant of the detachment Black Silver. Now the girl works as a teacher at the magic school. She has dreamed of this profession since childhood. However, there is one problem in all this. A girl with a high tail goes to the office of the headmaster of magic, where a woman with glasses and painted lips sits. Turning to her, Kurna says she leaves the school, then turns and goes. The director does not believe the words of the teacher, quickly jumps off the table and asks for the busy San to wait a little, promising to deal with the problem. But she does not want to listen to him, and just leaves the office. Coming out of the school building, the chicken was firmly in her hands. She looked back for the last time, and then moved just forward without looking back. It turned out that the magical school was not at all as what his girlfriend imagined. In her imagination, the heroine sees Ms. Director and two more teachers gathered around her. She recalls how the school is dominated by classes, and during each meeting everyone strictly adheres to noble formalities. Corinne decides that it should not tolerate it anymore, so he leaves the School of Magic. She is sad because of this decision, but she understands it is better to go than to stay among such people. In addition, the glory of one of the hunters for dragons attracted the attention of aristocrats who wanted to marry Kuruna at any cost. The girl walked a long corridor when she suddenly noticed a boy with white hair who headed her to meet her with a bouquet of flowers in her hands. The guy stops in front of the girl, smiles, holds a rose in his hands, and welcomes Kuranayan. This is Raymond's family head, Count Clark Raymond. The young man comes closer and stretches the Kuruni flower. It is a little embarrassed, but still accepts this gift, saying nothing. The girl silently looks at the flower, hesitation what to do with her. However, it faces a royal knight, who constantly asks where the Aldo is, and at the same time tries to testify to him in love. Curran realizes that the smile of Earl Clark Raymond is again false. He lifts the corners of his lips and looks at her straight, trying to cause trust, but it is only a mask. The girl feels that she is already tired of tolerating the aristocracy. When Kuruni learned that Aldo was going to leave the team, she did not even understand him, and only offended him a little. Now the heroine understands him well. Before his eyes, there is an image where the young man smiles sincerely and tells a friend who goes to a New Orleans because he wants to finally live quietly and measured. The girl goes on a dark lane. In her hands she has a magic wand and a bag with things. The heroine suddenly remembers that Aldo told her where she was going to go, in a small village. Seeing the bright light at the end of the transition, the former teacher of the School of Magic realizes that living quietly among ordinary people is not bad. She decides to teach them magic and convey her knowledge on. The action is transferred to a sunny city where lively life prevails. People walk the streets, communicate with each other, and do their own business. Horseflowers carry sleighs with different goods, shops open, and sellers invite buyers. The girl sighs heavily, closes her eyes, and quietly says that all that is happening to her is actually the best. Boys and girls in the villages passing by Corinne were interested in magic even more than the children of the nobility. Their eyes glowed even brighter. Perhaps this future was what a teacher from a magic school dreamed of, becoming a mentor for such children. The girl stood in the middle of the crowd and thought of how Aldo lives now. After all, most of the time he only owned the sword. He really knows how to hunt, but with growing vegetables he probably does not work out. The heroine sits in a trolley and remembers Aldo again. He has never expressed a desire to care for girls, so she does not believe that the protagonist will soon find a girlfriend. Apparently, he is lonely now. Corinne smiles unconsciously when he imagines that he can once become a bride of a young boy. However, she tries to reject these thoughts, even if they bring her joy. The events are carried a few hours ahead. Dark clouds hang over the capital of the kingdom. A heavy rain begins. Due to the thick rain, almost nothing is visible. The hero in the black cloak goes somewhere, walking quietly through the puddles. It has a dark hood that hides half of the face. His lips squeezed, and he does not speak a word. The stranger in dark clothes stops near the Raimodi house, which impresses with his grandeur, and looks carefully at the illuminated windows. The knight Zoke removes his clothes, his hair, and the whole suit is soaked to the thread. He squeezes his fists and asks the prince why he came here in such weather. A young prince sits in front of a middle-aged man. He briefly and clearly brings him an important news. By order of the king, one who killed a dragon named Aldred must be returned. Zahak asks whether people are looking for Aldred King. I immediately have an image of a ruler sitting on a throne in expensive clothes and talking about something. Smiling, the inscription says it is so, but in reality, only Zaca can cope with this difficult task. Realizing that everything is not so easy, the man asks whether Clark thought again something suspicious. The young man, smiling, is comfortable on the couch and is wondering whether the dark-haired grandfather is not in a bad mood today. Clark realized that Zoak could still not forget about Aldred and the desire for revenge. The face of the man immediately became gloomy, and his lips clenched in a thin line. He answered nothing. Noticing the mood change, the graph asks what the eerie face of Zoak has now. But he does not receive the answer. The man just turns his back and says he will find Aldo. The Earl said that according to the latest data, some suspicious person left the kingdom and went west. Zoak listened carefully to all the information collected. Clark reports that it is likely that neither the Empire of Vespani nor the Kingdom of Silpha stands behind it. The witness information coincides over time of his disappearance. Most likely, the traveler who went west was Aldred. This is evidenced by the words of the farmer, whom the guy helped the road. Sighing, Zoak notes that the protagonist intervenes again in other people's affairs, and this time such help can turn into problems for him. When a man is still in the room, the Count assumes that he wants to ask something else. He agrees and clarifies whether Aldred can be destroyed in any way. Clark looks directly at the mercenary and says he is ready to do everything he needs. But the most important thing is not to kill it. The main character must remain alive. The Earl crosses his legs and watches the dark figure. Zaka again goes into the night drain to do its work. A man with a tight mouth looks forward. Rain drops flow on his face, and in his thoughts, he gives himself a word. This time, he will not allow Aldrin to escape. The events are transferred to the garden, where the main character, along with the flora, sit side by side. The young man notices the radish that looks from the ground and asks if it can be pulled out. The girl, leaning a little forward, allows him to do it. Aldred grabs the radish with the fingers, shouts loudly, "Come on!" and with all his power pulls it out of the earth. Seeing this, the girl smiles happily, because the boy did everything right. The young man admires perfectly round radish, calling her a real miracle. Now he finally understands what Jo Flora said when she spoke about harvesting. The girl, clapping her hands, says that Aldo-san understands perfectly, because she felt the same thing when she collected vegetables in her garden. The guy invites Flora to pull the next plant together because they grew this crop for two. He believes that it will be unfair if everyone honors gets 1-1. Suddenly the girl shudders with pain and drops to her knees, shaking slightly. The guy tilts herself with her and asks what happened. Flora replies that she hurts after that night because it was the first time for her. The hero realizes that he is guilty and apologizes that he has bent. His companion replies that everything is well, just a little uncomfortable. The girl gently pulls the radish from the ground, touching her fingertips. Another ripe and juicy, both of them seem so appetizing. The guy reaches her grown vegetables, inviting her to taste the crop. The hero and a young girl are happy to bite even warm from the sun of radish. When Aldo chews and crumbles vegetables, he notices that he tastes rather sweet and barely spicy. Flora believes that this combination is perfect. Aldo begins to joke that he could eat the whole mountain of radish, but the guy doubts that it is possible. Heroes decide to cook radish salad and try to collect as much harvest as possible for breakfast. Holding baskets in your hands, Aldo asks if you can plant a radish in the same place again. The Flora replies that the remains of the old crop must first be harvested. Only then, as she says, will you be able to think about new plantings. When they return home with large harvests together, the protagonist says that it is worth trying to expand the field. Then, the next time the harvest will be even greater than before. Standing on the doorstep of the house, Flora is aware of the care. Only later does it come to her that it is her own home, not a stranger. She becomes even more embarrassing from that, and she does not even respond to Aldo laughter. The girl shyly holds the basket in her hands and confesses that after yesterday, you will not change anything. The protagonist favorably laughs and sincerely apologizes for his behavior. Flora asks Aldo if he can go to her home, as if to his own. This protagonist replies that Elga-san would be too difficult for Elga-san, and he himself is not able to. Taking a basket from Flora, the guy offers to help her, but she refuses, saying that everything is well and it doesn't take much time. In addition, Flora wants to personally cook food for the main character. Aldo no longer resists. She thanks the girl in a confusedly confused manner and allows her to do everything she thought. The Flora takes an apron and asks whether it can be worn. The protagonist agrees, watching she tie a bow on her back. The girl returns to the young man and asks him to wait a little while she prepares the food. She stands in the apron so as not to contaminate her clothes, but on her head has a wreath that decorates it well. All the cheeks were striped. He cannot look from the heroine and now considers her very sweet, especially when she is in this apron. After a while, the Flora covers on the table and apologizes for a long expectation. But the guy does not even pay attention to it. He is more interested in the bright red color of the dishes. Flora explains that he became so through radish. The girl thinks that now the dishes look even more appetizing. The protagonist considers every dish prepared for today. The young man proposes to start eating as soon as possible, and the Flora holds on the chair, pushes it, and slowly sits. However, she still feels inconvenient and feels pain after yesterday's events. The girl squeezes his fists and invites the boy to start eating, because she is interested in seeing his reaction. The hero wishes everyone delicious and lifts a spoonful of soup to his mouth. After that, he chooses every dish with special attention to feel its taste and notices that the food is really wonderful. He was especially remembered by a pleasant taste of radish. The protagonist notices that the Flora does not eat anything and asks what is the matter. She replies with a smile that he just wants to see how he will taste her dish, because she always dreamed of cooking something for a loved one. Aldo, a little coughing to hide her embarrassment from the herd, asks Flora whether she really looked at him all the time he was at home for the first time. The young girl began to justify herself, they say, could not do otherwise. She was already resigned to the idea that he would never meet the boy who she likes. But that's when the same guy suddenly appeared on the threshold of her home. It cheered him up. Seeing a smile on the young man's face, Flora asks if her words were so funny. She looks at me with regret and bites a piece of dish that she has just cooked. The protagonist looks at a girl with a bright smile and says he just thinks, a regular breakfast becomes special when his beloved Flora sits next to him. The hero mentally notes that life near a loved one changes everything around. Ordinary things become more fun and bring more joy. At the same time, the former teacher of the School of Magic came off the cart and went the other path to find Aldo. Zack's mercenary also follows. He is also looking for the protagonist, but his intentions are far from peaceful. The Zaka acts on the order of the king and the count. The guy does not even know about it. He just enjoys breakfast with a friend and dreams that such silence lasts forever. After a few days of living together with Aldo and Flora, the girl will have to return home. She collects her things with her lover and is surprised by her unexpected confession. Having put underwear and other things with a neat pile, Flora says that her mother and dad allowed her to stay in this house. However, she misses them very much and dreams of visiting because she missed her. To arrange everything, Flora looks at the hero with hope, hoping that he will be near her while traveling. She does not want to go on the road. The hero is a little embarrassed by such an unexpected offer, but with a smile he replies that, of course, he will go with his companion. After all, they are now a couple, which means that it is worth visiting Elgas and Fiona, the parents of his fiancée. However, this is not all he wanted to say. The man hesitates for a moment and his friend closely monitors him, full of curiosity and expectation. Having scratched himself behind his ear, the main character is aware that he wants to ask for a Flora's hand for her parents. Usually, as a wedding ceremony takes place, depends on whether a couple lives in the city or in the village. However, if there is a church nearby, then the couple gives a vow there. Otherwise, it can be announced at a general meeting, for example, when celebrating the harvest. If the village is small and there are no such holidays, then you should get the usual consent from each parent separately. After that, the Flora pauses and presses hands to the chest. The protagonist looks closely at her and is silent, fearing that something could happen. The guy leans slightly lower to look into the face of a girl who is hidden by her hair. But as soon as he wants to ask something, the Flora suddenly cries and presses his hand to his lips, so as not to cry out aloud. Aldo fades with surprise. He looks shocked by the girl's tears and does not know how to treat her now. The young man decides to ask if he did something wrong. He may have hurried too much. But the Flora, through tears, replies that it is not about it. The reason for her tears is quite different. She lifts her head and smiles sincerely, wiping her fingers on her palms. The girl says she just became happy after heard. It apologizes if she scared the guy with his tears. Apparently, it is at this moment that the main character understands that he was not mistaken in his choice of companion. He smiles gladly, gently touches the girl's cheeks, gently holds his palm, and wipes hot tears that roll down. The characters stand in the middle of the room and gently hug each other. Flora presses his head against Aldo's shoulder, and the protagonist thanks to her companion for accepting him as he is. When his beloved Aldo finally calmed down, the guy finally offers her business. But everything is different. On the threshold, at the open door, Karina meets the boy with the girl. No one was waiting for this visit. The man was a little confused, but still congratulated the unexpected guest and hopes that she would not speak unnecessarily. Karina laughs quietly and conducts her conversations without choosing the topics. She notes that Aldo and Flora finally began to meet, although she thought it would happen much later, because the protagonist fails to cope with love at all, and Flora has long been known for his indecision. All this was angered by the boy, and he struck the girl, ordering her to silence. Karina immediately began to shout, not understanding why the protagonist did so, but the guy replied that he did it for prevention. After calming down, the girl notes that Flora and Aldo are a wonderful couple. Then she corrects and adds that they are not just in love, but the bride and groom. The young man loudly states that they and their lover right now go to formal permission, but Flora is very embarrassed and asks him not to talk about such aloud. Karina, too embarrassed, notes even louder that now the rumors will fly over to all the New Orleans. The girl hides behind the shoulder of the main character. To change the uncomfortable atmosphere, he turns to Karina and asks about events in the forest. Karina smiles, but still answers. After all, it came. The girl will vigorously wave her hands, showing delight. She says that the red bear was already brought, and then her team collected all the meat and useful materials that he could find. Karina recalls how, together with his comrades, they collected materials. Many small monsters coincided with the smell of red fluid, but the hunters were enough to repel the attack without any injuries. She is glad that everything was without any difficulty. Yesterday, the girl wanted to bring Aldo meat, but the teacher told her to leave the boy alone and bring dried meat next time. The hero was coughing to attract attention and asked when it would be possible to enter the forest. Karina replied that if new dangerous monsters did not appear, it is likely that it can be done in 4 or 7 days. The young man thanked for his help and went to Elgas's house with Flora. Karina wished them good luck and advised them to be careful on the road. They hugged goodbye and moved on. For a while, Flora and Aldo reached a good girl's home. They were immediately met by their mom with their dad, who gladly welcomed the characters and said they were waiting for them, and also congratulated on their return. The girl's father vigorously presses the young man, smiles warmly. The protagonist wishes him a good day and looks at the man carefully. The girl's mother invites everyone to go to the living room. The Flora is closer to mom. The woman notices that her daughter became even happier and more beautiful than before and advises to hurry until the food has cooled. The table in the house was generously covered. It stood a variety of dishes. The guy noted that the food looks very appetizing. Fiona thought that if her daughter came with her lover, then it is worth cooking as much delicious food as possible. They all sat at one table as a real family. Everyone raised the glasses and celebrated what they have become one family now. Flora's father smiles widely, and the girl is wondering what happened to his face. The man holds a glass in his hands and looks happy. The man says that he is very pleased with this event. because Flora is not just a friend Aldo, now she has brought him to the house as her boyfriend. The young and naive girl is embarrassed and asks Dad not to continue this conversation. But Fiona, on the contrary, supports her husband. She says that from the time Aldo-san came from New Orleans, she watched them together and waited for them to become a couple. The woman is moved by her daughter's behavior and her red face. Elgas, twisting a glass in his hand, said that every time Flora invited Aldo for lunch, they and his wife wondered if something was shifting in their relationship. The protagonist bows his head and apologizes for his weakness. Flora jumped off the table and shouted that Aldo-san was not a slice, and now she wants to protect him. The girl continues to tell and explains that the protagonist at that time did not notice her desperate hints at all and barely remembers the events that happened 9 years ago. Flora parents listen carefully and ask her to tell even more. Meanwhile, Aldo cannot understand whether his lover now supports him or vice versa, even more humiliates. Continuing his story, Flora says that the protagonist took care of her very well and fought bravely with the monster to save her. She asks no longer to call Aldo weak. The father of the main character, after her words, smiles gently, closes her eyes and quietly, with understanding, says, "Clearly." Turning to her husband, Elsa says that if it were not Aldo, their daughter would not sit in this room now. He and his wife are grateful to him for it. Fiona and Elga are leaning before the hero as a sign of respect and gratitude, but the hero stops them and says it is not necessary. The guy explains that it is natural for him, because he seeks to save the one he loves. But the head of the family notes that even if the flora is very expensive for someone, not everyone dares to fight the monster and overcome their own fear. Flora and Aldo look at each other, smile and nod their heads. So the girl hints to the boy that he can make the suggestion they were talking about in the morning. Having interrupted all thanks and honoring, the guy returns to the surprised head of the family. Although everyone is embarrassed now and ashamed, he understands. It is time to take himself. The protagonist goes from the table, turns his parents and his beloved. It is noticeable that he is worried before saying something. The Aldo says the names of Elgis and Fiona loudly. The protagonist's girlfriend looks carefully at him, holding his breath and pressing his hands to his chest. The wife of the head of the family attaches the palm to the mouth, sighing in surprise. The young man loudly states that he wants to marry Flora, so he turns to the family for their approval and blessing. Flora kept her breath, looking at the hero, then her parents. She is as tense and with excitement awaits the answer as her lover. The son of Aldo, to show respect for the family, bows low and closes his eyes, hoping in the thoughts that he will agree and be able to marry the girl. He does not notice it, but Elgis and Fiona are overwhelmed by smiles. These views speak more than words. The girl seems to understand what is happening and is silent. The mother of Flora gives her consent and asks to marry their daughter. Father, Elgis, says he sees no reason to deny if the San is her elect. He proposes to announce the wedding at this year's crop. Both parents treat this positively. The guy is raised and looks as if he cannot believe what is happening, not fully realizing it. He hears Elgas agrees, and even agrees to support their marriage. After that, the protagonist turns his head to the future bride and is happy to call her to himself. Aldo and Flora, who were allowed to marry, are now overwhelmed by happiness. The girl rushes around the young man's neck, hugs him firmly, and cries with joy, wiping tears. Flora parents watch this with the same joy, and Fiona also rubs his eyes, wiping exciting tears. Suddenly a new life begins for him. Talking to the head of the family, the guy asks in surprise if he really becomes the next Norland's elder. Surveying the back of the back when Elgis asked if the protagonist did not really know it and forgot that Flora was his daughter, he looked like a yes. Understanding the true state of things, the man asks whether the guy did not forget that Flora's father was the village. The guy excuses and confesses that he considered Flora Elgis all this time. The man is not angry at all, but only laughs and says that the sand is sometimes very inattentive. Elgis's wife appeals to Flora to take good care of her groom. The girl embarrasses, rolls her eyes, and agrees. After the conversation, it is time to dessert. Behind a cup of tea and a delicious Flora cheesecake and the protagonist have a conversation. They laugh and look extremely happy. Elgis interrupts silence and turns to everyone. He confesses that when he sees his daughter next to this young man, he involuntarily covers joy. Then he asks if the ancient dream of Flora has come true, and this question makes the future newlyweds a little bent. Fiona shares the secret of her daughter. She says that 9 years ago Flora cried when Aldo left the village. The girl is ashamed and tries to stop her mother so that she does not mention the past. The mother remembers how the Flora was crying into a pillow for hours. She explains why it was needed and wants Aldo at least a little to understand, which is why she has to go through an adult when she tries to calm her baby. The Flora covers the red cheeks with your hands, and the main character watches it with a warm smile. The guy laughed quietly, turned to his bride and thanked her, glad that there was a person who was constantly taking care of him. The girl does not know what to say, so just replies that he also rejoices. After all these stories and the words of her cheeks were covered with a blush, Aldo decides to find out from Fiona how further history has unfolded, but not knowing where to go, covers his face with his hands and becomes shaking something under his nose. The father of the family continues to talk about Fiona. He says his daughter was so upset that even his favorite dishes could not reassure her, not to mention all the efforts of his parents. The girl looks at her parents, fearing that they will now be issued. Elgis's wife says that Flora was upset because she could not answer the protagonist's questions about flowers. She turned to her mother and asked her to tell her everything she knew about these flowers. It looked very cute. Noticing the Flora blushed as if the tomato, the girl's mother laughed and wondered if it was worth continuing. However, the young lady asked to stop because she became very awkward. The girl's father eventually adds that then the Flora was very confident and the girl herself is already shouting that she is time to end. At that moment, he begins to tremble and tears roll on his cheeks. He can no longer cope with his feelings. At the table, everyone was noticeably concerned. The beloved of the main character immediately wondered what happened and looked at him with anxious. The guy in a trembling voice replies that he is sorry because he never had such a family. That is why he was so captured by everything he saw and heard now. Fiona and Elgas are concerned. The man tries to reassure the hero and help him to be left. He says they are now one family, so you do not have to rely on each other. Fiona adds that it is very joyful to see such unity and understanding. The protagonist begins to apologize, but suddenly Flora runs to him, hugs firmly, and presses against him, closing his eyes. Tears shine in her eyes, but she still supports a loved one, assuring that it's all right now. Aldo looks confused and does not know how to respond to it. The protagonist squeezes the maiden palm even more, and tears roll from his thick eyelashes. The Flora reassures, now they are together, and there is nothing to worry about. The guy thanks her very much for these words. Going into the yard, the girl looks at the suitcases with things and says that first you need to move them. The guy nods, agreeing, and is ready to help. Elgis pulls a cart on the wheels and suggests Aldo to use it to make it easier. The protagonist thanks for his care. The man decides to help Aldo so that he does not have to carry all the cargo himself, and they take a cart home together. Elgis pushes behind, and the guy goes in front. The man looks out and turns to the guy, explaining that his words are not concerned with the elder of the village. Наразі головному герою не потрібно ставати старостою. The head of the family also explains that it is not so old as to leave their position. First, the guy needs to get used to living in his rhythm. Switching heavily, Aldo agrees and thinks why he generally decided this, why he so urgently needed to become an elder. When the guy returns home, he thanks the man for his help and promises to handle himself. Elgas says Aldo has worked well today, so he advises him to dine well. The events move to Karina, her two sisters and their girlfriend. The girl shares everyone who learned about Aldo and Flora. Together, they are interested in whether the main character plans to marry. Karina evades all questions. She awkwardly explains that they had to get some official permission or something like that. After that, the girl wishes everyone good luck, goes to cook a red bear meat, and then asks whether she does not need to help. Aisha is surprised. She cannot believe that two people who have not even been able to communicate normally can now create a connection stronger than simple love or friendship. Toka believes that the newlyweds will need furniture, and also thinks that Aldo will have to finish the home for Flora. Aisha covers her face with her hand and grunts. Recently, this girl turned to her for the advice of love because she did not understand anything about it, and now she is getting married. The girl's face is horror. She suddenly imagined that if everything goes on, the children who will call Akis aunt will appear in Aldo and Flora. The current does not understand why his girl reacts so strangely. Tox laughs at the fact that Aisha will soon become aunt, and she is offended because she has more chances to do so than a boyfriend. He jokes that he will be engaged in the manufacture of furniture for a new couple because if there is demand, there will be an offer. Other simply silently watches everything that is happening. The dispute does not fade, but on the contrary, it flaves even more. He is convinced that no one wants to spend all his life near Aisha. The girl is convinced that even it is impossible to imagine a boy with someone else, and it is not even about children. They take turns and offend each other. Sighing, Ene silently watches the couple and thinks when they will finally start meeting. Fiona helps your daughter with packaging. She carefully decomposes every bag and jar in a box, and her daughter at this time is passionate about something else. The woman turns her head to the Flora and sees a girl with long hair who holds a painted plate. The mother of Flora goes closer and says that the daughter can take a plate with her. The girl looks back to Voice and asks whether she is really allowed, because this plate was the most beloved in her mother's collection. In response, the woman carefully puts plates in the girl's hands and says that these plates will help to create new good memories with Aldo. Holding the Flora, the main character's mother reminds her that the girl always has a place where she can return. This is her home. Tears shine in the eyes of the girl, but she does not look away from her mother and squeezes her hands even more. Saying goodbye, mother and daughter hugging each other firmly, giving freedom to tears and feelings. The head of the family stands around the room, quietly cries, closing his face with his hands without interfering with their farewell. Aldo and Flora together roll a cart with things. The guy goes in front and pulls heavy load behind him. Suddenly, the girl slipped and shouted. An unpleasant case is already behind. The main character asks what happened. The girl looks out from behind a pile of things and says she just broke up. Suddenly, the characters hear a voice that is wondering if they are all right. Residents offer help one by one if the card seems too heavy. However, Aldo politely refuses, saying that he does not want to bother others. One of the residents is worried about the Flora and asks whether she was fine with her because she heard that the girl was attacked by a monster. Flora replies that she did not even get any scratches and everything behind. Then the woman wondered why such a young girl in general went to the depths of the forest. Flora thinks that she is now answering. Another resident interferes with the conversation. He says that the girl then went to the special flower that grows in pairs. After a while, the peasants helped to push the cart from things to the house of the newlyweds, and Aldo thanked everyone for their help. From the crowd, someone loudly asks what happened to the flower at the end. In response, another person says that everything became clear when Flora moved to Aldo. The protagonist, with a genuine smile, approaches his beloved and gently takes her hand just in front of all present. The Flora scares and returns to the guy, covering his mouth with his palm. At that moment, the main character reports that he, along with his beloved, dream of marrying at the feast. The crowd happily exclaims and applauds, all overflowing with happiness. One of the people boldly states that if Aldo dares to offend their floor, he will deal with him. It lasts all day. Everyone in the crowd is in a hurry to approach the characters. Everyone wants to know more about their decisions and ask about weddings. The Aina and Aisha's sisters meet the main character, greet him with a future wedding, and say that they were also glad that Algus and others were accepted. The young man thanked the girls for the greeting and explained that he wanted to tell them about everything before, but was busy with other cases. Now he decided to finally share everything himself. Meanwhile, Aldo notices how the token is getting closer. Crossing his hands on his belt, the young man asks if he really decided to get married. And this question is anxious to the hero. Laughing, the protagonist's friend says that Flora is extremely shy, and Aldo is not sensitive at all. No one could imagine that they would become a couple so quickly. The guy is already beginning to regret that he has decided to talk about his relationship. Getting rid of jokes, Toka begins to think more prudently. He believes that new furniture will be needed for the newly created family. The protagonist thinks about it, and his friend does not understand what to think about here. The guy proposes to expand the house, and the protagonist comes out of his reflections, thinking what this extension means and why it is needed. Toka explains that there are sometimes quarrels in any family, and then individual rooms can be useful. The guy did not even think that controversy between lovers is a common thing. To get away from the quarrel, the main character's friend translates the conversation to another, and says that when the couple has a baby, she will still need a separate room. It scares Aldo. Will he have to appear so early? Noticing confusion, a friend jokes that little kittens always need someone. This behavior only annoyed the guy. He asked Tavak if he had fun, but Tavak did not even understand what he was asked. Suddenly, the protagonist rushes after Blondin, wanting to give him a whirlwind, and grunts that he will still dance when he decides to get married. Hearing the conversation about the wedding, one of the sisters wondered if I decided to finally marry. She suggested that it may have been time to offer his older sister for the bride. Aisha keeps away from others. She thinks that the flora has changed a lot during this time, but she still remembers the same tips about love. He smiles with his friends, but realizes that he is unlikely to live quietly while staying in the capital of the kingdom. Earlier, he did not even dare to think about what is happening now. The events are transferred to the capital of Avalon. The king exclaims the name of Baruch. Breaking out of the throne, the old man asks in excitement when he will finally find Alder. The man quietly tells himself that the guy acted with caution, almost left no traces, so it will take time to search. The old man does not like this answer. He begins to shout even louder, asking what will happen if Aldrida is the first to find other kingdoms or some aristocrats. It requires to act immediately. But of all who gathered in the throne room, only the Earl knows that one person is already heading here and almost reached his goal. The events are transferred to the Karuna that goes to Norland. She looks carefully at the map and realizes that she is moving in the right direction. The sorceress sees the image of the main character. She thinks whether Aldo is surprised if she meets her again. It may be moved and hugged it. But all these dreams suddenly interrupts a short laughter. She returns to reality because she understands perfectly what is impossible. However, Karun would definitely not deny. With the same thoughts, she again goes on the road, singing a familiar tune under her nose. The main character returns home. Overcoming the rise to the mountain, he looks at the house. Now he lives not only here. Opening the door, the guy smiles and says he is already at home. His eyes are wide open, as if he saw the girl for the first time. Flora stands at the kitchen table, decomposes all the things, including the plates that her mother gave her. Seeing on the threshold of her lover, the girl smiles. She is distracted from her affairs and rejoices in the return of her son Aldo. Now they can remain alone and relax from all the fuss. The protagonist puts his hand on the heart and holds her tears. The girl is interested in what happened to Aldo-san, and he replies that he is very glad because every day he is increasingly convinced he was exactly where it should. The girl smiles, wimming his tears carefully with a handkerchief. She understands these feelings because she is waiting for a person's dear to her all day. They sit on a single couch, hugging, and the Flora thanks Aldo for their help with moving to a new home. The young man replies that this is nothing special, and he is always ready to support her. The girl smiled even wider and said that this time she rests on her lover. In response, the guy assured that he would also trust the Flora. After their views met and the conversation subsided, Flora and Aldo finally reach each other to give a long-awaited kiss. Finally, the lips of a girl and a boy are found in a gentle kiss. They give each other all the concern and affection that has not been enough lately. The Flora whispers quietly during a kiss and gradually moves away. The girl says only 2 words, asks her to take her to the bedroom, and the protagonist immediately understands everything without unnecessary explanations. He does not express her because he wants the same as his future bride. The young man picks up a surprised girl in his arms and carries her to the bedroom. Both at this moment is ashamed, but at the same time, it is an instant memory for life. The Flora huddles even more strongly to the hero's shoulder, and he hugs her even harder. The young man goes to bed and gently puts the Flora on a soft, clean bed. She looks at the bottom of her pants and asks her eyes what to do next. As soon as she is about to ask an obvious question, the guy says, aware that all this confusion happened only because of a small kiss. In order not to press on the main character, Aldo tells her that she is not obliged today to communicate with him or somehow help. He realizes that the girl is still experiencing pain after that night and wants to relieve tension a little. Despite this reservation, Flora assures that everything is fine. Aldo helped her very much while moving, so she wants to thank you for your support. Aldred scratched his back and wanted to deny something, but the girl insisted on her. She was convinced that if he does not work now, she would find exactly what to help. But the guy still gave way. He had already matured a plan that he had very much to try. The girl slowly removes her clothes, remaining only in a tight corset. She is very embarrassed and asks again whether he really wants to do with her what he conceived, admiring her rounded shapes. The guy is thrown back on the bed, holding himself with his hands so that he does not fall. He confidently says that he wants that exactly, and after that, the Flora will be able to touch his muscles as much as he wants. But when the Virgin reaches out to the bow on her corset to unleash him, the guy stops her and asks to stay in clothes. The heroine swept her round shapes with both hands, giving them special importance and creating a barely tangible friction between them. The girl notes that they are getting very hot between them, but at the same time she burns this heat even more. It cautiously begins to move soft rounds in your hands and rub them one against one. From such touches, the guy sighs and shudders strongly. He grabs her thin fingers on the bed and turns his head away. To make sure that she is doing everything right, the Flora seems whether it is really necessary to do so. In response, the man, having taken his breath, confesses that he really likes what she does, and it brings him pleasure. Looking at the outstandingness of what is happening between them, Flora continues to act as he was asked, and the main character only begs not to stop. Events become even more intense. The girl screams and feels that something will happen to her body, but does not have time to contract. Her clothing begins to rush from such a frantic speed with which everything happens. The heroine exhales warm air and says that she is very hot, especially after her clothes broke and ended. Tired after a new and exciting experience, the guy lies his head on the pillow and rests, almost falling asleep. Flora, shaking his chin on his palm, watches carefully. The girl remembered the promise she was given. She solved the knot on the main character's shirt and carefully held her hand on his muscles. When her palm touched her breast, the Flora barely restrained so as not to exclaim from admiration. The only thing Aldo cannot understand is whether his beloved really attracts his muscles. He never gets the answer to this question, and the girl, meanwhile, carefully examines his muscles, touches on them, and eventually comfortable on his chest. Flora decided to raise someone's hand to quietly lie down with the boy and fall asleep in such a pose. It was overflowing with happiness because of everything that happened lately, and especially because of what happened last night. The next morning, the young man told the girl in the kitchen that Aisha and Toa had already come. Flora hurried to finish her business, and the main character, interested, looked through the wall. Right in front of him are delicious lunchboxes with different sandwiches and snacks inside. Smiling, Flora confesses that she overdone a little. She was not on the picnic for a long time and did not know what to cook. They collect food baskets together. The guy tells how much he is happy because it will be their first common picnic. His beloved also shares with him this sincere admiration. All friends have long been waiting at the entrance to the house. The main character goes outside in the hat and is happy to welcome everyone. Toki notices that the guy all glows with joy. Going to Toa Kanisha, Flora whispered, says that Aldo will be the first picnic, so he is very glad. It is strange for Aisha, because all four have already chosen a place together. In the meantime, the guy just looks at the side and enjoys good weather. The young man strongly states that it is time to go on the road. However, Aisha interrupts the idol and reminds him of the main task, to collect the fruits of eco. The characters come to the field where wheat and corn grows. The bright and hot sun will blind their eyes. Young sprouts of wheat stretch up, and there are so many that the edges are not visible. All four go together, having fun talking and laughing. They are preparing to start working on the field. In its new summer things, Flora looks easy and sweet to this day. She liked the compliment, and she smiles happily. In response, the girl makes a compliment to the hero's clothes. In her opinion, he also looks great and fresh. Compliments and conversation continue. Flora learns that the hero thinks of her hat. He says he looks very good and suits her. Smiling, the girl promises that the next time you will weave an even cute straw hat. Blinded by the happiness of a couple in love, Aisha does not notice how she is turning and starting to fall down. At the same moment, Toka has time to grab her for the waist. He immediately asks whether she was fine with her and whether she was injured. Aisha, with a little shoot, quickly turns around and goes in the opposite direction. But nothing special happened. She just slipped. Happens. All four friends reached a tree with exotic fruits. Flora wondered what they needed for, and she answered that these fruits came out an extremely delicious jam. Aisha lifts his head and looks at the tree, thinking about whether there are at least some fruits left there. Tokei is doubting this, because other peasants also want to collect as many fruits as possible for themselves. Tokes proposes to leave all the baskets with food and split to find even more trees with the fruits they need. All four look around and look for fruits, but the main character is immersed in his thoughts and does not join them. Aisha noticed this and turns to Aldo to find out what he is doing. The guy calmly explains that he now checks whether there are no dangerous animals nearby. The girl, laughing, notices that before that, the hero was cheerful, and then suddenly changed only one with his fingers. She asks him no longer to make such a frightening face so unexpectedly. The protagonist, to attract attention, points to a hollow tree and says that ferrets are hiding there. Aisha is getting closer to see it. A small ferret looks out of a small hole and looks at unexpected guests carefully. The young guy explains that strange sounds were made of this tree, and behavior was very similar to that of such animals. Aisha is interested in why the hero is so meticulously paying attention to such little things. The protagonist reassures that he has gained this skill during the adventure, so there is nothing to worry about. While they were looking at ferrets with the girl, they suddenly heard a voice that reported the found tree. Four together went up and began to watch everything that was happening. Considering the situation, Tonink decided that the fruits are really in this place, but they hang quite high. Flora believes that it will not be easy to collect them, and Aisha agrees with her. Toge is convinced that in other trees the situation is the same. Then the main character asks what to do next. Perhaps it is worth looking for fruits elsewhere. The hero finds a way out of the situation. He decides to climb a tree and collect fruit. He reassures the girl, saying that he should not worry, because he has good things. When Aldo was still an adventurer, he often had to climb tall trees. Aisha is sure that Flora has nothing to worry about. Aldo is not a simple guy, but an experienced former adventurer, so you can rely on him. The young man is asked. He asks the girls to show where the fruit grows on the tree, and they agree to help him. The hero climbs a tree and says that he will now drop the fruit, and you need to catch them with a shirt. Here the hero turns to a high branch and thinks about how long he was climbing trees for the last time. He decides to stand up here and enjoy the beautiful landscape. Gathering all his strength and focusing, the main character approaches the first fruits and throws them Toke. He calmly catches them with his shirt, lifting it up. The guy was worried that he could not be able to catch these fruits. He was convinced that his reaction was not as bad as Aisha believes. To stop the controversy, Flora took the fruit and put it in the basket. Aisha also shows where the fruits grow. There are 3 of them, and they all lie on the left. The hero finds these fruits, but hiding in the bushes, begins to worry and afraid that he will not be able to get them. Flora says that there are 2 more on the other hand, and maybe even 4 fruits. The young guy quickly runs down and breaks them. In fact, several fruits remain on the top of the tree, but everyone decides that it is already enough. It is time for the protagonist to descend from height to the ground. In addition, there are other trees that need to be inspected, so you should not stop only one. Toka notices that from such a height, he will not have time to save Aldo if he suddenly falls. He finally climbed the tree again. Aldo cleverly and confidently climbs the branches, cutting the fruit. At first, he throws them on a friend's shirt, and then the fruits fall into a basket that holds his lover. At first, everyone was convinced that nothing could be harvested in the forest, but thanks to the skill of Aldo, fruit baskets quickly filled at the top. After hard work, all 4 spread the blanket and settled on the ground, starting their long, dreamed picnic. Aisha noticed that the Flora was very nervous and hurried to explain. She worries if her boyfriend would fall. But then, Flora relaxed, had a taste, and even started giving her own advice. Turning away from friends, the girl notes that Aldo acted very quickly and cleverly, and even a little entertained her. Toka noticed that thanks to the advice of Flora, the main character became more fun and energetic. The girl turned to her lover and asked Sam if she was angry. The guy just smiled, because he had no reason for anger. The hero finds a funny, mischievous rice in the girl, which seems to him very sweet. The girl blushes, covers the cheeks with her hands, and answers nothing. One of the boyfriend's friends began to be interested in whether the girl's mischievous behavior with her inheritance was not related. But the girl exclaims that it is possible, but she does not look like her mother at all. Aisha suddenly jumps out of the plaid, becomes bare feet on him, and seriously returns to his girlfriend. She says all this is really great. But then Aisha suddenly rushes to hug the Flora, with tears in his eyes, and asks whether these 9 years of waiting were worth it. Everyone thinks that the girl is just drunk because she drank a whole bottle of wine. Aisha returns to the main character and warns him, let him be careful with the Flora, because if her girlfriend sheds tears, she will not forgive it. For Flora, this sounds unexpected and causes embarrassment. Smiling, Aldo soothes the girl who drank. He tells her that nothing wrong will happen, and assures that it is very important for him to protect his beloved. A blond young man licks his finger and asks a girl who huddles to Flora why she cries and whether alcohol really affects her sensitivity. An annoyed girl pushes him. The guy assures her that they should not be ashamed, and Flora with Aldo simply watching everything that is happening without interfering with the situation. Toke carries a girl on her back, barely holding, firmly clutching his shoulder. Aisha grabbed him with one hand, and her other hand sluggishly hangs down. Aldo is surprised to watch this unexpected scene. The guy throws the girl on the sofa, asks her to calm down, and sighs hard, tired after her nose from the forest. Toke puts her hands on his sides and tries to persuade the girl to calm down, but she only shouts something unclear even more loudly, clearly rejoicing that she was able to drink so much. Near Flora, he notices with a slight smile that Aisha usually drinks moderately and almost never allows himself to overdo it with alcohol. This happens very rarely. An annoyed man is dissatisfied with his tongue, scratching his nape and paying attention that Aisha has been behaving strange lately, especially after she learned about the future wedding of Flora. Aldo looks thoughtfully at her girl, who is already sleeping quietly, immersed in a sweet sleep. And so he notices that when his best friend marries, strange and confusing thoughts begin to swarm in his head. Noticing that Aisha has fallen asleep, he, annoying in the toes, begins to call her loudly, demanding that she wakes up. But the girl does not respond at all to his exclamations. The Flora just smiles awkwardly and, trying to discharge the atmosphere, offers Aisha to sleep a little more. However, to distract the Flora, the guy returns to her and asks whether you can eat eco-fi with raw, whether they are only suitable for jam. The Flora looks at him and confirms with a smile that these fruits are quite edible and fresh. Sandwiches with fruits and custard are carefully laid out on the table. Near the tray lie the same fresh fruits, and in a row there are several cups of hot tea. The hero calls everyone to join the treat. Toka sits at the table, crossing his arms on his chest, and smiles, and there is a Flora nearby. Aldo, with exultation, brings a tray with cups of tea and has fun saying that tea is ready. A man at the table, seeing so much food, cannot restrain his passion and exclaims joyfully, secretly swallowing saliva. Aisha muttered something in her sleep, but suddenly a pleasant aroma of tea came to her. From this, she instantly woke up, all in cold sweat. The girl with dissatisfaction turned her head to the dining table. She was outraged that the treat began without her. She asked why she was told nothing and why they began to eat goodies without her. Getting out of the sofa, she walked to the table, holding her head after yesterday, and surprised, seeing fresh eco-fruity on the plate. Still holding her head with her hand, Aisha began to complain of severe pain. At that time, she angrily reminded her that she was guilty of her condition, because it was Aisha that she had drank a whole bottle of wine yesterday. The hero admires that he prepared sandwiches with a steward and custard, and invites everyone to taste this unusual dish. He then shows fresh sliced fruits and invites them to dip them into a variety of flower syrups, sincerely hoping that the girl will find something to taste. Soon, Aisha says that she prepared syrups with different colors. Ren, Cassia, and Marie proudly show her culinary achievements. Aisha nods approvingly, showing that she understands how to properly eat these fruits and shares her impressions. Aisha is confidently raised from the table, holding a fork and lifting it up. Tokay and Flora are happy to look at it and smile. Later, Aisha happily announces that it is time to eat, and the desire of delicious is sound at the table. Aldo carefully twists a piece of IVF on the fork and examines it enthusiastically before putting in the mouth. Flora interested in biting a biscuit with a custard with both hands, trying to feel every crumb. And the toke does not restrain. It takes a whole piece and tastes it with a clear pleasure, carefully chewing. Aldo, chewing, gladly notices that different syrups give fruits a rich taste, especially when the sweet syrup is harmoniously combined with sour fruits. Toke closes her eyes and says that even fatigue recedes if you eat sweets. After all, today he wore a lot of difficult. He is asked to remain silent in response. Aisha bit a piece of fruit and confidently stated that the taste of jam is completely different. Flora, slightly irrelevant and blushing from surprise, sincerely advised to always mix the sour taste of eco with sweet syrup to enjoy real pleasure. Aldo examines the drink and notices that the taste changes depending on the syrup. Aisha, looking at the mug, adds that she likes like a Merryfloor syrup gives the drink a sweet and sour taste. One of the protagonist's friends notes that Aldo has a wonderful wife, and he is shaking tea from Gornyak. Flora looks at him with interest, having lost a little. The girl immediately asks not to put her in an uncomfortable position, explaining that she just married the main character. However, this reaction is only entertained. The guy notices that his girl Aisha feels not very good, so she suggests to taste the syrup from Rand. He explains that this syrup helps very well with a strong hangover. After his words, the question of this syrup immediately raises. The young man tells that this syrup is very effective. It adds strength and helps with cough. The drug is not bitter, so it is easy to drink. Among all the syrups that the Flora prepared, this is the most useful. The Flora was surprised that the Tox was so well versed in such things. Aisha looked at the guy and said she really feels a little better. But how did her girlfriend find out all this? Toke remembered how, together with a beekeeping friend, they collected honey. In this case, they had not only to drive away annoying bees, but also to dive into all the intricacies of work. A friend often shared with him interesting facts about honey and bees. At the door of the house knock loudly. Aldo turns and says he will open himself. At this point, Aisha asks Toak to take her to the same girlfriend from the apiary, but he refuses to help. Aishi, Ain's sister, appears on the threshold. She puts her hands in the sides, watches all around, everyone around, and shouts loudly whether her soul is walking his work and avoiding her responsibilities. The girl gets worse, her head hurts even more. She asks her sister not to shout so loudly, but it only annoys Ain. But she asks in Aisha if she got drunk again. Angry, she continues to shout, assuming that her sister did not appear at work because she got drunk here. The girl, holding her head, looks sick. Flora watches for everything and tries to calm the situation somehow. Tokak adds that Aisha is not always like that. Aldo says that Aisha's girlfriend marries, and this caused her a storm of feelings, joy mixed with sadness. It is because of this that she got so much. The protagonist's girlfriend explains that if Aisha immediately told everything, then it would not happen. Attempts to protect Aish from this situation only annoy her. To distract from this conversation, the Flora goes closer and asks for Ain, whether she wants to taste the fruits of Eco, which they have collected together. The girl is again interested in these fruits. At this point, a girl with her hair puts her sister on a chair and brings her a sandwich with eco-fortitions on a plate. The sister first treats it skeptical, but still hugs food and bites a piece. In the eyes of her sister, it was clear that she really liked, and Flora smiled happily. Aina said Aldo is lucky because it can taste such delicious food daily. The plan of the younger sister worked. Now Ain's drink has cooled, all thanks to the saved cream. The girl lifts another plate with a sandwich and says that Aldo helped to collect many such fruits, so her sister will be able to eat them as much as she wants. She also believes that the main character is very cool. Everyone gathered at one table. The Flora looks at the man with warmth and praises him. They say, he is a real fellow. Toke, joking, immediately calls a friend a monkey. The protagonist only shrugs and says that compared to the past, it was quite easy, and there is nothing special about it. The guy recalls that he had fallen from a much greater height during the tasks than at the moment when he collected the fruits of Eco from trees. In his imagination, there is a picture as Kaifleen helped him with magic. It was when the protagonist came and painful that his friend always came to the rescue, using his skills and magic. Now she thinks that it is the obstacle in the role of the teacher. Even in adventure, she was well aware of children, and now. The guy's head emerges the images of ancient friends, Keela and Eliata. He thinks where they have disappeared and what they do now. The events are carried to the northeast of the Empire Vespania, to the village of Lisi, to the hotel, where the former magic teacher now lives. Sitting at the table and slowly tasting the tea, the girl hears the voices of other visitors. There are lively jobs nearby. The boys discuss how the monsters have destroyed the grain fields in the neighboring village, so they must be tasked with. Claim smiles, looking at her husband at the table, and remembers how she once sat with her detachment and discussed the same questions. Where to go? What is the task of doing? What award to get? The girl gets up from the table, approaches the rack, and calls an elderly woman. She is wondering how long the road will take according to the card. The woman replies that it is about a month, and if you go alone, it may take even more time. This development of the witches of the witch is not at all liked. She thought the path would be shorter and handle in one day. But you cannot change anything, and now she will have to go further to achieve her goal. Krulin, leaving the hotel, smiles and thanks the hostess for her care and says goodbye to her. At this point, the mercenary of the Earl monitors the witch. He hid behind the wall and covered his face with a black cape. He thinks where Aldred went, the same who won the dragon. That guy disappeared suddenly, and now he is being looked for all over the kingdom, and the Zoic, meanwhile, has got a new task. He should follow one particular person. In order to grab Aldrida, Zek must monitor his former detachment, Mago Kurun, who does not know anything. The man remembers how he watched the girl and understands her route and actions. Very likely, she goes to her former friend. Appearing from the shadow, Zek stands behind Karun, keeping away from her at a distance. He is barely noticeable, but there is no kindness in his smile. While the girl is not suspected, the mercenaries are already looking forward to when he finally gets to Aldred and enforce the order. The next morning, Flora takes hard work in the garden. It pulls away weeds, plants, completely focusing on its business. The protagonist quietly approaches her from behind, almost silent. A cunning plan matures in the head of a young boy, and a smile appears involuntarily on his face. He cautiously extends his hands to a girl who does not suspect anything and simply harvests on the beds. The young man closes the Flora's eyes with his palms and asks who it is. She scares, screams loudly, and falls just on him. The girl pushed her lips and cheeks with dissatisfaction and asked not to sneak up with her so unexpectedly. Aldo laughed, because he just wanted to see how she was scared. Realizing this, Flora turned away from him with a dissatisfied look, and the main character became even more fun to watch her behavior. He apologizes to his beloved and extends her hand, helping to get up. With the other hand, he holds her straw hat, hiding it in the shade of the sun. The characters lift their eyes to the sun and get rid of its bright light. The guy tells that when he first got here, there was spring outside. Life here is so fast that you barely have time to notice how everything changes. When they were near one of the beds, Flora and Aldo took their hands. The girl said there is very little left, and soon they will collect beans and carrots. The guy nods and agrees with her. He says it is about 2 weeks. The girl shows on other beds and adds that in 3 weeks the collection of herbs and onions will begin, and then there is a turn of other plants. The man adds that the time of year will change soon. Autumn will come. Flora feels embarrassed because of this opinion. She squeezes someone's hand in her hand and says that it is at the autumn festival that a long, dreaming event will happen. The main character completes her reflections. In the fall, during the holiday, they will finally officially become a husband and wife, and this thought brings her true joy. The girl collects food for the boy so that he can hunt and wishes him good luck. She holds a small bag in her hands and passes it to her lover. The guy thanks her. Aldo was already going to leave the house when the girl suddenly approaches him, touches his cheeks, and kisses loudly. Her cheeks melt the blush with shame, and the guy is surprised by such a surprise. The young man touches his cheeks and bounces in surprise. Flora only laughs at his reaction. It closes one eye and flies in a flirtatious tongue. They laugh and look at each other. Aldo jokingly grunts that his lover stole his kiss. All this time, the main character's friend stands at the door. He complains about the terrible heat in the morning, and then his gaze stops at the picture hanging at the door of the house. Aldo and Flora stand at the door, hugged and kiss. It is even more annoyed by the current. He shouts that nothing here is to take away and it's time to go. With a compressed with dissatisfaction with the fist, Toka says that these two always behave. In the meantime, the guy recalls what happened to him a few hours ago when he had breakfast at home. Bite a piece of buns, the guy remembers how delicious the friendly sandwiches were and thinks how great to have a wife. Now he also dreams of meeting a girl such as Flora, good, thrifty, and gentle. There is only one image before the boy's eyes. This is Aisha, his girl. The young man opens his eyes wide, chokes food and tries to drive away this opinion. Toke escapes, accusing one young married couple of what happened to him. The protagonist's friends look after him, and Flora with Aldo puzzledly exchanged views. Meanwhile, Ain is trying to wake up her sleepy sister. She sounds loudly, asks her to get up faster, shakes her shoulder, trying to explain that everyone has already gone into the field. Only she still lies in bed. Aisha opens her eyes and says she has already woken up, but suddenly falls asleep again, standing on a soft pillow. It annoys her sister even more. The younger sister grunts dissatisfied and does not want to get out of bed. She tells her sister that she can't let her go without herself. Oinus exclaims that if so continues, Aisha will not appear at work at all today. The older sister, having pulled the girl from the house, pours water into a wooden bowl and requires her sleepy sister to wash immediately. Aisha, barely opening his eyes, takes a piece of soap and begins to rub his face, murmuring that it does not foam at all. Suddenly, the sister with a shout notices that the younger is smeared on the face tooth powder. Trying to help, the older sister quickly wipes the girl's face with a towel. The younger sister tries to dress, but confuses everything, puts the apron upside down, and his pants are also pulled on top. Anina screams loudly what to do the opposite. The girl tries to break breakfast quickly, but her older sister is crying at her all the time. However, this is not very possible, because she is still sleepy and barely opens her eyes. As a result, the younger falls again on the table and falls asleep. Amini has to stop it again and require it to gather with forces. The events are transferred to the forest. Among the thick thickets are 3 wild deer. They do not suspect that they will soon become a hunter's prey. At this point, the protagonist pulls the bowstrings of the bow and aims at one of the deer. After letting the arrow, the guy hit the target and knocks his prey. The young man dropped next to the dead animal and wondered. He had passed all a month since the red bear attacked the flora. At first, all the animals fled, but later returned home again. Little magical creatures came with them, but they quickly coped with this hassle. He thinks it would be better if the red bear no longer appeared and then goes on. One day the guy notices that his girl Karina hides in the bushes. When she is exposed, she jars the murmur that she tried to go unnoticed. The protagonist just smiles because such tricks do not come to him. The girl, inflating her lips from the insult, reproaches the young man that he again uses his sharp instincts. Karina even went 30 meters, but it did not help. The protagonist explains that everyone can feel the difference between the presence of humans and animals. Karina still cannot calm himself with indignation. She is convinced that Aldo is not a simple adventure seeker because only he was able to overcome Red Bar on his own. The hero, laughing, advises the girl to hide from the wind because finding someone in the smell is very easy. The girl responds in surprise to it. She asks again as possible, and the guy, looking carefully at the thicket of the forest, replies that, for example, Loren now comes out on the north side. The guy smiles, realizing that his assumptions are right, and says that Loren is already here. Karina does not notice this, and the protagonist proposes to find the hunter himself, who was hiding in the bushes. Karina gets up, returns to the wind, first listens carefully to the sounds, and then tries to catch the smell of air. The girl guesses, and she manages to understand where this smell comes from. She asks the boy, and he invites her to check her guess. Karina leans, picks up small stones from the ground, and preparing to throw them in a place that seemed suspicious to her. With the power, all 5 stones fly in the bush, and from there immediately a loud cry of a man. He became painful because the stones got directly into him. The hunter looks out of the bushes and looks dissatisfied with a couple who celebrates a good joke and gives each other 5. Going closer, Lauren asks if he really taught the girl this, but he only shrugged his shoulders and says he just gave advice. Karina, laughing, says that Lauren found the smell of the alley. The wind conveyed this aroma to her, and so she realized where the man was. Realizing that he was caught on a hot, the hunter spends his hand on the temple and confessed. He really ate Allah and was not very fortunate that the wind was smell. Karina looks at the main character with delight. Thanks to him, she gained a new skill. The man stroked the girl on her head and said that when she wants, she would be able to act herself because she had a real sense. Now you just have to finish your studies. Then the hunter assured that there were no problems in the north and suggested that the heroes move on. Suddenly, the main character stops. He does not feel any monster or animal, but incredibly powerful magic rages around. Altudu lifts his head and notices the Karun among the branches. He looks at the girl with surprise because it seems that it cannot really be. The witch just couldn't get here from nowhere. The girl is embarrassed because she was exposed so quickly. She agrees with the assumptions of the protagonist, confessing that she really tried to hide, but it was bad because she was immediately found. The guy asks why Karun is here, and Karina Loren first looks at the main character and then the stranger, because they do not understand who is before them. Karun and Aldo stroll through the picturesque streets of the village. The girl's soul overflows the admiration when she considers the charming atmosphere around. She stops, admiring neat houses, and Aldo, staying a little behind, watches her joy, barely smiling noticeably. The two of them go further into the lane, where beautiful flowers bloom. Karain turns to Aldo and says he understands why he chose this picturesque place for life. Aldo nods in response. Finally, they stop near a modest but cozy house. The girl is wondering if it is a hero's house. The guy replies that yes, it's his home. The Flora stood aside with wide open eyes. She was not abandoned by anxious thoughts, and she felt that something was wrong in the air. Their walk was suddenly interrupted by the loud and indignant Aish. She said without hesitation, Aldo, that Karina mentioned the arrival of his ex-girl. The Flora was noticeably shuddered, feeling tension, and Aldo looked even more excited than usual. Karun felt embarrassed in this situation. But, a little discord, she waved a group of surprised guys, trying to discharge the atmosphere a little. She introduced herself and said that once in her adventures, she was in the same team with Aldo. So Karun wanted to distract from the tension that grew between all. The sorceress asks if the names of everyone who gathered here can be found. Toki inhales deeply and seems to add that he is engaged in furniture repair. Aisha puts his hand on his chest with a smile and tells that he helps in his family vineyards. Flora, restraining his excitement, approaches the man and is confidently represented, proudly reporting that her father is the head of the village. Aldo, standing behind, watching the girl closely and feels easy to excite from everything that is happening. Aisha, folding her hands on his chest, confidently approaches young people and states that Flora forgot to tell one important thing. Flora and Aldo are confused, both look at each other with wide-open eyes, fading away from surprise. The protagonist looks at the Flora, and she turns red in response, and there is an inconvenient silence between them. Kurayun has frozen, watching the events carefully. It is between excitement and confusion, not understanding what really happens between the two. In the end, Aldo smiled uncertainly, blushed, scratching his back, and, almost simultaneously with Flora, who dropped his head embarrassedly, announced that they would soon marry. The sorceress fades with shock. She can barely restrain her feelings and starts quietly, not yet believing in what happened. Tuck says that since then, the hero has been living with his girlfriend alone and harmony. Kauraum adds that after an adventure with a red bear, their relationship has moved to a new level and even reached the wedding. Recalling past times, the sorceress says that when she went to the task with the detachment, Aldo was silent and restrained. It was impossible to talk to him openly with him. He always remained cold and serious. Aisha confessed that she could not even imagine her friend. The protagonist, with a light smile, replied that he was awkward to listen to such conversations about himself. Flora looks at his lover and says that he seemed to be anxious energy from him. However, in her soul, she always felt that he was a good person. Karun wondered whether Flora and Aldo communicated before. The girl replied that she first saw him in this village 9 years ago when she was 9. The sorceress looked at her friend with dissatisfaction, but he assured her that her assumption was wrong. At this point, the table is already covered. It has a variety of dishes, and everyone who gathered for lunch wants each other delicious. Karuna takes a spoon, picks up a little soup, and pieces it. She gladly chooses a dish, and Aldado is wondering if her food tastes. Smiling, the sorceress says that tomato soup and radish stew are simply incredible. Such fresh vegetables in the capital do not find. She appeals to Aldo and asks if he does not think what a new life is. It's great. The protagonist believes that it is all thanks to his friends. The Flora takes a plate, serves its guests, and says that it is a deer meat, which Aldo was buried in the forest alone. She assures that the dish is very tasty, so the witch should be tasted. The magician pierces a piece with a fork. He carefully examines him as if hungry, and then carefully puts in his mouth and tastes carefully. Karun is happy to murmur, saying that the meat is delicious, tender, and juicy. The Flora rejoices in this response and offers the girl to take another piece. The protagonist dips his piece into the sauce and says that with a sweet sauce, the dish will be even more delicious. Then he bites and pleases the food. Aisha gets closer and says that if you make meat and sauce sandwich, it will be even more delicious. Haruna agrees that it is even more delicious to eat. At this moment, the girl et al. Bites a large piece of sandwich and swallows it immediately. It was a big mistake. The girl was a large piece and asked for water, but when she took a glass, it turned out that she was empty. The one extends a glass of a girl who is muddy from sore throat, but the glass is also empty. The guy just laughs at it and wants to joke about me. Karun says he will now help and bring water. The sorceress whispers quietly and causes water. "Oh, clean water, appear on the tip of my finger." In a few seconds, the glass of Aisha is filled with the required amount of water. Finally, the girl drinks the whole glass of water with one sip and puts it on the table with a loud knock. She is annoyed with a joke of Toka. The girl moves the eyebrows to the very nose and says that her friend is just horrible. In response, he only laughs because the draw went to glory. Aisha assures that Karun is her lifeguard, but the witch only shrugs her shoulders. They say she did nothing special. However, she decides to ask Kurun, how is her business in a magical school and will everything be good? After all, she suddenly left everything there. The girl is embarrassed, looks away and asks the boy to postpone this conversation for another time. She does not want to remember the unpleasant events of the past while they sit at a table with delicious food. The protagonist agrees to talk about it, but not now. I suggest that you can get water with magic, so the well is no longer needed. Now she thinks whether she knows how to use magic, and the Flora smiles and explains that it is necessary to have a special gift, like corner. The sorceress says that magic power is in every person. Anyone can learn how to manage magic no matter what family he or she surrounds him. Corrine asks girls if they do not want to measure their magic level, even if it is not a completely accurate way. Girls enthusiastically agree and say they want it very much. The sorceress approaches Aisha first. She asks the girl to even her back and explains that Kurun's magic will now carefully explore her strength. It warns that it can be a little unpleasant, but you need to suffer. Suddenly, everything around Ashi begins to glow, and the girl is surprised. The Flora is watched with concern. Karuna asks the girl not to move. Aisha is a little frightened because it seems like something penetrates it. The sorceress put her hand on her shoulder and closes her eyes. It seems that this process causes the girl a pleasant feeling. She falls on his knees, trembles, and quietly speaks something under her nose. The Flora suddenly zooms and opens the eyes wide with surprise. She instantly shuts down the eyes of Aldo, asks him not to look, but does not explain anything. The sorceress summarized. Unfortunately, there is very little magic in Aisha, and even if she train, her level is unlikely to grow strongly, although it will still improve a little. Further, the Flora had to go. She was very scared, but still gathered with the spirit and approached. The Flora is very worried. She asks everyone to look at her at the table because if this girl really looks like Aish, it can be very inconvenient. Aisha immediately felt inconvenience because she thought she looked as if she had done something obscene. Hyacinth hastened to reassure her. They say there is nothing wrong with that. Everything is not so serious. However, Aisha closes his eyes, and he also closes them in front of his best friend. Because of this, he is surprised and indignant because he does not understand why he cannot look. Aisha explains that when Kurune touched her, her body reacted by itself. The same thing happens with the Flora now. She squeezes his fists, dissatisfied with murmur, and looks forward to her legs. The Flora cannot restrain the groaning throughout the room until a magical appreciation is carried out above it. Her cheeks were blinking. The sorceress immediately covers the girl's mouth, asking her not to make strange sounds. The boys in the room froze with surprise, but did not say anything. Aisha laughs quietly and asks the main character whether he wants to see. At the same time, two voices are heard, a guy and someone else who says, but despite the fact that he presses his hands even more to the face of a friend and says that it is impossible, the young man still opens his eyes and looks at his beloved. The protagonist sees the Flora slightly squeezes her lips and closes her eyes, and the sorceress of the sorceress lies with her on her shoulders. The man opens his mouth widely with surprise, but he is prevented by his girl, who says strictly enough. Karuna reports that the results are ready. She happily announces that the Flora is able to use combat magic because it has a large number of mana. A girl cannot believe her happiness, like everyone present in the room. Their faces show true surprise. The beloved protagonist immediately rushes to him in his arms, happily speaking that he may be able to master magic. Aldo is genuinely rejoiced in such an unexpected news. The witch says that if it is really airy magic, she will be able to teach the girl's girl, and now she will be her mentor. The guy mentally notes that his girl is not a foreign idea of magic. Flora lifted her eyes and cheerfully said that if she has mastered the aircraft, she would be able to quickly dry her gorgeous curls. The guy laughed at these words and gently stroked his beloved on his head. It's so similar to her. Toka asks whether this magic is not really combat. He is wondering if he can use it in ordinary life. The magician looks at the arms of the couple and smiles unexpectedly. He feels neither jealousy nor anger to them. The only thing she cannot understand is their love, which lasted 9 years. How could Flora wait so much to wait for Aldo and not choose someone else? Why are they still together? Now the witch is experiencing some shame, because earlier she often imagined the bride of the protagonist even before she came to the village. Kurun covers his cheeks with her hands and tries to drive these ancient thoughts. The girl cleared her throat and returned to Aldo. She sincerely pleased that her former friend met a good man and greeted them with both of them with a wedding. Smiling, she wished them happiness. Having received blessings from an ancient friend, Flora and Aldo smiling and thank him for the warm words and sincere wishes. After that, the guru does not move to the next person, does not try to test his magic on someone else. Instead, he screams loudly so he can be heard even outside the house. The girl carried a basket full of eggs, and there were many chickens with long, lush feathers around her. She asked in surprise whether they all were preparing sweets together for the competition. 2 girls who stood aside confirmed it. There is a tradition in their village. The bride who marries the harvest should prepare a treat for everyone. There will be a training before the holiday. The girl was very confused and so shuddered that even the eggs in her basket jumped. The juice said she would be with them. The surprised girl asked herself again. 3 girls came to the house, opened the door, and reported Flory that they had already come. From the inside, someone thanked them loudly for their help. The room had 2 girls and 2 more guys. The girls who came were surprised when they saw Karen. The named girl responded briefly to them, confirming her presence. but it was evident that she was not too happy. Karina muttered quietly in response that Aldo asked her to behave more calmly and follow the words not to create problems for anyone. She remembered how she ran to everyone then and shouted loudly that the former Aldo girl appeared to them. Karun murmured a little hesitantly that she really was. The girl sighed with me and said that the boys did not understand the jokes. Karina bowed her head and sincerely apologized for what had happened. Karma just smiled and said she was not worried. When Karun introduced, Karina's face was slightly blushed. The girl looked at her carefully and also called her name, adding that you could just contact her Karina. She was pleased to meet Karuna. The girl came to the Karuna and said she was very beautiful. Karuna, embarrassed, blushed, and looked at her with surprise. Karina looked at Korin with surprise and asked if there was really nothing between her and Aldo. The angry guy stood nearby, crossing his hands on his chest and almost hanging over the girl. One of the girlfriends excitedly called Korin, emphasizing that she did not study at all. Karan squeezed his head with his hands, accusing her of a crime, and asked if she went to Elias. The girl asked to forgive Karen and confirmed that she was there. Aisha escorted her, and they met. Karina also received a residence permit. Someone asked if I really stay in Aish at home. I replied that yes. For some reason, I didn't want to bother this soap couple. The girls heard our conversation and paid attention to us. Flora, embarrassing, smiled and suggested that she start. Today she was about to cook many dishes. The girl, next to her, smiled and cheerfully said that she was already full of enthusiasm. The salted Flora folded her palm near her face and quickly confirmed it with a blush. It seemed to her that she was not cooking as a real wife for the first time. Her face was burning, and she closed her eyes. Aldo also choked from head to feet. The girl was embarrassed with her, but Flora said with a smile that she had already got into this role. The guy near me told me that they would do his own business. Although everyone agreed and wondered if they needed help, he was still worried. The florist smiled and replied that it was true. Men have no right to participate. Kuryun was surprised to ask if it was true. The second girl confirmed her words, explaining that the whole ceremony was dedicated to the bride. The boys turned to the door and went. Aldo looked around and said that if they would call them. The girls replied that everything was fine. Karina looked at the Flora and asked what they should do next. Flora lay her hands on her chest and replied that the dough should need Idana, Karina, Karine, and she herself. Flora called Aisha and reported that she would cook baking. The girl agreed, dissatisfied. Then Nen called her sister. Flora turned to Karina and the Ina standing behind and saying that she was trusting them to mix the ingredients. Flora has served a Karuno bowl with eggs and a whisk, saying that you first need to beat the eggs to the foam. Karuna agreed a little confused and asked if they should become white. The girl reached forward with a whisk, looking uncertainly at him, trying to understand whether everything was doing correctly. She began to mix eggs that were already broken in a bowl, but each of it forced the bowl to slide sideways, and the contents were often sprayed because of the clumsy actions of Kurun. Aisha, who went near the firewood in her hands, watched the girl trying. At this time, Karina, squeezed and scattered, carefully pounded the ingredients in a mortar. Ain, smiling, watched her friend and wanted her success, while she carefully cut the products with a knife. Flora approached the Karuna and asked how the test was passing. The girl stood in front of her, all smeared with a bowl from her head to heels. Flora, holding shopping in her hands, looked at her, and Karun, to hide the traces of failure, hid a bowl behind her back. The girl carefully wiped the dirty hair of another cloth. Karun apologized, they say. It seemed like a little more, and everything would work out. Flora reassured her and said not to worry. Karun turned to the girl behind who wiped her forehead. She asked the Flora to listen carefully and tell her Aldo confessed to her in love. The girl blushed, and Karun watched her with a smile. It was difficult for her to imagine Aldo. Aisha, who was walking past the firewood in her hands, smiled fun. She said this Flora was the first to confess her feelings. Hearing this, Flora looked at the girl in amazement and confusedly, all seemingly flashing from shame. Karuno winked and lifted the thumb, showing Flora that she was a real ridicule. Flora began to stumble in confusion, trying to explain that she did not do anything special. Aisha, smiling happy and cleverly, said that they had a special flower that means recognition. The chickens did not grasp from the chair, jumped happily and exclaimed, asking what it means. Flora felt shame, covered her eyes with her hands and excitedly gestured, asking the girls to stop. Aisha smiled and asked if it was really so bad. After all, they became a couple. Aisha winked Carius and promised to tell her later. The Flora was red with shame, began to tremble and cried, calling Aha. The guy standing outside the table returned to the house, from which even on the street was heard. Karun watched everything with a smile. Karun thought that life in the capital was not at home. Arriving here, she could not even bake the cake. With the help of magic cakes, you will not do. In the meantime, the girls cheerfully communicated with each other and spent time joyfully. Karun decided she wanted to recover as soon as possible and return to the usual life. The smoke from the fire slowly stepped down the street, leaving the chimney of the house. Karina, squeezing a piece of fabric in her hands, was delighted with the delicious smelling around. Inna, who was behind, agreed with her. Two guys entered the house. Blondin said that this smell could not be resisted. He asked the girls if everything was ready. Aisha shuddered, hearing their voices. The girl, putting her hands on her hips, screamed loudly so that Guy would not even think of going here. Blondin asked if at least during the workout was here Mono, and behind him, Aldo was awakened by the nape of his nape. Flora, smiling, explained to them that it was still not ready, because it was necessary to wait a little until it cools. She asked everyone to be patient a little. Aisha cast a dissatisfied look at the boy and said that he did not spoil them. The guy was angry with whether they should even thank them. Flora was confused. How is that? Today they have coped well, creating new furniture. Karun looked at the boy in surprise and wondered if all these furniture was made by his hands. She immediately noticed that things look very high quality. Karun smiled, closed her eyes and said she wanted to order furniture. The guy blushed, scratching his back and, slightly ashamed, agreed. Karun praised the table, noting what a wonderful job it was. The guy was a little embarrassed, standing next to her and listened silently. Aisha and Inna watched them from a short distance without interfering with the conversation. She stared forward with anxiety and thought that the chickens were not good at each other. What to do? My sister will definitely against such an attractive girl from the capital. The girl faded and pressed her palm to her face. Aisha stood her back to her sister and soaked quietly. She thought that her sister was scared and shocked. Aisha herself did not worry at all. Wiping her nose, she did not say that she may have just got cold. Suddenly, she breathed the air sharply and fell on the floor. Aisha confidently moved forward, saying that it smells delicious here, and we would need to figure out what it is. Nen, shaking on the floor, looked at her sister, and all others watched her with surprise. Now you don't think about it. There were 2 pies on the table, and one of them was decorated with beautiful orange circles. Flora kept a board with 2 more pies. Behind her, Karina smiled, admiring delicious treats. There were several whole pies on the table, and the pieces were already cut. Nearby were wrapping paper and ribbons. There were also many things in the living room on the couch, a variety of bags, packages, baskets, and aprons with fabrics. Aldo bit a piece of cake and decided it was delicious. Karun was happy to eat her destiny, saying Flori that she always cooks perfectly. Aisha confirmed this with a smile, adding that all this was done for the sake of Aldo. From her words, the girl blushed. Anna asked the Flora how she was feeling. The girl covered her mouth with her palm and stared directly in front of her. Pointing her finger on the pieces, she noted that the sugar was not enough. You can add more spices, and this seems a little hard." Corinne exclaimed in surprise, "That's how it is." It seemed strange to her that despite such a deliciousness, someone still believes that it was necessary to train more. Hearing this, Aisha became angry. The Flora smiled charmfully and said that she was ready to shift the mountains with her cooking. In the meantime, everyone was eating silently, and in their mind, everyone decided that this dish would be their food now. The Flora went out to the yard with the Ome and looked carefully at the yard. She noticed the grass that she would like to add to other plants and said she would go to break it. Whispering a cheerful tune, the girl moved forward with a smile. The Flora dropped on his knees, carefully collecting the grass to the basket that stood nearby. Suddenly, behind the girl who sat on the ground, 5 people with hidden faces appeared. The leaves from the trees rose into the air. The girl faded and lowered her gaze. People in the house heard a shrill cry of Flora and froze in place. She shouted with surprise, trying to understand that it was a cry. Aldo quickly ran past her and ran to the exit. He ran to the yard and called the Flora, frightened. The unwanted guests were going away. Flora, as if faint, hatched one of them on the shoulders of one of them. Aldo, widespread with fear, his eyes looked forward. Flora helped to someone's shoulder helplessly and did not show any emotions. The powerful explosion stirred the room, and Aldo, along with the Cogran, quickly closed his face with his hands, trying to protect himself. Flora Basket, cut and beaten, flew towards the hero. Having bounced from the ground, she fell sideways. The chicken did not run up, called Aldo and asked what it was, and the hero himself, which was damaged by the explosion, looked at him and trembled. The guy rushed forward, and the girl extended her hand behind him. The basket was just lying on the ground. Aldo lifted him with both hands and began to look carefully. The guy trembled, looking wide open, his eyes in his hands. His palms shake, squeezing this thing firmly. Aldo clasped his teeth and looked forward. He called the Flora. The Flora was stolen. There was a thick smoke around the explosion. The Flora gradually began to open her eyes, hanging down her head from her abductor. I got up a little and looked at my husband in surprise. She turned her head wide open. The trees were burning with fire. Many of them were charred with stumps, from which black smoke climbed. 5 kidnappers in black suits moved forward, leaving only destruction and flames. The girl looked around scared, watching everything that happened around. The trees fell and covered with black traces of fire. She could not understand why someone to steal Flora. On the horizon between the dense forests, a large mountain stood, and on its top, bright light shone. At the very top of Mount Karun stood with a charming staff, which emitted a bright light, noticeable from afar. The girl did not move, closing her eyes and completely focusing. Aldo stood behind her and asked if she knew where the Flora was now. The girl agreed. They are very lucky that she has a high level of magic. This is why they so quickly managed to find where it is. The girl got bored and lowered her head, looking very upset. She said there was one thing, but the guy asked what she was in mind. The girl held her charming staff in her hands and said Aldo was very scared. The guy clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and looked completely upset. Karina remembered and told Albaldo, who was already faced with such a rival. He was a member of the Guild of the Kingdom of Abylonia. It seems that his name was Zac. He thought and suggested that apparently the kingdom hired these people to find him. But he remained a mystery. Why to steal Flora? They do not even try to negotiate with him. Behind them, Aisha and Toke ran out of the way, sounding albedo. Aisha asked what was happening in Vi Flora in his voice. That man turned in their direction. Everyone looked closely at the hero and appreciated his clothes. The expression of surprise appeared on their faces. Aisha trembled and exclaimed loudly, urging him to say something. Toke laid her hand on her shoulder and looked with her. Then he nodded to her to calm down. Aisha looked at him with surprise, and the hero was silent on the side, lowering his head. Returning to Aldo, she said she understood everything. She believed him. She called Aldo, and he looked at her. With tears in her eyes, she confidently looked at the boy and persistently asked to return the flora. The guy did not answer anything, just looked at him with a wild look, as if he were preparing to rush into battle. Tokei showed a finger and said he had already prepared everything, so he asked to go there. While the girls went to look for Tawak, Kurine wondered what happened to Jeno. Aisha replied she had sent her home so that she would not interfere. The hero remained on the mountain himself, looking at the forest in front of which black smoke climbed. The kidnappers stopped. The flora hung in the air, its wrists were tied to a tree. Just under her feet, a big bonfire was placed. 5 people broke around. Everyone looked in their direction as a guard. The girl looked forward. While the flames under her flared more and more, she cast her gaze on a man who was sitting on a deck and sharpening her knife. The girl came to the side and turned to Mr. Zack. She said that Mr. Clark ordered only an all-dead. Then why did he bring this girl with him? The man still calmly sharpened the blade without even returning to it. Hearing about Aldrida, the flora thought about whether it was about ALO. She was very worried. Finally, the man smiled and said it was only a bait. This will help to make it easier to lure the desired adventurer A. Hearing his words, the flora widely opened her eyes and thought about this adventure of Class A. The girl standing next to him scared, asking if he really intended to kill him. This is regarded as a treachery of the crown. The flora was amazed and watched in full shock. With a crazy expression, Zoak looks at the flames in front of him and says that the most important thing is to survive. After all, magic will help him achieve the desired. Flora trembled, looking at him with wild horror. Zack's partners were puzzled what was happening. The girl lowered her head, barely holding back tears. She did not know how to proceed. They want to kill Aldo. At first, the girl did not understand that there was a zoo next to her. The man looked at her strictly and lifted his sword to her. The Zoak smiled and pressed the sword against the throat of a frightened, trembling flora. He threw her. Let him better worry not about his beloved, but about her own life. Isn't it better to think about yourself first? He lifted his sword close to her throat, causing her head to throw her head a little and began to tremble even more. She closed her eyes, and tears flowed on her cheeks. The man shouted loudly that they had big plans for this girl. She is a bait for Aldred. The girl screamed with horror. Meanwhile, Zax's supporter watched everything, squeezing the sword in his hands. Suddenly something pierced the chest of that guy, and he dismissed back. The magician opened her mouth and trembled from shock. Zoak smiled satisfied. Just at them, with a frantic speed, an arrow with a sharp tip flew. Many arrows hit Zax's comrades. The magical girl was able to protect herself with a charming barrier, but the guy in the hood next to her got an arrow in her chest. She walked through. The arrows are still falling from above, and one of them involves another adventure seeker who came with Zack. The Zoak immediately removes the sword from the neck of the flora, covers his head with his hand, and the arrow flying into him breaks in half on his wrist. The man retreated, grabbed his sword, and raised his head. Throwing his bow sideways, he saw the shadow rapidly approaching him. Aldo, angry, flew just to the enemy with his sword. Despite the danger, Zoak smiled maliciously. The adventurer stood still, holding the sword in front of the face. A large explosive shock occurred from a powerful blow. The shock wave was so strong that the wind dispelled the hair of the flora, and the girl involuntarily closed her eyes. When the smoke dispelled a little, it became visible how 2 men came together in a duel, crossing their swords. The hero Azoak asked why he did it. The opponent replied that he did it only to get back with him in battle. Aldo, turning his sword from Zack, lifted him, preparing to strike, and shouted loudly that the flora was here to nothing. Zoak smiled widely and declared Aldrin that if he wanted to return it, he would have to go through his dead body. Flora groaning, soaking on a tree. Suddenly, a magician girl appeared nearby, squeezing her staff firmly. Grasping her teeth, she began to spell, and from her staff gradually began to flow a black, slippery substance similar to mucus. Flora, noticing this, opened her frightened eyes and looked in her direction. At this point, the magic projectile flew past it and rushed forward. The girl turned her head there. The black substance was slowly approaching Aldo, aiming at him in his back while he fought with Zayak. Flora shouted loudly Aldo, warning him of the danger behind. Squeezing his teeth, the guy turned sharply. A radiant mass was rising near him, which became larger every second and was about to explode. A loud explosion came, and because of thick smoke, it was no longer possible to see what was happening inside it. What happened to Aldo after this attack? A huge transparent dome appeared around the epicenter of the explosion. The Flora, still attached to the tree, found itself in the thick of smoke and dust that rose around. The girl, with her eyes closed, screamed with fear. Smoke began to twist into a spiral simply in the center of events. When he scattered, a large magical circle was visible, which protected two figures behind him. Flora opened her eyes and looked forward in surprise. She screamed and called Kurun. The girl with a charming rod rushed to protect the characters from the rear. Aldo stood his back to the girl, covering her. While the magical circles protected the couple on all sides, the Zoke hid behind stones and watched the stones. The man in his thoughts thought about this woman. He looked out of the stone to look again at the hero and girl. Zoak called Magina from her team, and she shuddered noticeably. He said he leaves Karuna for her care. The girl was very tense, firmly clenched her teeth. At this point, Zoak had already raced her forward. When he raced between the trees, suddenly the hero jumped out of the bushes and swung his sword on his man. Zoak Grind seems to have been ready for such an attack. The man released 3 sharp blades from his hands, directed directly at the hero. Aldo closed his palm, and these blades stuck in his hand. Men rushed to each other, keeping their weapons. At this point, Megan from the tribe of Zavak directed a powerful stream of magic from her rod. Karuna, defending herself with a magical circle, without much effort, repelled the rival. The magic was nervous, mentally acknowledging that she could not compete with Karuna. The girl closed her eyes, put the staff forward, and whispered a few words. At the same moment, magical circles appeared around her. In the center of each circle, light broke out, and powerful rays rushed to the sorceress, while Karuna aimed her staff at her. The girl in the hood used magic to protect against the impact. She covered her face with a thick smoke around. Suddenly she aimed her staff towards Kurun, but only now noticed that he was broken. Kurun, pleased with herself, stood in the light of charming circles and smiled. The sorceress of Zavaka wasted her teeth. It seemed to her that there was too much difference between them. The girl's face was covered with a cloth, but the confusion was still visible. At that moment, Aldo attacked Zek, but he cleverly evaded every blow and even cheerfully remarked that he was wonderful. He then asked the hero whether this girl really was, in mind, it was so important. The hero stopped his back to the Flora and took his sword sideways, protecting the girl standing behind him. With a fierce, almost brutal determination, he answered the adventurer, which would not allow anyone to touch it. The hero squeezed his sword firmly, and his hand suddenly roamed. Zoak looked at him in surprise, because the magic, similar to lightning, began to swing around the sword's blade. The body of the hero shone, and his sword from the magic increased several times, releasing a long flow of light. Zayax, puzzled, stared forward. He struck with a sword with force on the ground and firmly promised that he would inevitably protect it. The adventurer lifted his head up, froze in place, and directed his view of bright light over himself. The impression was incredible. The powerful wave diverged the straight line further and further over the vast territory. Zuak's face froze in surprise. He could not move, watching something unknown approaching him. Kurum and Zawak's magician stood side by side, with wide mouth open, unable to believe. At that moment, a huge explosion swept everything around, destroying everything in its path. The trees that Aldo hit were broken, and only charred trunks remained from them. Black smoke pillars rose up. In the place where the hero struck, a long ditch was formed in the ground. The Zoke stood inside him. The man looked down in surprise. Then, his teeth clenched, he looked away. The blow was so strong that the mountain behind them split in half, and in the middle remained burned deep and long clippers. While Zack stood on the edge of the rock and watched what was happening behind him, the hero was slowly approaching. Zoak looked around in surprise and looked. He realized with horror that a warrior of level A was standing in front of him. It was the true power of the hero, and he looked at him from top to bottom with anger in his eyes. The ashes from the burned leaf and plants rising into the air. Aldo with a small knife cut the ropes on the hands of the Flora. The released girl burst into tears, hugging the hero and calling Aldo. Nearby stood a concerned guy with a sad look who held the Flora of his shoulders and tried to attach to her. The hero apologized to the girl for what happened. She immediately assured him that everything was fine. She believed that he would save her. Kokon stood next to them and smiled with relief. The couple held hands, and the guy asked the Flora whether she was injured. She replied that everything was well and nothing happened to her. All three returned and looked down from the cliff where they stood. He hugged the Flora firmly, and she plowed him even more. Only one magician remained below, which, together with Zack, fled from them as quickly as he could. Corrine noted that they managed to escape. But the hero replied to the girl that it was not really true. He asked the left to pass one message to the king. Corrine looked at the boy and asked if he was going to negotiate with the king. The guy replied that he was proud of his choice and would do his best to prevent it again. Aisha, all in tears, ran to them, and behind the excited current, the girl sounded the Flora. Flora turned and called Aisha. The girls rushed to each other into the arms, and Aisha happily said she was happy to see Flora intact. Her eyes were filled with tears, and the Flora smiled and apologized for making her worry. Behind them, Tokes just sighed and smiled too. Aisha looked dissatisfied with Aldo, who was still standing near Kurun and watching everything in silence. She clenched her girlfriend's shoulders and glanced at this couple, demanding that it happened. Aisha called Aldo, and Toka looked at the angry girl. The hero said that these were the Hungas from the kingdom of Abylonia, and they arrived behind him. The Took exclaimed in surprise, asking Abylonia. They came so far. Aisha crossed her hands on her chest and asked why they attacked. The hero looked at the Flora in front of him for a few seconds, lowering his eyes. Finally, he dared to tell them the truth. They came here to kill the adventurer Arang, who was actually called Aldred. Aisha was in amazement of whether Aldo was really a seeker of the adventure of A.A. Tok, was silently frozen with her, not believing heard, and also asked if he was true. They turned to Karuna, asking if she was also an adventure search for the same level, and the girl immediately confirmed it. Although they said that it was Zoak who stole the Flora, in fact they came here with an important mission, to bring it back to the kingdom. Aisha frowned, and her eyes were hiding under strands of hair, but it was seen that she was angry. She asked if they stole the Flora to lure it. But the hero replied that he thinks that they were using a girl as a bait. The girl squeezed his fist. She flew to the hero, and Aisha struck Aldo on her chin with all his strength until everyone was watching it surprised. She grabbed the boy by her chest and screamed loudly. Since the Flora is good, she is unlikely to raise his hand. So it will be for her. Such an experienced adventure seeker that even the dragon won, and still failed to protect his lover. The spur wept, wiping tears with her hands. She sadly said that everything went wrong and her fault. If she did not come to the North End, nothing wrong would happen. The hero lowered his head and said with sadness on his face that it was not her fault, only he was guilty of everything. Toka was confused with the back of the head and asked if there was some sense to return the former adventurer of A. Kurum, with tears in her eyes, replied that adventurers of this level deserve to recognize people and have an impact on the government. Some of the influential persons followed Aldo to pass him down to the king, thereby gaining trust and authority. Anghai Aisha stated that ALO is not some thing. Tok looked at her with distrust, smiled, and asked if there were such people at all. Then he turned to the boys and asked who it was. The hero explained that it is about Earl Clark Rimmond, who among all of them is the most influential and strongest. She put her hands on her chest and asked if they were able to come here again. The hero replied that he had already sent a message for negotiations, but if they try to get something again, then… The hero told her not to worry, because he would deal with it. He was not going to return. The Flora stood, crossing her hands behind her back, and looked down silently. The wind spread her dress and hair. A little later, Flora and Aldo House. The girl stood behind the hero and said that when he came to her, it was as if he had appeared from nowhere. She wondered how he succeeded. The girl cheerfully said that then he made a catapult, and Karun helped him magic. She sincerely said it was cool. Then she noticed the wound on the boy's hand and immediately said that he was bleeding. The guy looked at his scratched skin with surprise. When the guy was bandaged, Flora said it would be great to have the same healing ability as Karun. The guy thanked her for the help with the dressing. They sat silently on the bed. The girl looked at her hands, which lay on her knees, and the guy carefully touched the wounded hand. The first silence was broken by the girl. She asked why he was an adventure seeker. The guy with a sense of guilt and annoyance lowered his eyes. He said that during his adventures he took up various tasks, destroyed monsters, caught bandits. Among other things, he even worked as a knight in the war, so he had to kill people. He wanted to start a new life, forgetting everything that happened. He was frightened by the idea that if she learns the truth, she would hamper him. The guy sloped his head and sat silently, thoughtful and sad. The girl confessed that she was also afraid of losing him. Hearing this, Alada opened his eyes in surprise. The girl leaned closer, and the guy turned to her, put her hand on her shoulder, trying to reassure and gently call her name. He sincerely apologized. The girl added that today everything went into place. She turned her head to him, and tears appeared in her eyes. She said her first love, her desire to return alive and unharmed, to come true. She wants to share with him both his grief and joy. She wants to know more about him. To prevent it, she will never hate him. When everyone heard it, their faces immediately became red. She asked her to let her stay with her. The guy with tears in his eyes quickly hugged the girl, calling her by his name. They pressed each other firmly and both wept. The guy hugged the girl firmly. He promised that in all circumstances he would surely protect it and the village. They looked into each other's eyes, kept their partner's cheeks, and did not hold back tears. On the street, the wind spread flowers in different directions, and two lovers, hugging on the bed, kissing gently. The hero and Flora stood at the door of the house. The hero squeezed his fists. His gaze was uncertain and anxious. The Flora quietly extended its palm into the hands of a lover who trembled with excitement. The guy was confused, shuddered in surprise, and blushed. The lovers looked at each other holding hands. Flora smiled warmly to the boy. Aldo uncertainly raised his hand and knocked on the door. A girl with a basket in her hand stood next to me. A little later, 4 people sat at a table in complete silence. The hero bowed his head tense, avoiding the look of the girl's parents. Now the father of the Flora was clear. It turned out that Aldo was an adventure of AA. Hearing it, the man seemed to calm down. The guy with a guilty look apologized that he was silent for so long. He believed that if he had not been an adventurer of rank A, nothing wrong with Flora would happen. He once again apologized. The man silently followed the young man who stood with his head. The woman near him looked concerned. Flora also lowered her head and said nothing. The father looked at his daughter, and then, looking into the floor, thought about something of his own. Finally, the man told the hero why he was silent about it before. Apparently, there was a reason. Floro's father said Aldo lift his head. Aldo met with the guilty look with this man. The man smiled unexpectedly to the boy and said that thanks to his skills and effort, the Flora has been saved 3 times. The man did not condemn him. Bearing such a severe stroke, he apparently hesitated whether he did the right thing, going here alone. The life of an adventure seeker sometimes unexpectedly tightened into a whirlwind of events that he was not ready. But it was at such a moment that he mentioned the flowering lawn in Nordong, and now the man was glad that he was here. The man confessed that he was scared of what had happened, but both Flora and he himself and all the inhabitants of the village are convinced he is not guilty of anything. The words of the man were so moved by Aldo that tears shouted in his eyes. Flora's mother smiled and winked, confirming that it was so. She said they were one family, and the boy needed to trust more. The young man smiled, his hand wiped tears out of his eyes. He agreed with them and thanked them sincerely. Flora looked at the hero with a smile. Her cheeks were a little bitten, and joyful tears appeared in the eyes, as were the boy's. The girl's mother admires that she was wonderful. Their Flora marries an experienced adventurer of the adventure of A. What a great honor. The man laughed and said that if he knew everything at first, he would not be able to communicate with him on an equal footing. Aldo was embarrassed to speak to him as before. The Flora clenched his fists and remembered how difficult Aldo was. The girl's mother went closer to her husband and told him with a smile to look. She has already started to say how the real wife of the adventure seeker. The man asked her not to stop. From their words, the girl blushed. The Flora was shining with shame and began to call her mother with her dad loudly, begging them to stop. Aldo, in tears, smiled at her. The woman turned to the Flora and asked how the preparation for the holiday was ongoing. The girl shuddered. She confessed that, to be honest, it was too far to the final result. There is a lot of things to come. The woman was surprised, they say, that's how it is. The girl put the packages on the table. Today she brought them sweets and offered to taste. Aldo stretched a man with sweets and added what she tasted every day. The man smiled and replied that he also liked it. The girl invited everyone to the tea, and her mother happily applauded her hands. A huge field where the long vines have ripened a bunch of grapes. Anna walked past, carrying a basket filled with ripe berries. Hearing the voices, she turned. Someone asked Kurun if she would still go with such a gloomy look. Hiding behind the bush, she watched the 3 sitting at the table and talking. Kurini apologized for what happened then, recognizing that all this was because of her careless act. Aisha reassured her, saying that there was nothing to worry about, and all is well. A joyful but slightly excited Chikuna was worried about whether their friendship with Aldo would remain as strong. Toke smiled and reassured the girl, realizing what she was talking about. He said that she should not worry. She did not hit him out of anger. She pressed her hand to her mouth and shuddered, hearing about the blow. Aisha stared at the guy with suspicion, mentally asking himself if he suddenly decided to play the role of the best friend. If you think Cornet also suffered, she suggested to finish this conversation. Karun wanted to deny something, but it was at that moment that Tuxhend reached out to the girl. The young man put his palm on the girl's head, smiled, and told her that there was no reason to worry. Karun shuddered. From surprise and embarrassment, she opened her eyes and mouth wide. It stood on the side, looking frightened and casting surprised glances. At that moment, Aisha looked angry. He trumped himself on his head. The guy kept an insect between his fingers and explained that there was a fly. Karun stared at him, blushing awkwardly. While Aisha was sitting, leaning her head on the table and hiding her face, the couple turned in surprise to the side where Agina was lying. They tried to understand what was happening. Kurun was also surprised with Agina. The girl laughed. Toka helped Ira climb the ground and then turned to the laughter of the girl and asked what happened. Aisha looked shyly at Kurun. Aisha clenched her throat uncertainly, covering her mouth with his fist, and smiled awkwardly. Then she said that if you think, Flora really had great luck. She married an adventurer rank A is a lot, Aisha joked, asking where you could find such a person. Toka looked at her with surprise. Kurnay asked the girl with surprise that Aisha soon got married. When he explained what it was, fear appeared on the pair. Aisha was already choking with surprise, and the guy faded like a net. They trembled. Aisha, with an annoyed expression on her face, began to ask questions again. The guy, holding his head, wondered in surprise why he was hearing the bells. The Gina, who was sitting next to me, was feeling when she was doing well. The guy denied everything, but at the same time asked a question. He looked at Aisha and said he considers Kunan better. Anna fainted, hearing it, and Aisha became angry. She shouted that he said it, looking at the body. The girl asked Toa if he was really one of them. Someone wondered in the yen if she was fine with her. Toa called to Karuna, asking for help. A little later, in the Flora and Aldo house. The guy thanked her for everything that happened that day. Thanks to her, he dared to talk sincerely, but the girl just smiled and waved, as if it were not her merit. A guy with a patch on his hand made a sip of water from a glass. The girl paid attention to him. She asked the hero how his wound felt, and he replied that everything was fine with him. The girl doubted if she really was, and asked to show her hand. She looked at the boy's hand carefully, feeling the skin to the touch. Then the girl began to clamp even more carefully, and the guy began to laugh and shudder, saying that he was teddling. The girl answered that she needed to check everything carefully. Light began to emit from the girl's hair. The guy sniffed and paid attention. The girl was holding his hand, and all trembled. Suddenly she cried. The guy immediately jumped out of the chair, sat next to her on the floor and stretched out her hands, asked excitedly what had happened. The girl sobbed and apologized that everything happened so unexpectedly. The guy, in confusion, carefully kept her face in his palms and remained silent. Flora explained that when she touches it, she feels alive again and again. The guy with a sad face turned to the Flora, looking closely at her. In his thoughts, he thought it was really so frightened. He remained on the floor, hugging it firmly. He assured that he would never make her worry about him, nor for her own life. They continued to sit together, gently hugging. Someone has protected the Flora, but now she can be near the one she loves. It was he who saved it. Perhaps it will finally become useful for him. From now on and forever, she seeks to be a support. Holding hands, the lovers left the house and moved forward, smiling each other. They stopped on a high rock, where the panorama opened. The buildings and many people employed were visible below. Aldo looked forward with a calm smile until the wind spreads his hair and pulled the leaves from the trees. With a happy look, he said that everything seems to him to sleep. A Flora stood next to him, smiling gently in response. She returned to him, took him by her hand, and said quietly that it was not a dream. The guy turned his head to her and looked gently. He promised that she would definitely become his wife, and added that it did him truly happy. The girl, all gleaming, looked at him again. She hugged his hand, smiled happy, and closed her eyes. Then she opened them, looked forward, and said that all this was really like a dream. The guy gently ran a hand on her head, closed his eyes, and continued to smile, listening to her words. They both seemed to plunge into a beautiful dream. The girl said she would start a workout for the festival as soon as she returns home. She still needs to go to Ayash for raisins. She believes that raisins are a real taste. Karina, with a bow in her hands, ran forward between the trees. A huge rock stood around and trees grew inside. The girl suddenly escaped something hidden in the grass. She screamed and began to fall forward, putting her hands out. Karina flew directly into the pit with her. The girl fell to her knees, leaning her head and lowered with pain. Then she lifted her gaze without hiding her astonishment. Karina looked at the break from which she just broke and found herself at the bottom of the large pit. The height was really significant. A huge monster suddenly appeared near the girl, who began to approach her. Without lost, the girl sharply bounced sideways. She opened her eyes and her mouth with surprise, looking sharply. There was a huge monster, similar to a wild boar. When the creature was exhaled, a couple broke out of its nostrils. The board was terrifying with hooves on the ground. The girl who sat in a pile of leaves scared her head with her hands. She trembled and froze with fear without dare to move. When nothing happened, she carefully lowered her hands and looked forward. The boar frozen in place and looked forward. The bright light shone on the rock just over the girl. The monster with the arrow in the forehead was not understanding of this glow. It turned out that this light was many arrows that, flying past Karen, flew straight to the boar. Many arrows hit the monster. It, covered with injuries from arrows, fell dead to the ground, collapsing sideways. Karina, with her eyes full of tears, looked up when two shadows appeared on both sides. Two men stood at the edge of the cliff. Karina was calling the master and Mr. Aldred loudly. Both breathed hard and staring down with anxiety. Aldo carefully bandaged the carneous ankle while she was sitting on the ground. Fiona's father calmly watched this side. Squeezing his head with his hand and closing his eyes, he confessed that he had to follow her better and sincerely asked for apology. Albeida returned to him and looked carefully at the man. The girl lowered her eyes. Her eyes were wide open, and her husband watched her carefully. He asked if she understood how dangerous it was. The man wondered why she went so far into the forest, and one more. The girl lowered her head under his reproaching look. The girl continued to sit on the ground, looked away, and began to justify. They say she wanted to catch prey with the help of the thing she had just bought. She turned her hands with a broken stick with a tied rope. She was asked why she bought this thing at all, but the girl was only silent, not knowing what to say. Then the man asked when she made a purchase. She replied that it was in the morning before the trip. Aldo stared at this man without realizing what was happening. He asked why she turned away and then asked about the morning. The girl said she was watching the method that Aldred taught her. Hearing this, the man turned to the frightened Aldo. Both men paved, looking at Karen and remembering a child who was on the side of the girl's father. He told her she does not understand that hunting is not something you can do. Buying something from strangers is also dangerous because you never know that they can slip. The girl lowered her head. The man said that it did not matter to him that was put on the card. Aldo thought she believed it is quite simple to release an arrow from afar. She was explained that when people approach the wounded demons, they become extremely aggressive and dangerous. This is how the boar behaved, which attacked it. With her skills, it will not be easy to kiss the beast from the bow. The boar she fought easily from her arrows, and the traps did not give any results. Aldo warned that some demons could attack from afar. She should remember that animals and demons can rush at her without sparing herself, just removing her out of her way. And then the battle will instantly turn into a real fight. The girl hurriedly ran forward, escaping from the demon that was approaching her. She, having lowered her gaze, quietly said that exactly had happened to her earlier. She only had to save her life, running away from the battlefield like a coward. Someone pulled the rope, and she escaped through them, falling with him from the rock. The girl remembered how they flew down into the abyss together with the boar. The men looked up, embarrassed. One of them smiled, embarrassed by Karina's father. The man closed his eyes and asked if she realized what he was talking about. She should be very careful when he buys something. If you leave purchases unattended, trouble can occur. The girl was still guilty of look down, feeling the shame in front of them. The man scratched the back of his back, looking at her. Then he gently put her hand on her head and said that, despite everything, I am glad that everything was fine with her. Karina apologized and said that she was very sorry for doing so stupidly. A little later, the men sat in the forest and put the rest of things in the bags. Karina sat quietly away and watched them silently. When Aldo passed her, he said everything was fine. Aldo told Karini that he was once the same young and inexperienced, and he also failed to catch the demon. In his youth, he sought to defeat one monster, but it turned out to be not easy. In his home country, this creature was even considered a sacred animal. He so much wanted that he attacked Aldo. When the peasants found out that he was hunting for him, they almost burned him alive. But he managed to survive. He was tied to a tree and was already preparing to set fire to, but comrades began to ask him for mercy. Karina smiled and said what it means. He also had failures. He nodded, confessing that he really made many mistakes. He believes that it is very important to learn from her mistakes, and the girl agreed, saying that it was really so. The man, turning his head in their direction, listened to their conversation with a smile, but did not interfere. He looked again, but he felt relieved inside. Going to Karina and Aldo, he said he would teach her to hunt the monsters. He explained that the harvest should learn to cook food before the holiday. Asked Aldo to tell about cooking. Hunters are involved in the harvest. This is a long tradition for them. They only prepare food from what they have obtained. Aldo realized that Lauren was able to cook. He thought it was one of those useful skills that a real hunter should possess. Aldo wondered what was here, and the girl lowered her eyes. She said that a wild boar meat with mushrooms was stewed in the pot. Another popular dish is rice cooked with mushrooms. Fried beef with olenina and stewed rabbit. Dishes from shakes perfectly complement the drinks. Whole strands of hair fried over an open fire are also quite nutritious. The girl confessed that the smell of them, of course, is unpleasant. Aldrin advised that in this case it is possible to use a grass called sand soup to get rid of this smell. The girl confessed that she had not heard about it before. One day, the owner's wife prepared a dish for her. She took a snow rabbit meat and cooked it with jam. It was incredibly delicious. But the man noted that it was not quite a hunting dish. The guy asked about the jam. He could not even imagine what it tasted. The man scratched the back of the head and confessed that it was too sweet for him. This is a local dish in the north. Karina cheerfully said she loved him. The girl looked satisfied, remembering him. The man remembered that sometimes they were also preparing dried meat. Karina said that something is unusual from the meat of monsters. Aldo understood everything. That is why Karina tried so hard today. The guy smiled. The man suddenly turned his gaze to a girl who dropped her head again and looked upset. She always believed that her mentor was just annoying her with her advice on opportunities. But today the girl first thought about how important his words are. The man wondered if she had not lost her chance. She promised to make every effort and asked me not to leave her. Lauren was not sure whether it was an apology or perhaps an attempt to offend her. Karina turned to Aldo and called it. She thanked him for always taking care of her and apologized for all the hassle she brought. The guy replied that the main thing is that everything is fine with her. The girl confessed that, to be honest, she managed to catch something herself. She reached for her bag, took it with both hands, and stretched out the boy with words to keep. It was her wedding gift. The guy embarrassed his bag into his hands and looked at it. Lauren looked at him in surprise and said, "That's how it is." The girl had a confused look. Her cheeks were swollen. She lowered her head and closed her eyes. Lauren and Aldo were surprised, but with smiles they looked into the bag. They asked if it was a turkey. They praised Karen, they say, she's perfectly. Aldred smiled widely, said he was very glad, and thanked Carino. He added that the Flora would also be happy. The girl looked at him with delight. She smiled widely, rejoicing in the words and grateful for the gift she gave. Lauren noted that she has a sharp eye. To find a turkey in the forest near Enda North is not so easy. Aldo looked at the man. The man began to descend, shouted Karen, and she returned to him. He sat down, ran his hands behind his back, and suggested that she climb him on his back. The girl looked at him in surprise. Aldo smiled, watching them. Lauren turned his head and confessed that it was difficult for her to go. The girl looked at him with her eyes open. Karina said she wanted Aldo carried her in her arms. Hearing this, Lauren was quite surprised by her words. Aldo leaned, lifted the girl on her back, and moved forward. The girl laughed cheerfully and was completely satisfied, while Aldo, confused, looked at herself. And behind them, Lauren stood with a gloomy look, dissatisfied with what was happening. Karina called Aldo and asked him to listen carefully. She asked if she could catch her red bear for her. If so, then the main dish of the holiday will definitely be it. After that, she will decide to cook the jam. Lauren screamed behind Karina standing behind, and it seemed to be ashamed, but the girl just laughed and did not feel any guilt. Honestly, a real brawler. Lauren looked annoyed. Karina laughed and said that it all started. Posting her finger forward, she said Aldo to go. He looked at her unfinished. Listening to the girl, Aldred ran forward under her approving exclamations, but suddenly Lauren, who was behind, also rushed to run and shouted after them, so that she would not be laughing older than herself. Aldo, Flora, Aisha, and Toa stood, stunning his mouths and looking intently. Aisha, without being surprised, asked if this building was not too large, because they had a 2-story building in front of them. Even the magical room seemed smaller near this house. Karuna met them at the entrance, waving her hand and greeting. She explained that aristocrats lived in this palace earlier. She scratched her head awkwardly and thanked them for help with cleaning. Aldo noted that it is very difficult to order in the palace on his own. Frol handed the roll to a surprised Karuni and said it was a gift in honor of her moving. Although the thing is modest, Frol asked to keep it. The girl thanked. They still came to help, so it seemed no need for unnecessary gifts. Flora smiled and pointed to the basket, which the guy held in his hands. She added that they also took bento with them. Now everyone will be able to dine together. Karun departed from the aisle, inviting everyone to go further. All 4 headed for her deep into a large house. They looked at everything around, stopping more than once to admire the huge stairs in the hallway. Flora said that the house was very large and wondered how many rooms in it. Aisha was also surprised and praised that it was cool, and TK asked with a confused look whether they would have to clean it. After his words, everyone, except Flora, immediately lost admiration, realizing what great work awaits them ahead. Harun cheered his friends loudly, ordered not to fall in spirit, because they have not even started. Karun said that this mansion is a large bathroom. She suggested swimming there and so thanked them for today. He became confused and started talking about the bathroom, confused in words. He remembered how he was looking for a home and dreamed of just taking a bath. Aisha shuddered, looking at it. She exclaimed that she really wanted to swim. Corinne agreed with a smile and said that they would have fun when they were removed and suggested to start. Aisha turned to Toga Kogak, saying, "Well?" The guy who covered his head with a handkerchief looked at her. She smiled, saying that a handkerchief was very good. Then she asked if he wanted to become a cleaner. The guy also smiled and replied that yes, he was coming, but it looks not so, as if a grandmother in the garden. While the current and Aisha were driven by their monsters, from time to time sharing evil eyes, Aldo lay nearby without paying any attention to them. Aldred directed the look forward. Flora stood in front of him, and she collected her long hair in a tail. She kept her hair rubber band until she carefully straightened the strands with her fingers. The Flora then tied her head with a handkerchief. He looked at her, and he became awkward. His face was covered with a thick blush. Flora returned to him, smiled warmly, and asked what had happened. The young man looked at his lover with shining eyes and hearts in his eyes, and said that she had a very sweet hairstyle. Behind him, the chicken was swollen with his tail and cheerfully turned to him, asking if she did not make a tail. She was sure that he would find her sweet. Without paying attention to her, the guy calmly replied that it also suits her. After that, he told something about cleaning and went on, and behind, wickedly murmured, "A angry Kurun went." Aldo opened the window and looked forward with a smile, leaning his hands on the windowsill. He gladly admired the landscape, which opened in front of him, a wonderful panorama with trees and mountains spread out in the distance. Flora approached Aldo, extending him a brush, and surprised how many windows were here. In addition, if all the rooms are as large as this, they may have to stay here for the night. In any case, everything must be removed to shine. Karun looked at the tosack, who stood nearby, and suggested that when they were removed, they would think together where to put the furniture. The guy supported this idea, got the tools for measurement, and was ready to help. Aisha stood in the corner, holding a brush in her hand, and called Kurun. She said she could not reach her wand and asked if she could not do it instead. Kurun agreed and asked to wait a little. Vagan stood nearby, and Kurun told him that he could also help. Going into the corridor, Kurun called Aliato and asked if he had any rags. The guy returned to her and replied that they were. He asked her to wait a little. The guy stretched out his girlfriend a stack of rags. Flora looked at them in surprise and asked how they could look at the ceiling with it. The boys were in a circle, and Aldo asked them to look carefully. Kurun began to spell, saying her thoughts to come to life and using telekinesis. The rags that were in her hands rose into the air. Everyone, except Aldo, who is probably used to such, was surprised to watch the pieces of rags flying under the ceiling. Aisha looked at it with distrust and even said it looks quite unrealistic. Under the ceiling of the dirty palace, cloths suddenly clung. These flaps themselves began to move and wipe dust. Flora said in surprise that they were in order. Toke looked at it and said that it was all. If she has such a comfortable magic, then they did not make sense to call them here. The girl turned to look at it. She explained that she would be glad to remove everything with magic, but it is still difficult for her to control several things at the same time, so some places will not be able to clean her in a magical way. There are things she cannot do with magic at all. Someone supported her, noting that there are actually many things that magic would not handle. Flora looked at the ceiling with delight and said what they were cute, and really looked like caterpillars. Aldo reported that Kurun had almost finished work and suggested that the cleaning continue. The rags themselves continued to wipe dirt from the ceiling. The Flora tied another handkerchief on the nose and mouth and then took the brush and began to remove dust from the surfaces. There were so many dust on the walls that Aldo, when he was in a cloud of dust, immediately felt bad. Toke also found himself in a cloud of dust and sneezed loudly. Chickens flew straight into the open window like smoke. Holding on his forearms, Toka said that he was only sweeping, but his hands were already tired. Florida with cloths appeared behind their backs, and someone raised a couple of buckets with water nearby. He said that you need to wash the floor now. Toka looked at him in surprise. Took leaned with his hands on the handrails, looked down and called to Kurun if she could remove the floor with magic. The girl with annoyance replied that no, she could not. Flora smiled and suggested that they try a little more for the Kurun school. Another last jerk. The girl below, moved by her words, looked at the Flora with big eyes. The guy walked the stairs, wiping the railing with a cloth and looking forward. Leaning, he asked if it was necessary to hang a plaque so that everyone knows. There is a magic school. Aisha agreed with him and said that it was really the case. It was not at all seeming that magic was teaching here. Karun asked if it was true. That guy began to draw something in his notebook and asked if he could come up with a sign for her. He showed them a sketch in his notebook and said something like that. The girls looked at the picture and immediately said that everything turned out very bad. The guy made another option and showed them again. Kurun narrowed her eyes and asked if she was there too, because if so, no one would be right for them. In the end, she decided that it was too early to think about the sign. So she asked him to think where to put the chairs and tables. It is necessary for 10 people to be enough. The guy showed her another variant of the plate and asked what she would do if 20 or 30 people came. It was obvious that the sign was needed. The girl, annoyed by his behavior, advised everyone to simply ignore him and continue to clean. She listened to him, though he was a fool. All silently continued to clean. Aisha is a soap door, and the Flora was cleaning the windows and the floor. Kurine watched with a smile for her friends who came to her help in such a large room. Kurine explained to Waka that there would be necessary to put chairs and tables for students. Aisha turned to a couple. Flora and Aldo stood away and looked at each other. Flora said they will soon need children's chairs. The guy supported her, adding that there was also a nursery. Aisha watched them from the side. In one room, TK suggested to hang a few more boards, and Kurun agreed with him. At this time, in another room, Aldo said that first it was necessary to put a crib, but Flora lightly touched him by his shoulder and said that he was too hurry. Aisha waved her hand to the side, showing that Flora and Erida were already together, so everything is fine. But these two also behaved like a real couple. The girl grabbed her heart, pretending that she had been attacked. Why did her breasts suddenly squeeze? She blushed and hid her face with her palm, covering her eyes. Why every time she looks at them, the heart becomes so difficult? She turned her gaze to To and Kurun, breathing hard. Seeing their smiles, she realized that it was a heart attack. The girl looked tired of these thoughts. It has passed some time. The stairs and walls of the palace have finally become clean and shiny. The second floor shone like a new one. Raising their hands from joy, they all exclaimed that the cleaning was finally over. Flora was glad to grumble in the palm of joy. Everyone was already gathered in the bathroom, and someone even started to salvation, but no one was paying attention to it. Aisha hid him and asked him to wait a little. The annoyed girl suggested deciding who would go to the bathroom first, with the help of stone capris. Aldo asked Flora if they would first play with them before the first victory, or just quietly agree on. Flora replied that he knew her well, and she would not insist. They decided to do as she wanted. The Current and Aisha raised his hands to start the game. Who wins the first one will go to the restroom. The Flora looked forwardly looking forward, squeezing the cams near the breast. The chicken noticed what a spacious local shower. Aisha supported her, adding that this bath can even swim. The chicken decided that in such a place it was necessary to wash well. The girls began to pour water. Aisha turned and noticed how the Flora was passing. She began to remove a towel from the Flora, saying that it is impossible to come here in this form. When the towel was taken away, everyone began to look at the girl in surprise. She began to touch the girl, saying that they accurately became larger. The surprised Flora called Aisha. Aisha called Kuruni, asking her to approach. Touching the girl, she added that they were soft and big. Flora confessed that it only interferes with her, and she dreams of having such a beautiful body as they have. Kurun looked at her with a smile and said she would like to have such problems. Aisha added that for such greed, Flora deserves punishment. In the bathroom, the girls were outraged loudly when Flora, delaying tears from shame, decided to take revenge on them. The boys were waiting for the door. Toki painted something in his notepad, but when he heard the noise from the bathroom, he turned sharply to the door. For a while, the boys also went to the bathroom and came out of there. You said that the bathroom is very large. Aldo noted that he felt better at once. The girls sat on the floor and waited for them. Kurun thanked both for today and asked for the first to go to the restroom. Flora suggested that they have a snack. Kurne apologized that he had to eat on the floor. The Current replied that everything was fine. Aisha said she almost received a heart attack after she came out of the bathroom. The Current looked at her in surprise without understanding what she was talking about. Aldo noticed that the Flora had dry hair. The girl explained that Karun dried it for her with magic. At this time, Karun watched both of them. Flora gave food. Today she prepared crispy sandwiches, fried on both sides. The Current and Aldo ate with great appetite. Aldo smiled and told the girl that the mustard oil smeared on bread made the taste special. Really delicious. I also agree. It's delicious. Toke returned to Karun and assured that he believed in the future success of her school. The girl gladly told me that several children were interested in her. It seems to me that it means that everything is fine. By the way, Karuna believes that magic is useful not only in battles, but also in daily life. For example, Flora told how to dry your hair quickly with magic. Aisha coughed in a fist. She was genuinely rejoiced. She made a big step forward, joining the new Kurun school. Smiling on her mouth, the girl lifted a glass and, with her friends who also lifted her glasses, laughed loudly. Flora smiled and said that if you need some help, then just let them tell them. Kurun looked at her. The girl blushed and lowered her head. She then asked timidly if she could just turn to her, Flora. She said she would call her Kurun. Surprised, Flora blushed and opened her eyes wide, looking at her. The girl smiled happily and agreed without any hesitation. It made Kurun very happy. 5 friends sat on the floor, smiling fun and laughing sincerely, just enjoying time together, so they became the best friends. Karun called everyone and asked if they were ready. She pointed to a large, thick tree and said she would become a kind of school board for them. Toka, with her eyes widely surprised for the second time, asked her. The Aldo, standing behind, watched everything with joy, because this tree will also become furniture for their magical school. She wondered why they thought she had brought them into the forest. Toke looked at his friend in confusion, as if asking what to do with him. Aldo was surprised to see a comrade's facial expression. The frightened Karuna again pointed to the tree and asked if furniture could not be made. Toke looked at the girl. Toka remembered that they were still urban residents, and reminded, to make furniture, the material should be prepared for several years. Otherwise, nothing will work out of this tree. She does not want the furniture to crack or be twisted. The girl looked at him with her eyes full of prayers and said she thought just cut a tree. Toka became pale sharply and looked at her with surprise, although he had the same astonishment on his face as a girl. The guy leaned his hands in his sides, surrendered under their pressure, and asked if they wanted to try to cut off this tree. Moving forward, he said he would bring the tools now and asked to wait a little. Mentally, he wondered why these urban people sought to cut down this tree, and 2 behind him already raised his hands up and smiled happily. Then he gave the girl an axe and asked to hold her. She thanked him and took the tool. The girl brought her hands with an axe behind her back and looked back under his weight, and the boys watched with interest. Sighing, she tried to hit the tree with an axe, but nothing changed, and the difficulty quickly tired. Aldo stood behind, cheering the girl and convincing that she would handle. She clung to again, complained loudly that the axe was too heavy, and suddenly she squeezed out of her hands. The craft, speed tools flew directly into the one who stood and watched, with wide eyes wide. When the blade was almost touched his surprised face, the hero had time to grab his arms and stopped him. The shocked Toke, whitewashing from surprise, froze in place. Meanwhile, the hero turned to Karun with a smile, asked if she was tired, and then, laughing, he added that he was now tired. He laughed quietly, standing by the tree and looking carefully at him. He clenched the tool in his hands and hit the target. The blow felt as if lightning had passed through the whole tree. In a moment, the giant tree split in half along the trunk. 2 standing behind, they watched it in surprise. The cheerful girl praised him, saying that he was well. Next to her, Toke trembled from head to feet, muttering that he had broken the tree, which was 60 years old, with only 1 blow. Aldo confidently stated that it would be enough for them to rise on board. Behind him, an angry Toka shouted, asking what it should be enough. The angry guy reached out, demanding to give him an axe. He cuts everything. Angry, he clenched the axe firmly, and here the girl turned to him, called him a carpenter, and asked if he would help them cut down a tree for furniture. There were blows in the forest. Toka beat the instrument exactly where it was necessary, and the couple watched it on the side. Taking an axe in his hands, he was vigorously swung and accurately impressed the target. The token's face reflected the focus on the face. It was clear that it was not the first time it was busy. His friends looked at him with delight and open mouth. The tree suddenly shook, and the guy, raising his hand, put it on the trunk that lay on the ground to push it. Friends raised their heads upwards, watching the tree trunk falling on the ground whole and unharmed. The girl praised Tyke, saying that he was doing well. She also noted that he coped very quickly. Toke exhaled with relief and, trying to look seriously, was proud of himself. If he couldn't do it, he would not have a carpenter. He asked Aldo if it was an easy thing for a former adventurer, but he replied that not at all. He acknowledged that he bought all the furniture in the city, so when he cut the tree, Aldo understood. He did not even imagine what to do with it. Toke explained that if he wants to become a carpenter, he should learn to find trees that are suitable for the manufacture of furniture and be able to cut them, and sometimes, if necessary, even grow such trees, although he doubts that the city worker will be able to learn it. Karun said that he likes to cut trees on his own and make furniture from them. Such a life is interesting and exciting for him. The guy looked and rubbed his cheek slightly. Then he scratched the back of his back, as if he was getting rid of. He then asked her whether she shared his opinion. She looked at him and asked what they would do next. He replied that in order to use this tree, it should be cut down and left to be dried for several years. The hero asked how many years he had passed. The girl clarified what kind of time she was talking about. It was amazed, because although they already have a tree, it will only be suitable in 2 years. The man said that first you need to remove all the parts that damage the insects and then align the boards by color and size. And only then the tree becomes suitable for the manufacture of furniture. Aldo realized that TCA was actually very serious about creating furniture. The girl added that it was because of this that the furniture is so expensive. A little time has passed. They came to the workshop. Now they need to choose boards. The girl, looking thoughtfully at different options, chose exactly the one she needed. When she saw something interesting, her eyes became widely open. She quickly took one of the boards and said that it would be a black board. And this tree is perfect for chairs and tables. Aldo smiled and noted that the board came out well, wasn't it? Toka wondered if the ads would make the same board of this material. The girl reached out to him and asked to hold her. Toka looked at her in surprise, and Aldo wondered if something had happened. The guy ran a hand on a tree and felt that it was still wet. He said he had to try to dry the board with a couple. Aldo asked about drying steam again. He said it would only make them even more moist. Toka explained that they are wet not through water, but through the juice inside, and this juice can be evaporated. Kuryuna argued for a steam drying and assured that it could create heat, water, and pressure. Toka was surprised and wound up a surprised exclamation, confirming it. He asked about magic and how long it took to dry. The girl replied that it would take a long time, but added that if you put all the boards together, the rite would go faster. They took all the boards outside and put them on top of each other, leaving small gaps between them so that they did not touch each other. When everything was ready, Tyke asked if everything was fine. The girl was standing nearby, holding a magic wand. He replied that yes, everything was fine, but if you make the fire higher, the temperature will be easier to raise. Magic began to come out of her rod. She began to create a spell, asking for fire and water to conquer her and connect together. Having collected all her attention, she closed her eyes. Several large vortices from different elements are pulled forward from her staff and hit the boards in front of her. When the vortices face the surface, they envelop the materials, and steam begins to rise from them. Continuing to use the spell, she asked the guy how many of them needed to dry. He pointed to the board and explained that when the cracks would be twice as high, then it would be possible to finish. She wondered if they were so cracking. He explained that cracks show how ready the tree is. These cracks appear only at the edges of the boards, so everything is fine. The tree gradually began to crack, and over time the crack became wider. The guy rejoiced and said that it was enough. Then he asked the girl to slowly lower the temperature. The couple began to climb from the boards, climbing up. Toka took the upper board and gently lifted it with his hands. He knocked on the wood. This really suits the first-class adventure seeker. The girl answered a little uncertain that she just did what he had told her. Aisha waved them with her hand, and next to her was Flora holding a basket. They went to 3 friends who immediately turned in their direction. Aisha waved her hand, getting closer, and friends were in surprise to recognize that Flora was coming to them with Aisha. Florida reported that she had brought food. Karuna was delighted. She said she was wonderful. After the encroachment, she was very hungry. Toka looked coldly at the girl and asked why she came. Aisha answered him sharply to silence because it was not his business, and Flora explained that she just helped to choose a dress for the holiday. A little later, in the Toka workshop, he sat at the table and thoughtfully painted something in his notebook. 4 other boys stood quietly at the door and watched him silently. Kareen was the first to break the silence, passionately saying that Tokak was really incredible, so quickly cut down a tree. Aisha smiled with distrust and wondered whether the usual bed of trees seemed to be so miracle. Karn smiled awkwardly, covering her mouth with her hand, and said that they would not cope with this task, and Aisha looked at them with surprise. The girl sighed and said that she is a single year and is already working on her own, doing trade and doing useful things. Aldo confirmed her words. When he was looking for a home, he was interested in the local carpenter, and everyone knew him. He trusts the whole village. Aldo soon began to believe him. Aisha did not want to admit it and praise him, so she only replied that he may be. Everyone looked at the guy again, and Aldo asked if he had time to take a break. The guy replied that he understood and asked to give a minute to finish the case and then rest. Flora and Aldo turned and moved away, leaving the girls together. They were still looking forward. The guy sitting ahead did not pay attention to them and continued to work, sitting with his back. Karina looked at him with delight in his gaze and said that he was so devoted to his work, and it's just wonderful. Aisha stood nearby and watched all with an indiscriminate facial expression. She watched a focused man who worked. No emotions were expressed on her face, but suddenly her gaze changed. Indifference disappeared, and there was a delight in her eyes. After a while, the passionate look faded a little, but the bright light was still glowing in her eyes when she made a sip of tea, which flowed smoothly to her throat. The couple looked at her with anxiety, and Flora asked Aisha or was all right with her. Hearing the issue of a girlfriend, Aisha was tea. She clumsily wiped the tea that was draining on her chin, and slightly nervous, replied that yes, it was true. To change the topic of conversation, she talked about the harvest and asked who would be the main princess this year for the holiday. The girl was embarrassed and continued to wipe her face that burned with shame. Karun laughed quietly, and Aldo looked at the Flora in surprise, not understanding anything. Kurun enthusiastically noted that there were only 3 days left for the festival. The wedding during the harvest holiday is so romantic. Although it is her first harvest holiday, she does not yet know how fun it is. Some people were advised to take part in the holiday as a hunter, but he immediately replied that he would be busy. Flora gladly reported that she had prepared for Kurun for help. What would be over? Kurun and Aldo froze because they both thought that the sweets were not over. The boys were sitting at the table, laughing fun and echoing, and in the meantime, he worked in the next room at the open door. Aisha still felt awkward and sat, turning away from the boy. Kurun was quiet, and Aldo was passionate about sweets. The man on stage said that this year, thanks to help, they all managed to organize a wonderful harvest holiday. In tents, you can find anything you like. He invited everyone to have a good time and have fun today. He first suggested that the brides and brides gather near the new gates to get the wishes of good luck. Flora and Aldred stood there among the couples in festive wedding attire. Happy people shouted out the wishes of a generous harvest. In response, everyone thanked and also wished good fruits next year. The crowd had many beautiful girls in holiday dresses. Karina, Ina, and Kroon stood next to Aisha. Everyone applauded joyfully, smiling with happiness. Flora and Aldred looked at each other, looking at their wedding outfits, and laughed at joy. People happily welcomed 3 couples and wished them many children. Someone from the crowd called for them to fasten their union right now. Other inhabitants picked up these words, also wishing the same. Aldo looked at the people in his eyes and paid their attention to what was happening on the side. A couple kissed next to them, not paying attention to the exclamations of the crowd. Aldo was surprised to see it and looked at the Flora. She stood opposite, closing her eyes with her hands. Sored, Aldo began to raise a wedding veil from the face of the Flora. His cheeks were burning with shame. When the face of the Flora was visible, it became clear immediately. With her eyes closed, she pulled her lips forward and looking forward to the kiss. The guy slowly approached her and kissed the enthusiastic shouts of the crowd. Flora's father said that from now on the sun would shine for all these couples with them. He thanked everyone for his support, and Aldo and Flora stood a little behind him, embarrassed and blushed. After the ceremony on stage ended, the couple went to stroll the festival. Flora's mom happily noticed how wonderful they both decided to come for this holiday. The woman smiled happily, said that everyone is well, and now it's time to gift. Karina stood next to the girls and lifted a basket with a treat, having fun saying that sweets were already here. There were many people at the festival between the shelves. Ahead was a couple with baskets in their hands, and behind them were other girls. Flora asked if Aldo knew that all tents were divided into sectors, and each of them was responsible for something separate. She pointed to one of the tents and said that there were winemakers. On the other hand, the symbols are located. Aisha looked, and Karun switched attention to the girl. Aldo suggested bypass everyone in a circle, and Flora agreed with this idea. Friends came to the winemaker's tent. There were huge barrels filled with fresh grapes and bottles of wine. The peasants handed over their baskets with various flavors. After that, they went to the tent of the cheeses. Sellers handed the visitors to the baskets. Different cheeses for tasting were laid out on the tables. Aldo and Flora took themselves in a piece to taste. They walked past a few tents together. When he was apologized, one of his friends, after learning him, shouted his name. When he came to them, Tuck said that today a special harvest day and suggested to thank them for their participation in the holiday. The couple thanked everyone for the gifts until the one who stood away did not turn. Aisha was standing in place, bewildered. The guy asked what was a strange costume of a horse on it. The girl in response wondered who he considers himself. Like, he constantly walks in dirty lacks. 2 looked at each other maliciously, as if they were about to quarrel. Yen called her sister, and Karina and Karun sighed heavily aside, because these 2 took up the old again. Oldu only waved his hand, giving everyone a sign to go on. Karun picked up a piece of meat on a fork, put it in her mouth, and was enthusiastically telling what it was tender. Lauren laughed and asked if it was true. It is his branded dish, so she should rush to food. Lauren was very pleased that he could catch such a rare animal. Although the meat of this beast is a little rigid, he decided to add fruit and honey to it. The quality of the meat was excellent, and Lauren still does not believe that he got such a find. Karina looked at her husband and asked the master whether he was injured. The man began to deny, they say, just cut. The man shouted, they say, apparently he had well dragged them. Someone in response joked that he would say so in his place. Karina added with a smile that Aldo was a real master. The annoyed man asked again, and everyone around laughed. The Flora's mother approached the couple and noted that they seemed to be greeted with everyone. Aldo confirmed this. She apologized but said that it is probably time to come back. The newlyweds need to relax on the first night. So, if they have bypassed all the tents, she needs to draw them back. Alyo with irritation confirmed that it is, and Karina was eating meat behind and saying what it is delicious. Flora stretched a basket and said they could take it before leaving. Karina asked what it was. Flora explained that she thanked them with the service and thanked them for today. The girls invited them to return next year. Karina opened one of the bags and saw cookie and cookies inside. It is said if you get a treat from a couple blessed on the day of the great harvest, you will have good luck. This was especially true of unmarried girls. Karuna commented with sarcasm. They say, let them say. Aisha, looking at the purse, thought that the one who received it would be happy. In her thoughts, she remembered Toka and immediately blushed. As she was unpleasant to her, she quickly began to deny her feelings. The couple climbed to the hill, moving away from the celebration. Suddenly Flora stumbled, but Aldo managed to support her. He asked if she had not caught on a thread, and the girl, a little lost, explained that her leg was stuck in the dress. Looking at her, the guy took the girl in his arms. She asked if she was difficult for him, and he laughed and said he was not at all. They finally returned home. The guy was still holding a girl in his arms. Already in the house, he carefully planted her on the floor. The girl smiled and thanked him, and they laughed together. Flora called Aldo, and he looked at her. She hugged the boy firmly, and closing her eyes, said she was incredibly happy. The guy was confused, and then hugged her. He put his hand on her cheek and kissed. When they removed from each other, the guy suddenly leaned sharply and climbed under a wedding dress, which surprised the girl. She lowered her eyes and shouted. The girl asked the boy to give her at least to remove the dress.